The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Tensions are high as the gauntlet continues at the FIDE candidates in Madrid, Spain. American Fabiano Caruana maintained his solid form and his position at the top after drawing Ding Liren for clear second place. But it was former challenger Ian Nepomniachtchi who stole the show and the lead by taking down French phenom Alireza Firouzja in commanding fashion. We have a clear leader, but for how long? Round 5 of scintillating chess coming up next.
Hello everybody, we are about to begin round 5 of the 2022 candidates from Madrid, Spain in an absolutely stunning playing hall. To bring you all of the action from our studio in St. Louis, I am Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here with my good friend, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Alejandro, as always, it's a great pleasure to be calling all the action with you and Christian. I've been having a lot of fun for this hard-fought event.
It's only been 4 rounds played in Spain, but man, have they given us thrills and spills, and we have a clear leader already.
Yes, we do. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for our live coverage of these candidates. It has been great, but one player has emerged clear first, and as Anish Giri said, Nepo's our future.
Let's take a look
at our standings.
At our standings, that's right. Nepomniachtchi, he sits pretty there at the top, 3 out of 4
sure
points.
Does.
A very nice +2. Meanwhile, it's only Fabiano Caruana that keeps at his heels with a +1 score, 2.5 out of 4. A series of players on 50%, Jan Krzysztof Duda, Richard Rapport, and Hikaru Nakamura, who started with a loss, bounced back with a win. But the surprise, 3 people at the bottom, including 2 of the top seeds, both Ding Liren and Alireza Firouzja, the 1-2 combo in this tournament, are on -1.
Who would have thunked it? And the results of yesterday, let's just review them briefly.
Yeah, Richard Rapport played against Hikaru Nakamura in another Berlin in which Hikaru calculated his way out of trouble, was never really in any kind of issues, and was able to comfortably take that half point.
And in Duda versus Radjabov?
It was a solid affair. At some point, you could even think that Radjabov could think about the advantage, but the simplification into a draw in any game killed the chances for both players.
Huge game was between Ding versus Fabi. We expected a lot of fireworks.
It was a bit tame. Fabi came with an interesting opening novelty, this knight a5 idea that I had not seen before in the Ragozin. And Ding Liren, he definitely reacted in a way that was logical and was strong and actually got the better of Fabi.
He did.
But Fabi, he traversed
defended very well.
Very well. Nice edge to get the draw, really.
Exactly.
It was about a tempo away.
Indeed,
but he got
was.
there.
But the game of the day was this one, Alejandro.
And it was clear it was the game of the day from the moment the opening was selected. It was a sharp, wild Najdorf. Alireza Firouzja came in with an important idea, this bishop c4. Not exactly a novelty, but something brand new to the sequence.
Which he blitzed out.
He blitzes all of it out, reaches an interesting position, but Nepo says, hey, that's my playground. That's where I like to play chess in these wild complications, and actually ends up destroying his young opponent.
Very, very impressive. As we go forward, our format, Alejandro.
It's a very long tournament here. It's an 8-player double round robin. That means 14 rounds of chess. And we have classical format and very classical.
Yes, indeed we do.
120 minutes for the first 40 moves. You get an extra hour when you reach move 40. And when you reach move 60, you get another 15 minutes. And your 30-second increment starts ticking. There are no draws allowed before Black's 40th move unless there is a repetition, and we are playing for a €500,000 prize pool.
And our schedule.
Very simple. 3 rounds on a rest day, 3 rounds on a rest day. We've already had our first rest day. We had a round 4 yesterday. We have round 5 today. We will have a round tomorrow, but on Friday, we will have our second rest day.
Lovely. And of course, we're here with Christian. Christian, good morning, my friend. What do you have for us today?
Good morning, Yasser. Good morning, Alejandro. And good morning to every chess fan around the world watching this scintillating event. The Candidates Tournament is the best of the best when it comes to chess tournaments. And we do have the best chess players on the planet. So let's take a look. Where do they stand in terms of ratings? Coming into the tournament, we see Ding Liren 13 rating points ahead of his competition, his nearest competition, that is Alireza Firouzja with a whooping 27.93. Fabiano Caruana sitting at his lowest rating in more than 12 years. That's incredible. Jan Nepomniachtchi 27.66. Coming into the tournament in 4th position, and we see at the bottom Timur Radjabov only 3 points ahead of Jan Krzysztof Duda. But after 4 rounds, let's see what changed. Well, a lot of things have changed. Ding Liren 27.98 dropped under the 2800 level threshold. Fabiano Caruana surging into the 2nd position, 27.87. Alireza Firouzja, unfortunately for him, is not having the best event of his life. But one surging is Jan Nepomniachtchi. The player representing FIDE is just in incredible shape right now. Started the candidates at number 7 in the world rankings. Right now, he's sitting on a pretty 5th position, surpassing Wesley So and Levon Aronian in the process. Guys, we've had so many amazing games, thrills and spills, and we're only in round 5.
More to come. And speaking of round 5, Alejandro, lay the table, do the honors for today's pairings, please.
Let's take a look at what we have in store for you today. We start strong. Fabiano Caruana will be playing with the white pieces against Richard Rapport. That's an important one. We know that Richard's opening have given him problems.
Yes.
And that Fabio's a big specialist. This is a huge one for both players.
As Richie also at 50%, what a victory for him could mean versus a loss.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Timur Radjabov will be playing against Ding Liren. Both of these players sitting on -1, not where they want to be.
Somebody's got to make a move.
You got to do it, right? These are players that are not participating so well in the event. They're fighting against each other. They need to win. One of them has to at least. Meanwhile, the same applies to Alireza Firouzja, who's currently on -1. He's playing against Jan Krzysztof Duda, who's drawn all of his games, but Alireza must start to feel that he needs to get a full point somewhere, especially because he has a stretch of games starting now. 4 out of the next 5 games that he plays are with white. He will need to score some points coming up.
A lot of points, but our marquee matchup.
No doubt about it. This one is the big one. Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces will be playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi. The previous challenger sits pretty on 3 points out of 4, but if Hikaru is able to take that one, he will catch Jan immediately in the tournament, and that will just blow the tournament wide open.
I couldn't agree more. And look at their head-to-head encounters. Very, very close, with Hikaru just having an extra win over his opponent.
Just a little bit. They are participants that have been playing against each other for so many years, but not that many games in classical chess.
I kind of expected more games, to be honest. And, of course, the big fighting is over a nice prize fund.
Absolutely, it's a €500,000 prize pool. The first place gets 48, second place gets 36, third place gets 24, all the way down to 10th. And you get an extra €7,000 per point for every player, for every full point that they make.
And each one of these guys has one goal.
Only one real goal in the event. It's to qualify to play the World Championship match. Magnus Carlsen is waiting for the winner of this tournament, and we will determine still where the match will take place, but it will be in 2023.
2023 coming up. And as we get ready for this start of the round, give me a sense of where you think the players are at psychologically. Nepo soaring.
Yeah, Nepo I think is cloud 9, right?
Right. You couldn't ask for a better start.
Couldn't ask for a better start.
You beat number 1, number 2 seed. You're 2-2 on your color allocation.
I mean, so far it's a dream.
It's all good.
It's all good. I think Fabi's still very happy with where he is.
Okay.
I think he sees the position after round 4. You asked him before the tournament, you're on +1. That sounds pretty good. Survived with black against Ding Liren. That's a good score. He converted one of his victories.
Right.
He already played Nepo as well with black and not with white. So he survived that as well.
Exactly.
He's played some of the players that, if you look at the standings, are doing pretty well.
Yes.
He's already played Duda. He's already played Nepo. And the only player, Ding Liren, that's there at the bottom.
Yeah. And he's defeated Hikaru, who is at 50%.
Absolutely. He still has Alireza, he still has Timur, so I think he's looking pretty at this tournament. Duda, I think he feels okay.
Yeah.
But nothing too exciting.
Right.
I think that the fact that Duda hasn't been able to prove any chances with white.
He hasn't created opportunity.
Not really. The only one that he really had was against Richard Rapport.
Yeah, in round 1.
And he, let's be honest, he blew it.
Yeah.
I mean, he just blew it.
That's right.
Speaking of Richard, I think he himself has had the most topsy-turvy event of anybody in this tournament.
For somebody who drew 4 games.
It's almost incredible when you think about it. He was lost against Duda in round 1, completely winning against Alireza in round 2.
Right.
Then he was completely lost against Ding Liren in round 3, and then finally made some sort of solid draw against Hikaru yesterday. Speaking of Hikaru, I think that's a player that's actually very happy where he is despite his 50% score, and I'm going to tell you why. He's playing well. He's showing good preparation, and 3 out of his 4 games have been played with the black pieces.
I'm convinced.
I think Hikaru's doing great.
And everybody else is very unhappy. We won't even have to go there. But
Right.
Hikaru, yeah, well, I mean, my choice. 3 out of 4 with the black pieces. Give him a lot of white pieces. And by the way, you mentioned it, that Firouzja is going to get 4 out of 5 colors. In his next 5 games, he'll play 4 whites.
4 whites.
He better make a big move because that's it.
That's where you need to get that leverage, get
Right.
that acceleration, because if you're not going to be converting your whites, you're just putting your back against the wall.
These are
And
the
they
2
are
players,
off.
Firouzja and Hikaru, who started with 3 blacks. And I was watching Hikaru's recaps. By the way, he does recaps every single day after the games.
No, wow.
That's quite ridiculous. And he was mentioning in his recaps that this was the strategy all along in the first 4 games. Try to survive, because you're going to be facing some tremendous players with the black pieces. Alireza Firouzja, Fabiano Caruana, and I don't remember who the last one that he
Richie,
faced
he played
with.
Richie yesterday.
As well yesterday with the black pieces. And he made great use of his only white up to this point against Radjabov, defeated Radjabov in that grinding game. So he's definitely happy, Hikaru, that is, he has white against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And we know, Jan Nepomniachtchi, when he's in shape, he's in very, very good shape. But at any moment, something bad can click and his whole tournament goes to waste.
Absolutely. This is such a tense tournament, and we have our round on the way, and I had a sense of deja vu as I was looking at both of your screens.
Right? You got the Russian defense on one and the other.
We got the Russian, also known as the Petrov defense,
Exactly.
in more than one game at the very least today. And what do you think of the Petrov?
I jinxed it. I said we're not going to see too many Petrovs. I said we haven't seen any Petrovs up to this point. That was in round 2. The Berlin has been getting clobbered in every single game, and right now we get 2 Petrovs in the same day.
Clobbered.
Wow, the clobbered.
I mean, the Berlin lost 2 out of 3, I think.
We had 2 Berlins yesterday, the Radjabov one and
So
the
2 out
Duda,
of 4
2
in
out
that
of 4,
case.
I think.
Yeah.
Which were drawn.
Which is still not amazing.
That's pretty bad.
That's pretty
Not
bad. Yeah.
not amazing. I played the Petrov in my career. I liked it. Oftentimes, the white player, in his desire to prove that he's winning from move 1, sometimes overdoes it. And that's what the Petrov players love, is when the white player comes guns blazing and simply overdoes it. Now, recently, what I've been seeing in the trends of the Petrov frankly, have not been that great for white. White has been doing weird things with moving the knight, not necessarily to f3, and trying some very strange plans. But essentially, the main lines haven't been going that well for white.
There's a reason that the Petrov keeps rearing its ugly head in the World Championship matches.
Truly.
We had it in the 2018 match, obviously, between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. How did I forget that?
Our friend.
Who's that?
And in the previous one between Magnus Carlsen and Nepo, we also had the Petrov feature in that. So it's clear that it's been a defense impossible to beat. Don't matter if you throw neural networks to it, stockfish to it.
Right.
It's holding up.
It is.
It's holding up rather well, and no surprise to me that actually the main surprise to me is that the Petrov is only coming up in round 5 of the candidates. I thought we would see at least one before.
Yes, I would have guessed the same
Especially
as well.
with the list of players, right? We have Fabi, Petrov player.
Yep.
We got Nepo,
Yep.
Petrov player. We have Duda, Petrov player.
You don't even have to
I
be a Petrov player to play the Petrov nowadays.
Also true.
We've seen Lanier played in the American Cup, and I think this is why you're saying, Yasser, that you think White is doing some strange stuff. Aronian in that game against Lanier with the white pieces got checkmated in something along the lines of 25 moves.
Yes.
Yeah, that
American Cup here.
That was great.
So it was
great.
pretty bad. Yeah,
Right.
The Petrov is still standing. The Petrov is still one of the most solid openings in the world.
And I think Timur also has maybe dabbled just a little
Radjabov?
bit.
I think he did. Yeah.
And by the way, the Chinese players,
I mean,
not necessarily Ding Liren himself, but I mean, the Chinese players have played the Petrov
forever.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
and
Yu
really
Yang
brought new ideas and
very new ideas.
boo
Yeah.
as well. And by the way, C2, C4, the old main line.
Yeah, we let's go straight into the games. Let's start with the game of the day. Hikaru
Yes.
Nakamura against Nepomniachtchi. We'll compare and contrast it to the Alireza Firouzja against Duda, which are the two Petrovs of the day.
Okay.
But we get this very theoretical position. This is what we consider the old line
Right.
of the Petrov.
Yeah, and in those days it was like night before, and also instead of bishop e7, I think they're even going bishop f5 here. Different nuances, I want to say, in the move orders of whether you play bishop e7 first or not. And after c2, c4, again, this used to be the old style of play. Knight c6, bishop e2, castles, knight c3. And for example, Anatoly Karpov actually won against me a really beautiful model game as white. I made a mistake later it wasn't from the opening, but this was how I remember one game that I have lost with the Petrov with knight b4. More modern play.
I mean,
Knight f6.
Yeah, knight f6 is played, but I think knight b4 is still doing fine.
Yeah, that's the one that's holding the fort. Now, you want to compare this to another game that was going on?
Yeah, because the Duda game, the third one there.
Yep.
Alireza against, we have a very similar position, but it's not the same position.
Exactly.
After the move d5, bishop d3, instead of playing knight c6 like Jan did,
Yep.
Duda goes for the variation with a quick bishop f5, bishop e7. This actually changes the character of the position. The move c4 here makes a lot less sense.
As as black quickly prepares castles, here c4 makes less sense because since the knight is already defended, we can simply capture the pawn. And it's not convincing that this isolated queen pawn is necessarily bringing white an advantage.
Yeah, and it has been tried. It hasn't been very successful. So here people are mainly focusing on variations that include the move knight c3 at some point in order to establish some sort of attack on the king side. You try to force black into taking on c3, take on c3. Probably the bishops get traded as well. Queen takes e3. And after castles, rook e1, we probably transpose back into...
Mainline.
Main line is. This has been seen at the top level plenty of times. I think specifically Jan Nepomniachtchi has done a ton of work and a ton of practical play in that position. I particularly remember seeing him beat Yu Yang at the World Team Championship of 2019. I was there for that game, saw it live, and it was, to me, very impressive because they were playing with this rhythm of 90 minutes plus 30 seconds.
Right, much faster.
Yeah, and Nepo finished with 95 minutes. I mean, just destroyed his opponent.
95 minutes. Do you get? I mean, I've seen these tournaments where you play a brilliancy and you get a bonus for that. You get the brilliancy prize. But if you play a game where you get more time at the end of the, do you get like an extra bonus for that too?
You get a little
for like taking your opponent out quickly.
Perhaps not a prize, but you definitely feel good about yourself.
Right.
Oh,
okay,
that was a great game.
interesting contrast as we do have these two Petrovs on the board and how they will unravel. Christian, back over to you and tell us what's happening in the other game.
I'm looking at the game between Radjabov and Ding Liren because we do have quite an intriguing opening choice by, I have to say, Radjabov. We've seen this idea with the early g3 hinting towards a Catalan, not starting with knight to f3, but an early g3. Now this opens the gates for black to potentially play the move bishop to a b4. Now obviously if you do go knight to c3, with the pawn on g3, that is not considered to be as good. The general approach at this point for white is to just simply play bishop d2, and we get either bishop to e7, black has some enterprising ways of defending this bishop, a5, c5, queen to e7, all sorts of ideas. Bishop to e7 is the main line, taking advantage that this bishop on f2 potentially is not best placed. And next probably white will go to f4, and we're going to have a very grinding game. Now instead of that, white played the move knight to d2. Now compared to this position, for example, knight to f3, bishop to b4, knight to d2, does seem to give white, at least according to modern theory, an advantage. But that is because you haven't played the move g3 yet. And in general, white is either going to develop, if you allow me to, after the move a3 and you retreat back to e7, with the move e4 or with the move e3, not necessarily with the move g3. So this is why after g3, bishop to b4, generally knight to d2 is not viewed in a very favorable lens, or at least it didn't used to be viewed in a very favorable lens. Nevertheless, nowadays, it does seem to be gaining some steam. A lot of elite level players are playing it. Magnus Carlsen is playing it. Ding, actually, with the white pieces, is playing it as well. So knight to d2, essayed by Timur Radjabov, castle, bishop to g2, knight to f3, b6, black is going to challenge the bishop on the long diagonal and try to get the break with the move c5 later on in the game. And let's see where we stand right now. b3, and I was looking through certain variations at this point. Knight to e5 was a very interesting idea as well. And I picked up this game. I think it was the game between Dubov, and Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. So these two players are nowadays working with each other. This is from 2017. They weren't working at that point. And let's see what happened in that one. Take on c4, take on c4. And white understood that, okay, the knight on d2 is not necessarily a best place. You don't want to put it on f3. That's going we're going to see the superfluous knights. We don't want to see that, right? Because they're just going to step on each other's hooves, the two knights. But now, the knight from c4, not only that it attacks and gets ready to capture the bishop pair, but also potentially hinting towards the square e3, putting a lot of pressure in the center. This idea with c takes d5, e takes d5, and maneuvering the knight via the square c4 became very, very powerful and potent. And let's see what happened in the game. He did not play the move knight to e5. He chose a different plan. He played with the move b3. Now, bishop goes to b2, rook to c1. This is the current position we have on the board right now, and it does seem like black has a couple of choices to make. One of them is to try to save the bishop, because if you start immediately with c5, then I have ideas of playing a3, which is going to force you to give away your dark square bishop, the two bishops, and potentially you're going to have to face the music on this long diagonal once the big diagonal opens up and the dark square bishop on b2 becomes a monster. So that is one of the options. The other one is to go bishop to e7, or as we are seeing right now in the game, queen to e7, trying to stop a3 like that, maybe hinting at bishop to a3, trade of the dark square bishops. Let's see how this game develops. We don't have as white this maneuver of knight to c4 anymore because the long diagonal is not open, but we do have a very interesting idea. Now, queen to e7, what I'm expecting is something along the lines of actually knight to b1. Why not? Defending the square a3, not allowing dark square bishop to be traded, but also later on potentially reshuffling this knight to c3 on a much more active square. Let's see what these players are going to play moving forward, what they have prepared, but it does seem like both of them are within their preparation. 1 hour and 54 minutes for Ding, 1 hour and 53 minutes for Timur Radjabov, and pending. This one is going to develop into a very, very complex middle game.
Thank you, Dink. Thank you, Dink. Thank you, Christian. Good morning, St. Louis. Thank you, Christian, for that explanation. I really enjoyed it all the way into the very last position. If I can return to the position where the queen is currently on the e7 square.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you said, play the move knight b1 in order to guard a3. And I was thinking, why shouldn't white be happy and play a3 right away? Because if you take twice...
What if I take?
Yeah, you take twice, we trade bishops,
Yes.
but doesn't the white rook end up on the 7th rank, and isn't that a good thing?
But how good is the rook on the 7th rank?
I was told it's good.
I understand. Okay, so
I mean,
you take...
my coaches are world class.
Yeah, sir, I know your coaches personally. I know they're world class, but what do you do next? How do you improve the position? That is the
Queen
question,
A1.
right?
I mean, I got my.
So you do want to play on the A file, but
Yes.
where are you going?
Queen A1.
Queen A1, rook A8, maybe.
Well, first of all, Queen A1, it seems
Oh,
like rook
sorry.
A8.
Then I have to go Queen C2.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying that I have anything
Okay,
great.
let's go rook C8 and C5.
It does feel like white is the only one that could be better.
Absolutely. I mean,
Right.
white in this position, definitely we're still within the throes of not necessarily theory, but early middle game. So definitely
Right.
white should probably have a slight edge.
I like this.
Okay,
I like
This is
this
an
for white.
option.
It
an
occurred to
option.
me that you played the move knight b1
Yeah.
to play a3 or to stop bishop a3, and I was
And
thinking to myself, well,
in-
let's encourage him.
In fact, there have been some games in this one. One of them is Lequang versus Inarkia from 2019. C takes
big
d5
names.
seems to be one move. Yeah, that's the only big name actually. And Anderson Wolf. 1980, you should probably know that game, Yasser. Against Sunya Neto Jamie.
From
Jaime.
Brazil, Jaime.
Oh my God.
I don't know, Jamie looks like a natural pronunciation to me.
Sunya
C takes d5
Nieto,
is
the
one.
famous Brazilian grand. What's
They hate me in Brazil.
The legend.
E3 is probably a good move as well. Try to go Queen E2, Rook D1. Let's see what Radjabov chooses at this point.
Wonderful. Let's jump quickly then also to the game between Fabi and Richard. Because we were looking at the Petrovs, we just saw the Ding-Liren game. And this looks like Swiss cheese. What's going on?
I can explain this one.
Please.
Let's go back a little bit to the beginning. So Richard is playing this E6 style of
Second
Sicilian.
time.
Second time. And if you remember their match in Bucharest,
Okay.
Fabiano Caruana versus Richard Rapport, they played this 4-knight Sicilian, where black goes knight c6, knight c3, and
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Knight C. Oh,
No.
sorry.
What?
Oh, just you mean with E6?
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. With knight C6, knight C3, knight C6, knight F6. Pardon me.
yeah. And they went knight takes c6, b takes c6, e5, etc., etc.
Right.
Now, it was clear to me from round one that Richard is not playing 4 knights in this tournament because it's more precise to get to that same position by playing the move knight f6 first.
Help me out.
Knight f6 here,
Okay.
knight c3,
Yes.
and only then knight c6.
Okay.
If you want to reach the 4-knight Sicilian, this is a more precise move order to do so.
Exactly.
So I knew that he wasn't going to play that based on the move order of round one, because in round one, he allows knight c6, bishop f4,
Got you.
which is a different variation, and it doesn't allow 4-knight Sicilian for starters. So I knew that he was going into some Taimanov Sicilian. I didn't know which one. Now he goes knight c3 and chooses a6 over queen
And
c7.
doesn't play knight F6.
Doesn't play knight f6. He plays a6, which is an old line. It fell out of grace for quite a while.
I don't know why.
Knight takes c6 was supposed to be somewhat troublesome in this particular variation.
And then they would play, for
They play
example,
this bishop d3, etc., etc.
D5,
Yeah.
and it was like everybody went here, and they went for these B3 approaches.
Bishop b2, right?
But I wasn't sure that.
I wasn't sure either, but I specifically with the queen on c7 instead of the pawn on a6.
Yep.
Black had a couple of more, let's say, resources. First of all, the pawn on a6 actually blocks my own bishop from going many times to a6.
True that, yeah.
And the queen on c7 stops e5 for like quite a while.
Exactly.
So those variations were supposed to be a little bit inferior compared to the queen c7 lines, and that's why people were playing queen c7 first.
Okay.
But a6, Fabi goes g4, which at this moment has become the main line now against Queen C7. For bouts of popularity, Queen C7.
So Queen C7, very popular line, has now been met most often by the move G2, G4, which is a stab in the dark. I mean, there is no knight on F6 yet.
The idea is that you will have to play the knight somewhere. And either you reroute it through E7, which loses the tempo technically, because you have to play it to G6 again.
Right.
Or you go to F6, but now you really, really don't want to, because this pawn on G4 is just going to push you away.
No question about it.
But instead of the position that we have on the board with the move A6, some things do change, because now suddenly, because the queen is on D8, this control over the D8 H4 diagonal, it might be important.
Yeah, especially since you played G4.
Because you play the move G4, right.
Right.
So very quickly we have the moves knight G7. Actually, Fabi thought for quite a while before he played G4, might have been surprised by the move A6. I'm sure he expected Queen C7 the way I did. G4 was played anyway, knight G7, and bishop E3, B5. We're going into something quite new. I mean, I love seeing this. I love seeing Sicilians that are not theoretical Sicilians.
This is not new at all, Alejandro. This is again Anderson Wolf in the 2000s with the black pieces, the year 2000 against Hansen Suneberg. Interesting game that was. They're following exactly what they played in that one. Bishop to E3, B5 is on the board. In that game, he played the move knight to B3. And after knight to B3, the problem with this move, bishop to B7, knight to A5 later on is going to come in the position. And it does seem like...
What?
Knight to C5, I think... Okay, excuse me, not bishop to B7. Knight to A5 first was played.
Yeah.
Knight to A5 first.
You're inviting knight C5 after bishop E7.
That is true. Bishop to B7, knight to C5, that would be problematic. So you have to make an empty square for that bishop on C6 first. That's why he played knight to A5. Makes a lot of sense. Not only that, but also you're hinting towards getting to C4.
Right.
And it was Suneberg that actually made a mistake quite early on in that game. This is how they played. Knight to C6, I think it was, and now bishop to G2 was a big mistake, allowing the knight to come to C4, which gave black the initiative. Bishop had to drop back to C1, then bishop came on B7, and black just had a very easy game. Quite an intriguing opening from these two players, and I was looking through the database. After A6, you see 1,800 games with the move bishop to E2. 1,400 games with the move knight takes C6. You go all the way to the bottom of the line, and you see G4 in last position with only 8 games.
Wow.
G4, knight to E7. This was the main line back then. We see a game, I would assume, Piscopo versus Fedorchuk from 2019. And a couple of games from the 2000s, Kuznetsov versus Bocharov, and this game between Hansen and Anderson Wolf.
So there's 3 games total.
3 games total at this point. Yeah, it's not known.
It's
new. And that's why Fabiano fought for so long.
It's just basically new. I mean,
slim.
I'm sure that at this point it really doesn't matter what the other games are. Richard will run this through an engine and figure out what it says. A fascinating struggle here. I really liked everything about this opening.
I like the start to this game.
I like the start to this game.
Both of these players, well, I mean, they're
but Richie plays fast.
The result.
So he probably knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I think Richie knows where he is, but I think Fabio has no idea.
Yes.
How is that possible? The number. I mean, Fabi, for many years, I've always associated him as the number 2 player in the world. How can you surprise somebody of Fabi's experience this early?
I think it's a combination of things.
Please.
First of all, the Taimanov Sicilian is currently a seriously debated opening, not perhaps at the very, very elite level, but at the 27, 26, 50 level. You see plenty of people playing Taimanov.
They respect it. Yeah.
Very respectable opening.
You're right.
But most people are playing it with Queen C7. I think everybody's playing this fine
Okay,
with
so
Queen
this
C7.
is a sideline with the early A6.
With the early A6, and I have the feeling that Fabi wanted to play G4 against Queen C7, so he went...
So it was like he had a pre-move in his mind, and he couldn't get off the track.
And now what is probably going through his mind is, what is the difference?
Yes, precisely. He's trying to weigh what's the difference between Queen C7. When we're seeing it, A6 allows the early B5.
It does allow the early A5. On the other hand, am I scared of this, right? What if I just continue my play on the king side? And I think that's where we're going to go. We're going to see the difference of styles, right? Fabi is a very complete player. He always likes playing the position more than style. He says, okay, this position demands this from
response,
this response, and he'll go for it. So I'm very curious on how he's going to approach this. It's rare for Richard to out-prepare somebody, and he's done it. I like that.
Right.
I love the fact that he's bringing in new, not afraid to play openings that perhaps at some point were considered dubious. As far as I was remembering, the move A6 is not considered to be great at the theoretical level right now.
Well, G4 is a kind of a funny way of refuting it. I just wanted to ask you this point, though, Alejandro, that in this position after B5, I saw in that game that was cited by Cristian that white is removing the knight, so you can't trade. I don't know if it's a threat to capture on D4 or not, but white voluntarily moved it. Now you played the move G4, maybe you played the move G4 to play G5, maybe you played the move G4 so you could just develop your bishop and getting ready to castle and go F4 and what have you. Is black's idea to capture on D4, and is that why the move knight B3 was
It is indeed. It is indeed. And not only that, but actually after bishop G2, knight takes D4, black seems to have a decent advantage.
already?
Yes.
I wouldn't really put any trust on whatever the engine says at the moment.
But then again, where do you put the queen?
Yeah.
Is the question. If you go to D2, I go knight to E5.
And then the pawn on the pawn on G4 as well as the square on C4.
So what the computer is recommending is already queen to B6 after knight to C6, and I don't think you want to see those type of endgames as white.
Well, especially if I haven't coaxed queen C7 out of
right.
you.
It feels like I'm down a tempo.
I kind of I feel like I threw a tempo overboard.
And I'd rather have my pawn on G3.
And then in that case, I might also rather have my pawn on G5, right? So if I'm going to do this and keep my bishop on F1, trade, you can go knight C6. And again, I'm not sure I want this ending. I don't really see any advantage there.
I know I don't want it.
You're not happy at all. But okay, how about in that case, the queen drops back?
I'm not 100% sure you want to go bishop to B7 though, do you? Oh, sorry, knight takes D4 first. Why not bishop to B7? I still feel like I have some useful moves, right?
So
G5,
I start with
bishop B7.
And the move bishop B7.
Why not?
All right, I'll give you the tempo. I just want to see where we're going. Queen D2 anyway.
Queen D2, I'll take on D4.
Yeah.
You're a nice person. I wouldn't have given him that.
That's
tempo.
very nice of you. Thank you.
I know.
Go
I
knight
assume
C6.
it's knight C6.
Sure, why not?
Now
Even though without the bishop on G2 already, I can start thinking about moves such as D5.
D5?
Not right now, after queen takes D4. So you take on D4, queen takes D4, and D5.
That
bishop B7.
Not just begging.
Yeah, of course.
No way.
Alejandro sharpening the knife over here.
What knife?
He's getting
what
out
knife
the
are we
oil
talking
and the
about?
stone, and he thinks he's doing really good. I'm not sure.
I might not be, right?
But you might not be.
I might not be. You might be able to take,
right.
You might be right. You might be able to take on E4, and it looks high suicidal, but you do get good squares on F5. You get
F5.
Well, I understand. You go queen E5, but I do have bishop queen to B8. Where is that queen going? In the
Queen.
end? So if you go queen to E5,
I am
try to
so
avoid.
close of knight takes B5 working, by the way. It's like not worked for the past couple of moves, and I keep trying to make it work.
I know.
Oh, you mean
I know.
like right here?
Like right here,
now.
right? But it just doesn't work. Takes on bishop C6 and knight in
Or
C.
knight C6.
Well, knight C6 might invite queen E4.
Queen where?
E4.
Queen takes E4. I mean,
Queen C7?
Yeah.
I'm down a piece, but you haven't developed, right?
Right,
Yeah.
you're still a few moves away from castling short.
Very fascinating.
Fascinating. We'll keep an eye. Again, these results are so huge. And let's talk about this for a second. Okay, we opened our show, what seems like a week ago already. Round one, day one, we said, what's the winning score?
+3?
Plus
3. That's 8.5 points.
I forgot how long this tournament is.
You're 8.5 points.
That's a lot of points.
Dinglerin has 1.5.
That's not a lot of points.
He needs 7 more in the remaining games.
That's a lot of points.
7 out of
one
10?
guy, Nepo, needs
4.5.
5.5.
He needs 5.5, yeah.
Yeah, to get to 8. So if we're 8.5, if we're saying 8.5 is a winning score, potentially 9 might be required, but if 8.5 is the winning score, this is why this game between Fabi and Richard could be so vital to getting to that 8.5/9 winning score. Dinglerin, Alireza, Timur, all at 1.5. They're languishing. Fabi could grab a point from one of his near rivals, push that guy down, and get himself closer to the 8.5 mark. It would be fabulous. And with round 4 underway, I just got in the history books, got to ask you, what happened to Jan's winning chances by winning round 4? Take a guess, Alejandro.
Unfortunately, I know the answers.
Oh, you do? I get out of here. Okay.
But yeah.
It doubled. It nearly doubled.
It nearly doubled. It really was a huge game for him. I was a bit surprised about how much Fabi lost. I guess this is very relevant that Nepo won.
Yes.
No, it doesn't include just your own results. I mean,
right.
Nepo winning does actually reduce everybody else's chances. Because Fabi did draw with black against the #1 rated player.
Yeah.
But despite that, the fact that Nepo won just took away pretty much everybody's percentage chances.
And the remarkable thing is, right now, according to our models, that Nepo and Fabi, between the two of them, they are the likely challenger at this point.
At this point, it is really hard to say that anybody else would be. I feel, honestly, that if I had to say who is underrepresented by this number,
Yep.
it would be Hikaru. I feel 7% is...
What a victory by Hikaru today could do is...
Could do for his chances, right?
Yeah.
I feel
but also that he
7% is a
played
little
3
low.
blacks.
Yeah,
That's quite important.
And I think so. This takes that into consideration. It
Right.
also takes in consideration his rating, which is not that high compared to the other candidates. But I feel that he's more than that, the intangibles, right? Hikaru's been playing very well.
Yes, he
He's
has.
been finding amazing resources. The way that he saved the game against Alireza was a
calculated his way.
It was a thing of brilliance.
Right.
Absolute brilliance. I mean, he played the way that he's neutralized Rapport.
Yeah.
Very nice. The way that he ground down Timur.
Oh, that was unbelievable.
That was great. And it felt that
The
he lost to
determination.
Fabi out of one mistake. Castling short where he shouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean, if he plays King D7, we think that his chances are
Fine.
fine, all 3 results.
All 3 results.
What did you think of those odds, Christian?
Well, the same idea that Alejandro was mentioning. I'm definitely looking at Hikaru, and I don't see him at only 7%, especially with Richie sitting at 7.4. I feel Hikaru, by playing 3 blacks already, and okay, he had an accident in round #1, but that was, again, round #1. He hasn't played this type of elite competition in classical chess for a very long time. He played in the Grand Prix, but at that tournament, there were like 27, 27-20, 27-30 at the maximum level. Unfortunately for Hikaru, he didn't have a lot of experience for the past couple of years against this elite level competition. So the first round is difficult, always prone to accidents. But after that, he bounced back immediately. And right now I'm seeing him, to be honest, as one of the favorites if Jan Nepomniachtchi doesn't run away with the event. And that is precisely why this game is so crucial for the standings.
All right, well, let's jump back to the game between Hikaru and Jan, because I'm looking at this position and I'm feeling like a flashback to the 90s. I mean, like, where's a disco fever? What's going on here? I'm pretty sure I analyzed this position. When we left it, we saw the move knight c3, bishop f5, and this was right out of my notebook. I could go to my study and see this move, rook a2. And it's remarkable, I forgot everything. But with the help of modern engines, is this the rage, Christian? Are these the main lines today?
It doesn't seem like it. So the way I'm seeing the position right now, and the database is telling me that some of the biggest names played this a long, long time ago. 2007 is Alexeyev versus Kramnik. I don't see a lot of recent games at the elite level. So this is definitely not what the elite level players are playing. Nevertheless,
I remember this game.
But let's think about, once again, you were talking about the intangibles, Alejandro, and Jan Nepomniachtchi has a lot of residual preparation from the World Championship match. And we know that he prepared the Petrov, so this is exactly what he's showing right now. He's not just shooting blanks, he knows exactly where he's going. Now, another thing about intangibles, and I think he's a bit overrepresented in that graphic and those odds, Jan Nepomniachtchi, that is, I think he was like something along the lines of 46%. 42%, I think that's too high. Taking into account that in general, he has a weaker second half of the event. So he usually starts blazing hot, and we know that. Jan Nepomniachtchi, in almost every single event, he starts off very, very well, wins a couple of games. But once he loses some energy, once he reaches that tipping point at the midpoint of the event, especially in a 14-round event, let's have a look and see how he's going to deal with that pressure, that additional energetical pressure. So this is exactly what I'm seeing, and I'm waiting to see how he's going to react to that. His history and his historical records doesn't show that he has a very good reaction.
Thank you, Christian. Going back to the Hikaru Nepo game,
which I have on my board. Yeah.
Unless memory does not serve me right, and we have Christian with the database, but isn't this Hikaru versus VAR Kobe here at the St. Louis Chess Club of 2016
it is.
Championship?
It is.
Yeah. Was that the confession one too, where Sam Shanklin went into the confession booth and said, "Damn it, Hikaru's playing my idea."
My idea, right? I think that's what it was. Yeah.
That was great. It was like, what? And it was like, Hikaru goes to the confession and says, "Yeah, I was watching Sam's game the other day." That was pretty funny, actually. And what happened?
Hikaru won. Hikaru won.
Well, thanks for the spoiler, yeah?
I know VAR is in the truck. He's reminiscing. Yeah, that was a difficult one for VAR. Nevertheless, it does seem like Hikaru got the better out of the opening battle as well. So we got into this position.
Yeah, how did it go?
He sacrificed the pawn like this, but for tremendous compensation. Rook to e2, and now you have to deal with all of your pieces being in very different places of the board. Yeah, this knight not doing anything on this side, the bishop on f5 not really connected to anything. It does seem like white has a lot of threats. Knight to c4, knight to f7, a lot of pressure on the e file, and it does seem like that gives enough compensation. Bishop to e4, queen to b1, and now we start seeing this tremendous attack. This knight on a5, unfortunately, wasn't played for the remaining of the game, and it does seem like that gave white the advantage. Quite an interesting game. It's definitely Hikaru who's reliving those moments right now, trying to remember, hey, what did I analyze in 2016 when I prepared against VAR? And what did I analyze after the game, right? Because this is generally what I think he's most likely thinking about right now. I analyzed it with an engine. What was the engine saying at that point after the game? What were the better moves for black? What were the better responses for white? Let's see where this game takes us.
Oh, thank you, Christian.
Thank you, Christian. I had one of my worst blitz outings ever. It was crazy. At Tkachev? Tkachev?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he really likes to play super fast games. So we were playing like 2-minute chess, not 3-minute, but 2-minute chess. We were playing, and you can rush and play a lot of 2-minute chess. So I was playing, Seirawan Petrosian, he said. All right, I played this with Petrosian. Next game, Spassky Seirawan. The guy knew all my games and was reciting and remembering them. And we were just struggling to remember Hikaru versus VAR, which was a really great game for the U.S. Championship, right? And like this guy was remembering every one of my games. Have you ever had that experience where like somebody had studied your games inside and out?
Yeah,
they
of course.
Knew
you? I remember I was having dinner with Vasily Ivanchuk and a couple of other friends. In Mexico, in Morelia. He was playing the Master Magistral.
Linares
Morelia.
Yeah.
And I was playing in the Open. We went to have dinner.
Yeah.
And in the middle of dinner, he simply looks at me. He's like, in move 25, in your game against Rustem Kasimdzhanov from the World championship of 2004, and that was 4 years before this dinner happened.
And you're still thinking...
I'm still thinking, what is he talking about?
Yeah. Rustam, I remember playing Rustam.
I remember. I was like, the very memorable game for me, of course, the World Championship. And he's like, why did you play blah, 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 instead of blah, 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 blah? I was like...
Dude. I'm trying to eat my dinner.
I'm trying to order, man.
At the same time, you're thinking, why is he studying my game?
Why is he studying my games, and how does he know it so well? And it's not like he was prepared to go to dinner and talk to me. We just kind of randomly
That was
met.
accidental.
It was an accidental dinner.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
That's scary, right?
It's very scary. Shout out to Vasil. I mean, what a chess genius.
I know.
And you can kind of see why.
Okay, so Rook A2, no updates from the game between Hikaru. Once again, let's just go around the horn. We're going to check in with Firouzja versus Duda. We left it, again, this was also one of our Petrov defenses. Sure looks like Black is having a simple time of things, right?
Isn't this is similar to the Fabi Mamedyarov game, right?
Right,
of Bucharest.
Where the crazy move 97 A6 came. Okay, that looks fairly balanced. I kind of like white. White feels like there's more activity.
A little harmonious, right?
Yeah, but just more activity in general, like the queens compare. Yeah. The knights, again, put the knight on E6 and they're more or less matching. The rook is a little bit ahead of its colleagues, so just small.
Small. What ends up happening in this structure is White has a couple of moves to improve his position to a point where Black gets dangerous.
Right.
What that improvement means, that's a lot of choices. You can go B3, C4, you can go H4, H5, you can go knight E5.
Right.
You can just double on the E file. I mean, there's a million ways to improve your position, but one of them is what you have to choose and see how much danger you can put Black in. I think Fabi went for something like a very quick knight E5 and eventually forced a weakness on the... Against Shak, yeah.
Yep.
And eventually forced a weakness. It's not the exact position, the knights are in different situations, but it is more or less what the idea is in this position. It's slow, it's a little maneuvering, not a lot of chances for Black, but as happens very often in the candidates, Black is very happy with the draw.
Resilient. Yep. All right. Once again, we continue. Dingler in. Where are you, Dingler in? You're the #1 seed. You have lost a game. You have drawn 3 games. You've had white multiple times, and you're playing one of the lower rated players in the event. Can you right the ship? Is it too late?
No, not at all. It's a very long tournament.
Yeah.
People get tired.
It's hand in cheek, tongue in cheek, but it is getting.
It is. The pressure piles.
Late days early, or something along those lines.
It's
getting, even though it's still early, it's getting late.
You start to wonder, if you look at the big picture of Dingleren's road ahead, and you start wondering, where am I going to pick up points? Am I really going to show up with the black pieces against Fabi and be like, this is the game I'm going to win?
That's it.
How do you imagine that, right?
Right.
So, from his path ahead, he needs to be realistic about where he is going to get
his 8.5, 9
points in this tournament. Now, it's not going to be today either. I mean, he's playing against Timur, who's probably the most solid player in the tournament, especially with the white pieces. And today, he's probably very close to equalizing. And
I think this is what he wants.
And that's probably
the
what
problem.
he wants, right?
I think this is what he wants. I don't think he's looking for a fight. We've seen that in his game against Nepomniachtchi yesterday as well. He doesn't really want to fight right now. And I was looking at Timur, and we were discussing ratings at the beginning of the show. Timur is down to 27-37 right now in the live rating list. That almost kicks him out of the top 20.
Wow.
So he's definitely not having a fantastic event, a fantastic year. He just wants to stop the bleeding right now. And as we can see, after 4 rounds, 27-34.
Yeah, this is compounded with Norway, right? Don't think that he lost 16 points in the last couple of days.
That's also Norway.
Yeah, that's no... by the way, Dinglerin played the move C7, C5, Christian.
Yes.
A move that you kind of advised against because you were suggesting that A2, A3 could leave black in an awkward situation.
Sure. I mean, A2, A3 is most likely going to come on the board. And of course, C5 is not the only move. Now, I was trying to kind of understand the plans for each side. C takes d5 was another one, and put the knight on e5, and we've seen this idea of creating the tension on the long diagonal and potentially giving the knight on d2 an extra square on c4. This is one way to play, and actually in this position, this particular case, black immediately, now that the rook is on c8 and you have control over the c file, immediately responds with the move c6. This takes away the c4 square from the knight because it closes diagonal. Bishop on b7 is no longer en prise after this one opens up. Knight to c4 is not an option, and this is when we start seeing those type of maneuvers, knight to b1, knight to c3, reshuffling the knight and just basically trying to get a different position, different structure after the move e4 potentially later on in the future. But Ding decides to start immediately with the move c5. Now, recommendable, to be honest, I was thinking, why not improve my position to the maximum first and then go for c5? So why not go with the move rook f d8? This is a very natural move. Gives white another tempo. Nevertheless, white doesn't have hinting with a move e3 that probably the next move is going to be queen to e2. And then you can start thinking about ideas such as c5. And by the way, c5 right now is the main line. Not a lot of games. Like Kwang versus Inarkiev from 2019 seems to be. And Anderson Wolf, the game. We're seeing Anderson Wolf in every single reiteration of his past games, it seems like today. This is one of them. Another one, by the way, c5 is was played. We're expecting a lot of trades. Now a3 is another idea, but I'm going to take here, you're going to take, and then probably I'm going to take on d4. This is what it seems to be. And I'm taking advantage of the fact that you just played a3. You can, but probably not a great idea to take with the bishop on d4. The pawn on a3 is hanging. I'm probably not going to take it because rook to a1. And now with the dark square, long diagonal open, potentially the rook coming to a7 is going to be problematic. But what I do have in store for you is perhaps this move e5.
I'll go back to b2.
Go back to b2, and now knight to c5 or even bishop to a6. But let's try with knight to c5. I'm going to propose this opening of the long diagonal and try to take advantage of your weak squares.
Gotcha.
And this is why I wanted to start with rook to d8, just to take even more control of the weak squares. Hint at potentially landing a knight on d3, and if you do go with the queen on e2, now I have this extra option of landing this bishop on a6 and creating that pin potentially.
We do have.
Let's see what's c takes d5. C takes d5.
Takes d5 was played in the game, Christian. And does that follow
no, not
games
really.
from your database?
No. This is a new move. In fact, I don't see any games after no, never mind. c5. Yeah, I don't see any games. So c takes d5 right now. Perhaps we are in novel territory, but what if I just simply take with the bishop? How do you improve your position?
I assume the idea was to play knight to c4 and
knight to c4, but
assumed.
Where is that knight going?
I have no idea. I just didn't like it on d2.
Right. But now I go b5, and it seems like you have to drop back on d2.
Oh no!
If you go to e5, the knight takes e5, and once again, this trade-off of the light square bishops is going to weaken your king tremendously, right?
Well,
do you want to take with the,
no, I
with
wanted
the
to take. I wanted to play knight takes e5.
And by the way, bishop d5 is on the board.
Yeah.
No, but what is it you wanted to play?
In that final, okay, I went knight c4. You went b5. I went knight e5. We'll trade on e5. You'll trade on g2. Mm-hmm. I'll trade, and my next move, I hope, is to go queen f3.
I'll take everything.
You'll just take everything.
It doesn't feel very dangerous.
Yeah,
for black,
no,
right?
it's not.
I was
very
trying to get knight to c6, like give the knight on c6 would be a power.
It's not very dangerous, and I can even be smarter and play the move c4.
Well, don't be smarter.
Look,
actually, c4 is very dangerous for black.
That's weird. Okay, intriguing. By the way, I think you're just giving us a fascinating insights, Christian. Thank you on that. For these explanations where how the database, how theory has marched and makes these little differences and c4
but again,
takes c5.
This is what I'm seeing right now from Timur, and this is just a prediction. I don't think he's playing for an advantage. I don't think he's seeking an advantage. I think he's seeking to kill the game. C takes d5, this is what I'm seeing from him. Not going for a3 and trying to get the two bishops. taking on d5, looking for exchanges, looking to simplify the position. And we talk a lot about tiredness, right? But it's maybe not even necessarily physical tiredness as much as mental tiredness for Ding Liren specifically. When he's trailing by so many points, he knows that he has to reach all the way to like +3, +4 to have a chance.
Right.
And as the games go on, sure, he will have more chances later on, but how many more chances? Right? And this is what I think is going to start piling up on his shoulders, the mental tiredness of being behind the leaders. And if the leaders keep piling up on points, and that's going to make it even more and more difficult for Ding Liren. He's going to take more risks, and that's going to expose him as well.
Well,
Thank you
Cristian.
again. Yes, absolutely. Wow.
Well, join our conversation here with us.
Social media.
We do this for you, so join us with our comments and questions. We're on all kinds of social media. We're on Twitch, we're on YouTube. We are on Twitter at St. Louis Chess Club, so you can definitely join the fray. We love all these questions. They really keep our conversation going. From an anonymous viewer,
Yeah.
if you're playing this candidates tournament, what would be your strategy? Ooh.
You know, again, my goal, I'm thinking I've got this opportunity to become challenger to the world champion. My strategy would be that I'm going to prepare my heart and soul and to try my utmost to catch specific opponents in specific types of nets, right? Like, and I'm thinking that even though I'm playing a great talent like Fabi, I think that these open Sicilians, the late middle games, like what he showed against Duda, what he showed against Anish and the former candidates, not impressed me. So I would look at that as a way. A guy like Richie Rapport, I'm thinking that he especially seems very vulnerable in the opening. That if I'm not catching Richie in the opening, then I'm not really, I want to shut it down. So it really depends. My strategy would have been to work really, really hard prior to the candidates and to bring everything I can, all my energy, put it all in.
I agree with you. I think that there has to be a certain importance to preparation based on style.
Yes.
Which positions does your opponent not like? Which positions do they like? And grandmasters do this all the time. I mean, you look at many players and you think, okay, they really don't like close structures. And when we say they don't like it, we don't mean that they can play worse than a 2650. I mean, compared to the other elite players, they might not look as comfortable in certain structures compared to others. So I think that this specific preparation needs to be done, and this requires tons of work. It requires studying so many different games of so many of different opponents and trying to figure out where they feel the least comfortable over the board. And I think that it's something that people are trying to do in this tournament. I like the way that Richard is approaching a lot of these games. I know that Fabi is a player that instead of having this kind of approach, he likes to have a novelty basically in every game.
Right.
He's really proven it, the way that he played against Ding Liren, the way he played against Hikaru.
Sacrifice,
Yeah, he is just a very uncompromising player when it comes to the opening. So he has a different approach, right? Doesn't matter who sits in front of you, I'm going to play my novelty and my ideas. So it does vary per player. And I think when you look down the list, all of these players are very different. They come from different chess backgrounds, they go from different chess dedication, they think of chess differently, and you can see it in their games. So I like what you pointed out, that you can catch people in positions that they're not so familiar with, and if you don't get them, then it's okay, you'll have other tries.
And Cristian, weigh in. Would you take a particular strategy yourself if this was your event to win and become challenger? How would you approach it?
I mean, it depends who I am, what my name is. Is my name
You're
Dingli
the
Red?
Cristian Chirila. Let's be clear.
Also, I've never even touched 2,700. I never even touched 2,600. So I don't know how these guys feel, right? But I can make the comparison between each player. If you are Jan Nepomniachtchi, you want to start as fast as possible. This is exactly what you're looking for. You want to pile up the points early on in the tournament. If you are Ding and start with a loss, well, unfortunately, you're out of luck. You need to get yourself out of the grave right now because you're not looking good. Fabiano Caruana does like, as Alejandro was mentioning, to surprise first. He likes to make his opening preparation felt against his opponents. We knew going into this event, and I've interviewed Richie Rapport in Bucharest as well, and I was asking him, how are you preparing for this tournament? You've been playing so much up to that point, and that was in May. He played Bucharest. He was supposed to play Norway. He canceled that in the last moment. I think he got a little bit of support, and he was able to prepare a little bit more and for a longer times with some seconds, as we see right now with Lubomir Lubojevic. But we knew that he's going to be bringing uncompromising openings and uncompromising approaches, because you cannot build a stable repertoire, a Petrov, a Berlin-style repertoire in just a matter of weeks, right? You need experience with that. You need to play it over and over with your seconds as well to try to understand the positions. We've seen what happened yesterday, for example, with Ali Reza. He just didn't know. He played the Najdorf, I understand that, but unfortunately he was not aware of nuances of the position, and we can see right there Richie Rapport. I felt him a bit tired, I have to say, in Warsaw, so I was a bit worried about him playing Norway as well coming into the candidates. I didn't think that he's going to have enough energy, and it seems like that was his mentality as well. He said, okay, look, I need to take a break. I need to take a break. I need to recalibrate, re-energize, and try to find some ideas. And we're seeing them right now pan out in front of our eyes. This move A6, quite uncompromising. And I've been looking at the game. They were actually following that game of Hansen versus Wolf, versus Anderson Wolf up to this point. Knight to b3 was played by Fabiano, getting away from all this knight takes d4, which indeed was quite dangerous. I was looking in almost every single version with the bishop on g2, with the queen to d2. That was just too nice of you, Alejandro, to just give me an extra tempo. That was actually very, very bad for black. Knight to b3, knight to a5. This was played, and finally we see the first novelty of the game after a pretty significant think. Fabiano decides to go queen to d2, not bishop to g2, of course, because that allows knight to c4. That was the mistake that Wolf Anderson made. Queen to d2 was played, and right now we have this position waiting for black to play the move bishop to b7. Now, bishop to b7 most likely is going to be met by knight to c5. Knight to c5, now with the knight on a5, I still have this extra square on c6. And I'm looking at the position, and I'm trying moves right now. It does seem like a4 is the best move according to the engine. But one move that immediately drew my attention was the move b4, in fact.
Wow.
Why not target the knight? And it seems like knight to c4, in fact, after bishop is quite dangerous. Bishop takes c4, b takes c4, and a3 stabilize the position as it is. And it doesn't feel like this pawn on c4 is very stable, because if you do play the move at d5, that opens up the question and the possibility for other strategical threats. For example, d5, take, stabilize the bishop on d4, go long castle, put a lot of pressure on the pawn d5. Very, very intriguing position, I have to say. Queen to d2 right now, Richie is taking a pretty long thing as well. 1 hour and 38 minutes, 1 hour and 25 minutes for Fabiano. And the next few moves are crucial, because bishop to b7, it does seem like what else but knight to c5. You could go bishop to g2, by the way, is out of question once again, especially after you put the queen on d2, because knight to c4 comes with a big tempo. Now, what about castle, right?
Right.
Castle, it seems like take, and now maybe once again d5 or b4 first and then d5, taking advantage. First of all, b4 and then maybe e4 is hanging. Yeah. It's not over, even after I take on e4, right? You're still underdeveloped. Sure. This knight on e7 has to move to make space for the bishop, and then you're 3 moves away from castle, right? So you're still in some danger. Let's see where this takes us, but this one is really going to be explosive. I have a feeling that after bishop b7, knight to c5, we're going to see a lot of excitement on the board.
Fascinating. Thank you, Christian. And we have a social media question?
I believe so. We have from Twitter user Non-Magician.
Non-magician. Let's clarify.
What are the win, draw, loss percentages above and below the analysis board? If they're estimates for the shown game, how are they made and why are they not opposites for players? For example, and here it is, as our producers are helping us out.
You ask, we
have an answer. If pieces captured are shown at the top, okay, that's kind of
that's
clear.
Cool.
I like that. Time remaining,
got
easy
that
enough.
Part.
Time per move, I assume, is the next one. Yeah, thinking time on this move.
Very
Very
good. You got that.
I like this. And win, draw, loss percentages.
Based on the positions, based on the computer's models.
I have no idea. That's a lot of, but I just don't know where the percentages come from.
Right, breaking that down. Still impressive. I wanted to just get in a quick shot as we prepare for our break.
We probably
with Ali Reza for when we left it. I really liked the approach that White took in this game. He just played the move bishop d2, knight c7. It all looks really, really fine. And strategically, I stop these moments and say, what am I trying to achieve? And for me, I always look at the pawn breaks because that's the way you open up the lines. So White's pawn break is basically c4. And one of the things I'm really drawn to is this idea that my knight on g3 desperately wants to go to f5. Desperately. Problem is all that will do is result in a trade. So I'd love to get rid of this knight on d6, and I really liked White's approach, which was to play b3, rook e8, c4, getting in that pawn break, getting in that pawn tension, but at the same time prepping the move c4, c5 to essentially push the knight out of the way. And after the move bishop f6, we're up to date with the players. Sorry?
Yasser, this seems like atrocious preparation by Alireza Firouzja.
Atrocious preparation?
Atrocious preparation. I mean,
what happened?
Because he's down to an hour and 11 minutes.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
He's playing
50 minutes.
50 minutes to get to this position. He's playing Jan Krzysztof Duda, and there's only been one game in this position played before. World Cup of 2021, Sochi. Idani, grandmaster from Iran, is playing Jan Krzysztof Duda.
So Duda's played this position before.
Why?
I know this, and
why are we thinking?
This exact position.
This exact position was
Duda
reached.
has achieved as black.
As black. Exactly this
and
position.
Firouzja's spent 50 minutes
to get here.
Okay, that's
not good.
That's not
that's
good
not
at
good.
all.
Not at all, right? I mean, Duda's sitting.
Really bad.
Duda must be sitting there, confused.
Like
what am I missing?
Right.
He won that game, by the way.
With black?
With black. Qualified him to the next stage of the World Cup, a tournament that he won.
Right.
So you might want
after knocking
out Magnus Carlsen. You might want to study that tournament when you're preparing for the candidates, right?
It might be important.
Isn't this incredibly confusing?
Yes, totally. And now that you've mentioned it, how did that game continue?
That game continued bishop a5. I'm not really sure that move was the most pressing. Yeah, he wanted to create a weakness on c6. It probably ended up bouncing back. It wasn't like the best move.
So he could have started with c5, presumably forcing rook takes, and forcing the knight to go back, right?
Sorry. I think the line goes knight e4 if you want to do that.
Like right now.
Yeah.
Sacking a pawn.
You kind of sack a pawn.
For great comp?
Yeah, it's good enough comp, I think. You actually take twice, and then you go knight e6 at the end. And yes, you're up a pawn, but...
Yes. I'm still reeling in joy.
Yeah, but you're going to have to defend it forever.
So your point is you're actually threatening knight takes c5 as well. I thought bishop e3 was going to solve the issue.
But it doesn't.
It doesn't because you've got knight takes c5.
So you have to go rook d1.
This is the...
the tactic.
but I hear my guardian angel saying you have to go rook d1.
You're welcome, Yasser.
Thank you very much.
really sure how
You
this-
guys are my druge, you know, drug.
Yeah.
You guys are my roofs. You're here to protect me, make me look good. I appreciate your guys' existence.
Thank you.
Right. Rook d1.
I still feel that even after queen d7, even if I cannot take the pawn, I haven't
Queen
figured
d7
out.
is probably the best one.
I haven't figured out why I cannot take the pawn. But even if I play queen d7, rook e8, or queen d7, rook d8, you're up a pawn.
But it's a long
Well, let's take a
grind.
look actually at what
Yeah.
happens after knight takes d4, right?
Oops,
I'm actually
okay.
curious. Yeah, what does happen after knight takes d4?
So knight takes d4,
I'm assuming
bishop
bishop
c3,
yeah,
exactly.
has to be, right?
And white is just going to play for a strategical advantage actually. Knight takes f3, queen takes f3. And now we can get into this endgame. Bishop takes f6. You probably have to take with a queen. If you take with a pawn, you're becoming extremely weak.
Right.
And then we get into this endgame in which it does seem like I have too many squares on the 7th rank. Right? So if the pawn would be on c7, this would be an easy draw.
Yes, you would.
But with the
c8
pawn
and
on
you kick out the rook,
c6,
yeah.
with the
Yeah.
pawn on c6, I just simply have too many squares to sit on the 7th rank with my rook. You're going to have to defend passively with rook to b8. Yeah, but then king to c1.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
this is not
not
a
what I
joy.
wanted. No, it's not what I wanted to do.
But I liked what you were saying, queen d7, and just kind of keep
Yeah.
the minus pawn, but the flag that
And you
white
know
is
that
gonna be
Duda
tied
is
up.
aware of this.
You know the Duda has to be
Because he
aware of
played
this.
it. He played it before.
I just don't. I just don't get it.
Again, I think that's my biggest fear in terms of returning to chess, is this idea that I would spend an hour or more getting into a position that my opponent says, yeah, but you know, I played this last week in the Polish Championship on the premier table, and I'm like, I didn't know that game. When you're playing Fischer 960, you're not going to get
You don't get any of those
caught,
problems. Yeah.
out. Otherwise, 50 minutes to repeat a guy's tabia? No, something's
wrong. Yeah. Well,
Alejandro, we're going to take a first commercial break for today.
Yeah, let's take our first break of the day. We'll be right back with the remaining games of round number 5.
I thought we were doing a cube boutique.
Oh, are we doing a cube? We do have a cube boutique. Oh, excuse me, Yasser. That's stuff to sell.
And this you're going to really love. Tyler, bring it over. This I
see how
think
it
is
looks.
cool.
Chess Master, parking only. Violators will get checked. Here, I'm a little worried about the lighting. Is that it's reflecting?
There we go.
There we go.
Violators will get checked.
QBoutiqueSTL.com. Come here and buy all our cool stuff. I'm stealing this one, by the way. It's mine.
That's going on with me. I got a fence with these types of things on it. Oh, it's really, really cool.
Very cool. All right,
like
guys,
it.
we'll take our break. We'll see you on the other side of it as we have every game heating up. Don't go anywhere.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. There's my boy. Look at that kid. You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitlow.com.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
everybody, we're here, round 5 of the candidates being played in Madrid, Spain. Nepomniachtchi off to an early lead with 3 out of 4. He is
separation.
Absolutely. He's currently playing against Hikaru Nakamura, which is a great and important game. They're in a fighting Petrov. We should just get right into it.
Absolutely, no question about it. And something has happened, and I'm still trying to recall as best I can, because these positions were at one time so incredibly topical, and this move bishop f8 wasn't. I don't recall it as being the key move. Anyway, after cd5, queen takes d5, 2 approaches. One would be to play c4 and to quickly play d5. The other approach, and the one I'm much more interested in, and I think that's what is going through Hikaru's mind, is he's calculating the consequences of rook b2. It's very nice. It has a dual purpose. The idea is if you can play rook b5, you can maybe wrong foot the coordination between the queen on d5 and the bishop on f5. And at the same time, there is a pawn on b7 that could become very tender. So I'm looking at rook b2, and I'm wondering if this is just still theory or not.
No, I believe the move bishop f8 has not been played before.
That's the novelty. Okay.
Actually, there are some games that have been played like that. Not just, I didn't know them. CD5 is a novelty. Queen takes d5, rook b2 is being considered. I had a question. If you do play the move rook b2, can I snatch that pawn on a3, or is that
rook
too much?
b5?
Yeah, rook b5, I still have queen a2. The line's, oh my god, bishop on f5 is just hanging.
There's 2
the
bishops.
line is over, so rook b2, I guess b6.
Yes.
Well, actually, not that bishop, right? You don't take on f5 first. You take on a3.
Yeah,
first.
you take on a3 and then you take, yeah, but
well, okay, and again, b6, the pawn wasn't immediately hanging, but okay, this was where I was heading.
Okay,
Queen d7.
Go to d7. I have no choice, really.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, I'm going to follow it up with the dynamic bishop f4, d5. How do I follow? Okay, let's go. Just something, some simple chess for the moment.
You made it sound so aggressive, the dynamic bishop
Yes!
f4.
He sold it.
I was expecting when you said that dynamic g4 or d5, and you were like, dynamic bishop f4.
And for $19.95, you can upgrade your subscription, Christian. Sorry, I didn't see the. I didn't expect queen d7. For some reason, my focus had been on queen e4.
By the way, do I have some?
Then yeah, that's different. Right?
Yeah, that's a totally
different scenario, right? But
Can
here
I play
I feel
knight
that black is.
a5? Or...
Christian.
All right, let's take that pawn. Let's take that pawn.
Take it away for us. First of all, tell us what the theoretically approved, sanctioned move after bishop f8 is, and is it c4?
It's actually the dynamic bishop f4 after bishop to f8.
Ah.
This is the main line. Only 2 games have been played. Games, to be honest, that I don't recognize the names of, which probably means they are correspondence games.
Okay.
This is like 2,300 correspondence games. This is my guess right now. We don't know exactly whether that's the case or not. Now, bishop to f4 is one of the ways. Nevertheless, it does seem like the engine approves the move c takes d5, which Nakamura essayed. Rook to b2, we're going straight into the line, approved by the engine. Bishop takes a3 indeed after rook to b5, as we guys mentioned, is over. b6, rook to b5, queen to d7. By the way, bishop f4 is the best move. But it doesn't seem like white has gotten anything out of this, right? I can indeed take, and we've seen this in the game between Nakamura and VAR, right? Exactly. VAR did snatch a pawn on a3. Nevertheless, there were some problems that he had to deal with. But this is not the case in this position, because we remember the knight was actually on e5. There was a very, very powerful knight on e5 in that case. Right now, if you play knight e5, knight takes e5 is going to come on the board, simplifying the position. You don't have the setup that we've seen in that game with the rooks doubled on the e file. That was what was giving Hikaru the advantage. And let me see if I still have that game pulled up. Yes, this is still the game that we were discussing. The rooks were doing a tremendous job on the e file, and the knight was out of play in that particular case. Right now, In this position, the knight is nicely placed on c6, guarding the e5 square. I don't have any issues, and the rook seems to be a bit off on a b5. I don't feel like white has enough compensation, or at least as much compensation as that particular game that we were discussing. So I don't think we're going to see this. After rook to b2, is there another way after b6 to defend the pawn on a3? And there is. Just simply play a4.
Could I ask a question, Christian? Maybe we're barking up the wrong tree with rook b2. Maybe we can look at the more direct c4 from the starting position.
Ooh.
Let's do it.
I don't know.
No
about
hesitation.
C4. Okay.
Just
all right.
slam it down.
All right. All right.
Like you know what you're doing.
All right. I get it. I get
Okay.
it. No, but it does create some weaknesses in your position, right?
Clear.
The hanging pawns. I understand you're going to get d5, but once you get d5, I will have c6 at all times. So you have to be careful from a strategical point of view as well.
Let's go. Let's push him, baby.
Push him, baby. Yeah.
d5. Let's do it.
Yeah. d5, knight e5. This is what I'm talking about.
Knight d4.
Knight d4. I retreat. Actually, I do have some dynamic options. Knight g4.
Okay. You're threatening check, so I'll block your.
You have to block, and then I drop back. Now, why I included knight to g4 is that bishop to f4 was a bit annoying in terms of creating this pin, right, on the knight on e5.
I see.
Now with the knight on g4 out of the way, creating some problems also around your king, it does seem like it's better placed, and it does seem like this actually gives black some sort of initiative and the advantage. From an objective point of view, from a practical point of view, it's still a game for 3 results right now. Very, very complex middle game, I have to say. So c4, in the books, it could potentially become a reality. Rook to b2, that's another way, and we've seen Hikaru give up this a3 pawn b4, so he knows that he can do that. Now, what he's going through in his mind right now, he's comparing that game that he's trying to remember what happened in from 2016 and this one, this particular case right now, and what the differences and nuances are. Whether he's going to give up the pawn with rook to b2 or go for c4, let's wait and see. But another game, and this one, I was telling you guys, this one is going to explode, and I have to say, this is one of the weirdest Sicilians I've seen in my life. Starting from all the way knight e7, knight to g6 early on, that dance with knight to a5 without the bishop on b7, just hunting this knight away. Not 100% sure exactly where he's going, maybe c4. A very, very tense position, the way I'm seeing it. And queen to d2 was the novelty that Fabiano thought about and essayed. And knight takes b3 came on the board, in fact, which a takes b3 opens up strategically this a file and potential attack on b5. You have to defend the rook on a8, knight takes b5, or bishop takes b5 are big threats right now in the position. You have to follow up with bishop to b7, bishop to g2, and knight to g6. And now Fabiano decided to go this move, rook to f1. A very interesting pattern. Now, the idea is clear, right? After knight to g6, there's a big threat in the position for black, and that is the move knight to h4. Taking advantage that the bishop on g2 doesn't have a lot of squares, and it needs to remain on the long diagonal. Otherwise, you're going to lose this pawn on e4 after the move b4, kicking the only defender if the bishop is removed from this diagonal of the pawn on e4. So castle was an option, but after knight to h4, you're pretty much forced to give up the bishop pair. And I don't think you want to do this. Bishop to e7, you need to eliminate the knight. Bishop takes h4. And I understand, the engine is saying that white is a little bit better. I don't see it. I don't think that with the 2 bishops in this particular configuration, black can be worse. So what Fabiano decided was after knight to g6 to defend against this threat knight to h4 by creating an additional escape square for the bishop on g2. Now, it looks a bit weird, right? Rook to f1, in generally this comes to e1, but it does have its trumps behind it. Not only that it creates this h1 square, but later on in the game, there's an attack coming on the f-file. I'm going to push, because this is what we usually see from white in this type of scenarios. We see an avalanche of pawns going towards your king. So we are going to see f4, f5, take on e6, and potentially opening up the f-file. So the rook on f1 is not as misplaced as one would think at first sight. This is the position we currently have on the board right now. It does seem like bishop to c6 is recommended. Not 100% sure if that's a natural move. Much more natural for me is to play something like queen to c7 or bishop to e7. Bishop to e7, castle, castle. This is where I think we're going to be heading. F4, and we're going to be looking at this type of situations in, I have to say, from a practical perspective and from a visual perspective, I like white. I used to be an e4 player when I was young and brave, and I used to love pushing my pawns. I know Fabiano is also of that nature. He likes to be aggressive when he can, and I think right now this is what we're setting up for. Black is going to try to open up the position on the queen side. White is going to try to create a devastating attack on the king side. It's going to be a wild game, I can guarantee you that.
Lifetime score between these two, Alejandro.
Absolutely. 3 wins for Fabiano Caruana, only 1 loss and 3 draws between them. Not actually as many games as you would expect, but remember, they have worked together before. Richard Rapport was the second for Fabiano Caruana for a few months, so they are quite familiar with each other.
What few months period was that, and what was it for? Was it tournament specific?
I believe it was right before. When was this? This must be like 2 years ago, more or less.
Are you sure? Because I've always thought of I've always thought of Richard as in certainly the top 20, even oftentimes better than that.
Yes.
And sometimes it's kind of like you got to be careful about choosing a second who might be a rival.
And I think that's why they didn't work together for
Too
that long. Yeah, and I think a lot of these players have worked together for a short period.
They want this feeling of like what is it going to? How do I become a better player? How did you become a better player?
And well, a lot of them have do it. MVL has worked famously with Magnus.
Sure.
And a lot of these rivals have actually worked together at some point in their lives. But I do know that Richard and Fabi have worked together in the past.
By the way, be true to yourself. I wanted to say Bishop E7, Christian. Why wasn't the pawn hanging in that variation?
And by the way, bishop to c6 was played at what point?
You said castles, and you went, I used to be an e4 player, and I would play f4 and push my pawns. I used to be an e4 player, and I would try to capture pawns.
Yeah? So what if I go queen b8 now?
Queen b, well, that was
but it's a little hidden, isn't it?
Queen b8.
I don't know.
None of this will happen. He played bishop c6.
He
Guys,
did play yes, please.
There's a lot of stuff going on here, and it'll be an interesting
game?
Fight in this one. But let's go to the Hikaru game.
Definitely.
What happened in that
matchup? Because he did play c4.
He did play the move c4.
and the funny thing is, I thought queen e4 was actually the right move, and we were looking at queen d7 just a bit ago. Sorry, please take it away.
So if I do play the move direct, bishop f1.
Attacking the queen.
Where is this queen going?
Now, I don't want to necessarily drop down here.
But you have
might.
to. You have to.
You don't have to. You have queen g4.
Yeah, but queen g4 is not.
But then I can go rook here.
I understand. And this is what I wanted to calculate.
Please.
I think the sequence is kind of forced. You go queen e1.
Rook e1?
No, queen a1, right?
Queen a1.
Queen a1.
Sorry.
Rook takes... I assume you take on b7.
Yes.
Do you do that before or after taking on e8?
I'll take my moves back when it turns out that I should have done something
else.
else.
Because here maybe...
Well, now I can take on d4.
Right, you can take on d4. Take on e1, I mean.
Yes, we understand.
Yeah.
And take on d4. But still, at the end of the day, are you happy that you're a pawn down? Or should I be going after this guy or this guy?
It feels like I'm giving you choices, right? It doesn't feel like full equality.
No, it doesn't feel like full equality. And the other thing that you wanted to...
Wait, guys. Keep going there.
Oh, sorry.
Isn't queen b6 almost trapping the rook?
Ooh, that's a nasty. It is, as you say, almost.
If you do that, then I can take on a3.
Yeah.
At least I'm getting my pawn back.
No. I wouldn't be so happy if I were black here.
That's okay.
we both have passed pawns, but when we're in those situations where we have mutual passed pawns, I always look at which one's further up the board.
It's very dangerous for black.
This is
C5 is such a crushing type of move. I mean, it kills my bishop also on A3.
It might just be a bad scenario. Somebody mentioned another move beside Queen B1?
Yeah, I think you can play Queen G4. I don't
Queen
see anything
G4.
actually wrong. It looks
No,
awkward.
come on, but Queen G4 doesn't make any sense.
You're
didn't
just
play
kind of
Queen E4 to go
bouncing
Queen
around
G4.
a bit.
H3, I mean, every single move just improves White's position.
Well, just a second, though, Christian.
It's not easy, right? I mean, H3 I can take on E1 and return to E4.
For example. Well, also, I was thinking that you could just even drop your queen back, and now you've won the move H3, but maybe you're not happy that you.
So,
sorry, G4.
I'll play G4. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I don't believe. Yeah.
Yeah, the bishop can go to G2. Sorry, excuse me about that one. That one didn't work out as planned.
But that's the issue, right? The queen doesn't seem to have very good squares. If you go to G6, then I always have the idea of knight to H4, right?
Yeah, I don't
Right,
know
and that's
that.
two
That's
bishops.
2 bishops for no compensation whatsoever.
Right.
No, I don't want to do that.
That's too much. No,
So okay, but Queen E4 is on the board.
It's on the board, so
And we're looking at the most direct.
Bishop
and
F1. I hit your queen.
What could be easier than
Let's
that?
try to get deeper into that variation after queen to B1. So
Yeah, it might be
looks like
important, right?
But this could be, guys, this could just be a rabbit hole that you never get out of.
You think so, right? Rook
Yeah.
B2, Queen A1.
So
take on B7.
You want to take first. You're sure about that?
No. We can also take on E8 first. I mean, because at the end D4 will be defended.
Exactly.
It is a big difference. But on the other hand,
there's no protection for the queen.
for the queen. So when I take on B7, you take on A3,
Yes.
and now you have issues.
Correct.
You still have queen to A4, even in this position.
Ooh.
Do you?
Just a second, my spidey sense is tingling.
Right?
There's a queen F1. No, it's not mate on E1.
There's no mate.
That's funny. So,
So-
I was looking at this,
Queen takes
and
C6.
my instinct was queen, bishop, mate, not mate.
Well, you are one move away from playing bishop D3, and
That
then
is true.
You
that's
want
a
to move
problem,
away from bishop
right?
D3, from bishop E4, from all, but that's a move, right?
It's
What do I
still-
play in the meantime?
So let's say you go just rook F8.
All right,
let's
hide the
make a
rook.
move. Hide the rook. How is the position? First of all, how do I defend? I would assume knight E5 has to be played, right?
Not very happy about that move, I have to say.
It looks like a start. Let's just give it a
And now, how do you defend both pawns, or do you have to defend both pawns? The C7 and A7.
A7. I would play bishop D6, and I would assume I'm very happy with my position.
agreed.
Probably.
Yeah.
I hit E5. I'm throwing takes and bishop D3.
Nobody likes being in a pin. Let's stop that.
I don't
I'm not
like
giving up the. I'm gonna take. I like the previous line where.
I like this much better.
Now
You can still take on A3, but I think you take and rook takes E7. It's not really possible.
By the way, I recaptured right away.
Wait, guys. So let's
Yeah.
go into that line.
Okay.
Bishop takes A3 instead of.
Really?
Right here,
why
right
not?
now?
Yeah, let's try it out.
No.
I have queen D6 at the end, so I'm going to recapture my pawn.
No, this is not. This is not pretty.
Why?
This is where bad things start happening.
For who?
For
yeah,
black, for black, of
because
course.
this rook on b7, like even if I just play bishop e3, I think that's a very unpleasant split pawn ending.
With the
but-
A pawn? No.
But just a second.
No way.
Just a
Take,
second. Take. Let's kick you home. Back.
It's probably a good move.
You like
Stop
that?
making good moves, Yasser. All right?
It's not over. Yeah, you do have knight A5, but I don't get to your rook.
Yeah. Rook takes
what did
C7,
Victor
queen D6.
Queen D6,
and
you have
now
queen E5.
You have queen E5 or queen E7. Yeah.
Trembling hands.
But sufficient. I don't see it. Hold on.
So not bishop takes.
I don't
It
like
seems
bishop-
like bishop
I don't
takes
like
A3
bishop.
might be a bit too much.
I remember playing Eugenio Torre, the great legendary player from the Philippines, and he made a move like bishop to d6, like one of these really great defensive moves that protects everything. He goes, bishop d6. Saving the game, you know. But d5, bishop takes a3, d5. I think
I don't like it. Let's go knight takes d4 here. I feel this is the most pressing line.
We're back to where we actually started. Now here we were very fast with rook c7. We do, and we should consider moves like queen a5. Not bad.
Not bad, but
Bishop e3.
Let's go for
e3
we gotta
also,
play
yeah.
something, right?
Okay.
Bishop e3 doesn't ring too strongly in my ears because of queen e5. And I don't like
And then you
myself.
stop me from playing queen a5. That's cute. Okay, let's get rid of your queen in a different way. Bishop b2.
All right.
Unfortunately, the desired queen e5 is not going to come with any extra multiplicity of threats.
But
Yasser, can I revoke your pawn grabber's card? Can I revoke the president's,
no.
I
am going for queen a5 and rook c7.
Yasser.
No, I was...
But what do you do here? Like, you have to choose a move. Because I see that you're trying to displace my queen before you capture the pawn.
I thought the queen on d4
D4
was...
is quite annoying, actually.
So let's go queen d7.
The thing is,
which square did he want?
d7. I like d6, but whatever.
Well, d6, I was going to go queen e5, and that was my... I'm going to win the pawn.
Am I really afraid of this endgame, though? Takes, bishop takes a3?
Why did I think I was threatening your piece? I apologize. Okay, I don't want to lose my membership.
Don't lose it, Yasser.
All right.
Stay true to yourself.
Let's look at some lines. Let's look at some lines.
The Delphic
Bishop
expression,
d6.
know thyself. Bishop David 6?
Yeah, how does this game go? Bishop d6, for example.
Bishop d6.
Pause. Do I have to go back to b7?
I think it's the most natural. I don't think you want to go rook c6. And
Yeah, there's
not
something
really, right?
wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, rook b7. I haven't seen
Any refutation? So
any refutation.
let's go.
Actually, rook c6 is quite interesting, I think.
Also
Really?
rook c6? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was worried about bishop
For the
e4.
moment, let's put it there just for analysis sake.
Okay,
right?
I've got a pawn.
I'm trying to look for compensation here.
I understand.
I'll be quite honest. I don't feel it.
It is not a clean equality.
No,
wherever
I feel like
you're
black
going.
has some comp, but I also don't think it's
So let's
that
go
much.
queen b6. Let's analyze that position that you guys gaslit me. You said that this position is
Yes.
winning for white.
I never said that. Nobody
We
ever said
chased
that.
you out of the
C-pawn.
building. We were insulting
Forget
you.
about the c-pawn. Give me the pawn on a3. Take it on a3.
Okay,
All
okay.
right. But after queen e5, we did not like this position.
We
That's
really,
okay, guys.
We really felt the initiative.
You're exaggerating. Go
Okay.
queen to e6.
Queen to
Sure,
e6.
why not? What is this exaggeration? Keep your pawns alive.
Okay, let's go. c5.
Do I want to exchange the queens?
It's permitted.
Maybe not. No. Don't make it yet, Yasser. Not yet. I go a5. You push the pawn, I push the pawn.
a5.
You push the pawn, I push
This
the pawn.
becomes very sharp very quickly.
Ooh, just a second. Do we feel the sharpening of the knife?
Right?
d4.
I
I lost,
don't threaten that
I lost
right
my
away.
chance of exchanging the queens. Huh?
Well, what I
feel
want to do is I
this
wanted to play the bishop.
Right, this
I wanted-
bishop's stuck. For example, if you push your pawn on a4, you
And I play
really
h3.
want to play a3.
And you can't.
And you can't. And you
It's
can't
occupied.
Do it. You can't do it anytime soon either. This bishop is really stuck on a3.
And I do.
So I have to be a bit smarter. I cannot go e4. I don't think I can go that far.
That's correct.
This has to be better for white. Even if black is still within the reach of being okay,
Right?
I don't think I would.
In practical terms, consider the rooks. The
But I
roles
like
of
the
rook.
a-pawn, guys.
I don't
really
care
like
if you like the
a-pawn.
a-pawn. I cannot imagine somebody voluntarily going for this position.
I think it's different, though, Christian. If you put the bishop on a3 back to f8,
Yes, then
I'm with you. I
yeah.
feel
I'll
you.
give you everything you want. I'll give you everything you want.
You already have.
Not yet. So you play. I played a5. That was a good one. I'll take your queen away. Okay, I'm not going to give you the chance of not exchanging the queens.
Okay. We traded queens. You got me.
Let's trade it. And now I go bishop e6. Give you everything you want. All the tempos you want.
Bishop a6.
Bishop
comes.
e6.
No, bishop a6 by white, and you are crying. This position's horrible. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Oh, wait,
my
wait,
What do
guys,
you mean?
guys, guys.
Wait, what?
No, but I go rook c8. Now, thank you. You gave me the key to the position.
No, I think we got the wrong position.
Instead of bishop e6, I go rook c8. Isn't that equal on the spot?
Queen trade, and then he wants rook c8 immediately.
Rook c8 right now.
You gave me the key to the position. Thank you, Alejandro.
We're here to help you. Remember that. We're your friends.
Hey.
That's a good move.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a good move.
That is a good move. Is there any weirdness to the fact that your king is a little stuck?
A5 or bishop d7.
Wait.
Can I go bishop d7? No. Let's go bishop d7.
Bishop a6 though. I don't think this, and again,
it's so close
to being lost.
Full equality, but
yeah,
I don't believe you guys.
I feel like it's a 2-result game. It's not fun.
I just can't imagine voluntarily going through your mind and saying, yeah, I'm going to play this endgame with queen b6, queen e6. I just don't think Nep was going in this direction. It doesn't make any logical sense for me to take this Petrov, where you could play queen d7 and have a normal position, and instead go for the complications of queen e4 to get there. I think he's looking at something else.
But what else?
By the way, just to remind everybody how these two players, after 4 rounds, got here. Nepo's in first, but Hikaru, my God, did he start off badly.
Well, he did, but it was against a top competitor. He was playing with black against Fabiano Caruana, and Fabi just played a good game. Hikaru made the small inaccuracy of castling short, and it was all south from there. On time pressure, he really lost track of the game. But he bounces back, beats Radjabov in game number 2, and has 2 solid draws, remember, with black, both of them.
Right, so 3 out of the 4 games that Hikaru has played so far have been with the black pieces. And how did Nepo get to where he is? He started well.
He definitely did. Winning in round 1 with black against the number 1 creative player.
And then two draws, including a draw with Fabi.
Yes.
And then yesterday's victory, huge victory, with white over Firouzja. He's knocked out number 1, number 2. He's made a draw with the number 3 seed, and he is standing very, very pretty in first place all by himself. By the way, the position we have after the move queen e4, let's just state it for the audience once again. These are 2 of the greatest calculators in the game today. Fabi, I mean, all 8 are very, very good, but these 2 especially, when you see a move like queen e4, you can be sure that both guys are going right down the rabbit holes that we're looking at, and probably even beyond.
Even beyond, and you're really wondering, what is it that they're aiming for? And this is what we're trying to understand as a group,
difficult.
right?
It's difficult, yeah.
And it is very difficult at the moment. I'm not sure where Nepo is headed, but he's definitely looking at this, and Hikaru must be in full calculation mode. By the way, a huge time difference already between these 2 players. Hikaru down to 47 minutes.
Oh.
Jan with still an hour and a half.
Remarkable. That was a surprise. And queen e4 seems to have surprised Hikaru as well.
Yes.
I'm sure he was looking, instead of c4, he was looking at the rook b2 variations that we did. We didn't come to any firm conclusions. But my take, bishop f1, those variations with queen b1 are better for Hikaru, and if I was in Hikaru's shoes, I'd be playing bishop f1, and guess what? I'd be picking up the pace.
All right, guys, I'll break your bubble.
Okay,
do it. I'll break your bubble.
Do it.
Black is perfectly fine. Not only that, if you take here, you're completely lost after rook b8.
No way.
It's over. Minus 3 point something. Rook b8 finishes the game. Rook to b1, and you cannot defend the first rank.
Minus 3.
You're not in time. You're simply not in time. So
you're gonna have to improve your game. That's all I have to say.
The training is not enough.
This is apparently a little bit better for black. So now, white does have a path to get an advantage, but it starts with rook takes e8 first.
Okay.
So rook takes c8 first, rook takes c8, and now rook to b2. And now we go into this variation.
Okay.
And the
Which
question
we
is,
looked
how
at.
is this one? What was the move that we
I
played?
thought we were
Bishop
afraid of
A3.
bishop A3.
So just bishop takes a3, right?
Yeah.
But now
Yeah.
rook takes c7 is giving white a clear advantage.
Wow.
Wow. Well, knight takes d4, knight takes
It makes
d4,
sense,
the knight
right?
hits that bishop.
It
That's
makes sense.
true.
You're just a pawn up.
But wait a minute. There's still this awkward pin. Can
But
I
it's a
move my
much
knight?
better version than what we looked at.
I-
We looked at queen to a4.
No.
And this was a completely different
Christian,
story.
we understand that. But after rook takes c7,
Yes.
I have a kind of pressing question. You move the knight, I don't know. Oh, queen a4 hits the rook.
Anyway.
The queen hits the rook.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on where you move the knight, because if you
Yes.
move it anywhere, e7 or d8
Doesn't
or
matter, yeah,
anywhere
queen
not on the a file, I take on a7. I can do that as well. But queen to a4 is just killing.
Killing. Yes. No, I agree completely. Oh, we missed that completely.
He
So
played
it's
bishop
bishop
f1, so we
f1?
might be going into that variation. But once again, let's try to understand where is
Right.
the advantage, right? So
This was
take-
all
take-
very forced.
Okay,
So if you
not
take
bishop
rook takes
A3.
e7, we don't want to take. But
right.
what is the move right now? Bishop to e4.
What?
Obvious threat, knight takes d4, setting up that nice
Yeah.
discovery attack. Rook takes c7, normal. Bishop to d6. Rook cannot go to b7 because of knight takes d4, so you have to go here. Everything is forced, by the way. And this is why we're looking at this. Everything is super forced.
That's what
Bishop
the
d6, rook to
calculation is all
d7,
about.
and now bishop takes a3.
A3. How do you defend this bishop?
You don't.
Well, no, you don't.
You go knight d2.
Knight
What?
D2. We've got
Wild
queen,
stuff.
We've got queen f3 ideas.
Oh, and you have, I assume queen c1, bishop c1, knight e4, rook e4, rook c7?
Or d5.
Or d5.
D5, yeah. D5 at the end. So
That's
take,
right,
take,
yeah.
take, take,
I can't
take,
mate
take
you on the
D5.
back rank, but I can attack the knight.
And this is a draw.
After rook e7.
This is just a draw.
It's just a dead draw, right?
Bishops of
opposite
opposite colors.
color.
I'm going to
I
get the
wanna
king to
block
e7,
A.
block you, and that's a draw.
Oh my
by force.
goodness, what a line.
And this is, again, where calculators
Yes.
will just go, that they won't come and say, oh, white's better than...
Guys, but
it's
how
amazing.
surprised would you be if in some of his interviews, Nepo goes on and say, yeah, I prepared this for a world championship.
Guys, he played queen g4, so let's not...
Never mind, never mind.
Let's do...
I prepared this for a from the world champ. Yeah,
Why
I'm
is he
sure.
playing so fast? He's much worse right now. H3 seems to be giving white a clear, almost decisive advantage.
What?
Almost decisive advantage.
He played queen g4.
Okay, so h3, let's go.
Within a minute.
Not even, right?
I'm
He
flabbergasted
didn't even
right now.
look at queen b1,
What is
which is
happening?
our main line.
What is happening right now with Jan Nepo? Why is he blitzing out his moves in such a complex position?
So, but what is it that he wants to go for? Because h3 and we didn't want to give up a pair of bishops.
Right.
Right.
Where do you
I mean,
go?
we
If
were
you go
looking at queen G6.
D5 seems to be much better for white.
H6 looks awkward, yeah.
It does.
Queen to H5, G4.
No,
I can
G4
actually
doesn't-
take that
Oh, no.
piece.
That's the bad news, because then we have bishop G2 after the double capture on G4.
So you have to start with rook takes E1, right?
Right,
Queen takes
queen
E1,
E1.
and now go back to E4, but now I go rook to E2.
And that's the genius of rook A2.
What is
that
he
you've
missing?
got to
I don't quite see-
control.
No, but here d5, you're just
Now-
toast, yeah.
Now we control the E file, and we're just better.
I
We're
mean,
just
the
much,
knight
much
doesn't
better.
even have squares.
No, but I'm completely in shock by the speed with which he makes his moves. Queen to E4, I get it. Maybe it's not the best move. Maybe queen to D7 was better. Nuances.
Right.
But then, not to calculate queen to B1, which leads to those super complicated lines with a
Right.
pin on the first rank, a lot of options for both sides, and just go queen to G4, which allows the queen to get hit all the time. And H3, by the way, is such a good move for white,
Oh, it's
right?
so useful,
It improves the position so much because it gives the king a luft. And in all the lines, the first rank, in the absence of the rook on A1 and on the first rank, is always a problem for white, right? We've seen that in all the problems where in all the position where the rook was on C7. After H3, objectively, black is in tremendous trouble right now.
Yeah, and also just to buttress the idea that in many lines, you would love to play the move bishop on c1 to f4 to attack the pawn on f7 and to develop. So with the move h3, you kick the queen away from the control of f4 and you give yourself the opportunity for bishop f4. One of the things that Nepo has done is he has established for himself as kind of like reputation as a speed demon.
Yes.
And he enjoys very much putting pressure on his opponent. And, you know, again, Hikaru's down to 45 minutes, whereas he's got, you know, the whole comfy 90 minutes for the time control. So sometimes he gets caught up in this whole of idea of like, let's keep let's keep the pressure going. And not realizing that a move like queen g4 actually is very helpful for white. And queen, not to consider queen b1, wow. h2, h3, and Cristian, just to clarify, this is a 2-point advantage?
He played it.
Of course he played it. What else is there?
This is a 2.1 advantage. That is objectively a decisive advantage, a winning advantage.
At this higher level, that is it. And again,
if all the best moves are going to be played from now until the end, white wins. Simple as that.
Hikaru wins this game, blasts this tournament wide open. Yeah, Ding Lerin says, thank you for reeling him in. Fabi says, dinner's on me. Hikaru says, no worries, I'm in first too. I'll pick up the check.
We were talking about this earlier in today's show.
An important game.
If we had to say, out of the percentages that are running around online,
right,
who do we feel is underrated?
Hikaru. Yeah, he's
shown good chess. He's shown stability in the openings. He's had a bunch of blocks.
Right.
And right now, he has a golden opportunity. I mean, if you think about it, with the white pieces, being able to take down the leader, catch him.
Right.
And we know what Nepo is as a player.
Yeah.
We're worried about Nepo's stability as a mental player going into tomorrow's round.
Exactly.
And Hikaru on first, Fabi with a draw also on first.
And that, by the way, I mean, we talk about...
Not convinced what's happening in the Fabiano game. Guys,
we got to jump over there?
I don't see that as a draw. I'm looking at the position. A lot of things have changed. Rook to f1, bishop to c6. The best move in the position was indeed played by Richie Rapport, g5. And now we're going to have some sort of a melee because black has the opportunity of going a5. a5 followed by a4 and then b4. And destabilize the knight, because this is key, right? You want to play b4. The problem with b4 at all times is that this knight is going to land on a4. Either that or e2 and d4, right? Putting a lot of pressure on the bishop on c6. But what I do want is ask you the question, what are you going to do with your king?
Precisely.
I get it.
Where are you going to put it? You cannot put it on the king side anymore. You played rook to f1. You lost the right to castle there.
Well...
After a5, what do you do? How do you continue? You're probably going to speed up your own attack.
Let's do it.
Let's go for it. F4. And that's going to be the melee that I'm talking about.
Wow.
A4, let's go.
Let's take it?
Take it, yes, take. Opening up the position as it is.
Can I put my queen on d4?
My something on d4, right?
Something on d4. So I want to play f5, but I don't want to face the consequences of knight e5.
With the queen, I'm worried that d6 might come on the board.
d6.
Maybe d6 followed by e5. The computer wants to play h6. I'm not sure about that move, but I understand it.
Yasser, what is your first impression
what if I go
of this
a3?
position?
No, but what if I go a3? Let's continue. Let's continue weakening the dark squares.
I like white too.
I like white, but I think it's a melee.
I can read the engine.
Right?
The engine says minus 1.6.
Which is crazy. I would never have guessed that.
To me, this is insanity.
I would never have guessed that.
I would never have guessed that.
Yeah. So once again, in this position, if we get it, I don't think we're going to get all the way to this point, but if we get it, now black is almost winning.
Because of after the move b4 in that final position. No, go ahead.
Keep going, yeah?
Yeah. Black is almost winning, and I go b4, queen f8, b5.
Oh, b5.
Oh,
What if I take it?
You can take it.
What would you like to do?
Well, the desired rook b1 has an issue.
A2, right?
How did you get so far up the board?
I'm far up the board.
Baby.
You did.
But that's the key, right? A5, A4, and just weaken the position of the queen side.
It looks like magic this game.
Right. Stop right here. This crazy position after the move, let's say A5 or G5. In this position after the move G5, is Richard Rapport a happy guy?
I think
Probably,
he's happy
yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
I think he got the type of position that he wanted.
Precisely. And there was a question earlier, and you can welcome to join the conversation. How do you prepare for this tournament? You start casting your net. I want a semi-closed position against this opponent. Against that opponent, I want a tactical brawl. Against Nepo, I want to keep it technical.
Yeah.
I play Richard Rapport, and I don't want a game that's completely chaotic, that I don't know what I'm doing. I want to have a clear strategic channel. I think that this is a position that Richie's very happy, like with an exclamation mark.
It's his type of play. It's his chaos. It's totally random. The moves don't come naturally to players, and there's a great variety of moves.
Bingo. They don't come naturally. For example, for me, the move A5 was a little bit surprising. Like, I wouldn't be reaching for that pawn. I've just seen the move
So how would you play it, Yasser?
If I were black,
how would you play?
The first move I was looking at was H6.
H6, interesting.
The very, very first move I was looking at. I would love for you to play F4 because then I've won the E5 square, never mind the H2
So what if I take?
Of course, so you're going to take. So then I'm going to go Queen H5. Now, what am I doing all of this for? Well,
Queen to H4 first.
Yeah, because I want to win this pawn on E4 on a good day. I want to play B5, B4.
But that's the problem. Castle. Now I'm threatening
I
E5,
want you to
think.
take on G7 actually. So that just to point just to put. I'm thinking this is a completely chaotic, crazy position. The queen might be really, really good on H4. It might be.
But I go long castle, and that's the question. Did you set up your pieces on the right side of the board?
I don't know.
Where are you going to put the king? Because you have to answer that question also. I don't think you can stay in the center.
That's the question. Can I? Or my plan was to stay in the center as long as I could.
And this
But
already
then some
comes down
knight
to one
d5s
move,
are
right?
going to come
What's that?
on the
Does
board.
knight
Some
d5 work or
e5
not?
is going to come on the board if you allow me to, with the queen especially on h4.
By
right?
the way, this is the type of game I would never allow Michael Tal. Because if there was a knight d5 coming on the board, I know
you're in trouble.
He's the guy who's going to do it. I mean, I'm not going to let him do it. But what? So my first instinct had been h7, h6. But what Cristian demonstrated with a5, a4
It was very compelling.
makes a better case.
If I may, I would
Please.
never have considered the move h6.
Okay.
And I would never consider the move a5.
Okay, but you would have considered
I would have played the move I would look at
most natural for you,
is bishop b4.
bishop b4.
I feel that it's a very stable
Okay.
bishop there. I have to respond tactically to queen d4.
That's
that would
the
be
question.
That would be my only question, but that would be the move I look at.
But I go
First.
f4. No, I start pushing my pawns. What is the bishop doing on b4 is the question.
That's
It's a pretty nice bishop.
it looks good.
I liked it.
But at the moment, it's not playing a big role. F5 or bishop d4, f5, queen d4.
And by the way, how were you responding tactically after queen to d4?
That was the next and most obvious question: is what did you intend, Alejandro?
I was kind of hoping I had a trick here.
You tried to trick us. You tried to trick us. That's a good one.
98. I'm calling 98.
He had his speech, right? He was like, I had an idea, a tactical idea. I will respond tactically after queen
I'm
to
reaching
d4.
into the
show
envelope
us.
now. And the winner is...
I mean, I could take on c3, but I don't know how good this position is.
I don't think you went bishop f8 to b4 to immediately capture on c3.
But it's not so bad in this position. I do have a little bit of experience in the Taimanov, and if you do play bishop b4, take on c3, and you get f5 in,
On a good day.
On
Let's
a good
do
day.
It. Let's do
really
it.
isn't the end of the world here.
So we take, and okay, forgive me, I'm going to take the pawn.
And I'll castle. Straight into it.
Right. And now I can maybe cocoon my king, but more to your point is that you have Taimanov experience.
I have Taimanov, and there's two different setups that I'm okay with in this position. One is playing with e5 if I get to control all the dark squares.
Right.
And then maybe
Like
establishing a knight on f4, yes.
Yeah, and a good day you get to clip a pawn.
And the other one is to break with f5 to activate the rest of my pieces.
So that any kind of en passant, and then you were talking about you've got some dark squares.
I have dark squares, and if you take rook af, I don't feel this endgame is bad for me.
It's completely playable. The more I'm looking at it, it makes me think that Christian was right. That queen d4 is questions, well, are you going to give up the dark square bishop? You go, yeah, I am. Christian said, okay, let's
f4.
just play f4, let's play f5, and let's go get him. There you go. Do you want to castle into it?
I think I have to.
But now you really are encouraging f5.
Yes, I might just die. But on the other hand, you still have a king in the center. This is one position where I could think about taking on f5.
And potentially opening.
I think.
Should I try this?
I think you do. And I
And
have
then-
rook e8.
Because as you said, my king is in the center.
It's
This
a
is
mess.
fascinating. Oh
It's a
yeah,
mess, right?
And
But
for
let's get
such an
to the
important game.
Principal question of
Yes.
this position, starting off with the bishop on f8.
Yep.
What type of player is Richie Rapport?
Chaotic.
Chaotic, right?
Right.
So you might as well push the pawns and try to open the position. You don't want to play this bishop to b4, give up the dark square bishop, and potentially get some sort of strategical compensation for it after f5. You're not that type of player. You want to play a5, open up the position, and put immediate pressure. And so far, I have to say, he played the right moves, which were very difficult, at least to the naked eye.
Right.
In my opinion, knight to a5, then knight takes b3, then bishop to c6.
Yep.
His moves were unnatural, right? But a5 does feel natural. You want to open up the position, you want to stop white from finding a safe space for his king. After a4, after the b file opens up and I have the prospect of a3, there's no more long castle. We're never going to see that on the board anymore.
He's making a very good point.
compelling
Yeah.
argument. Sorry, again, our number one seed who has been suffering, just wanted to quickly check in. Sorry, I've got the wrong game. Where are you, Dinglerin? Where is Mr. Dinglerin? There he is. Timur Radjabov. When we left it, not much had actually happened, truth be told. We saw the move c4 takes d5, bishop takes d5, queen e2. It looked very tame. That was why we ran away to the other games. Takes, bishop takes, king takes, knight e5, and
e4.
4.
You're looking at bishop takes d2
Yes.
with those hungry wolf eyes.
right. Good for you. You caught me.
I don't know if this one particularly works. I could go queen f4, right?
guys, queen f4?
Yeah, queen
what is
f4,
this?
I think.
Just a second. I just wanted to see.
If this works out, right?
Right.
Queen takes.
No, but your knight has to be trapped.
This knight cannot possibly
It,
survive.
I didn't get a chance to get a full giggle in, but it was the game of Nepo versus Ali Reza yesterday, where there was a pawn on a3, and the knight went to b2, and it was sort of like, dude, how'd your knight get to b2? I mean, it's
More importantly, why?
Why is it on b2? It's perfectly well protected thanks to the pawn on a3, but maybe there are better squares for the knight. Yeah,
No,
okay.
I just go rook b1 at that point, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Just a second. I could also queen b7. No, queen b7, f3, I assume is the... So, what? Just to pause, I just want to make sure I haven't blundered some important goodness away. My discovered
Very dangerous, right?
doesn't look it to me. I don't see any
I don't see it
really
either.
crazy things. Nope. Okay. So E3, E4, valid move. Again, these players are in great danger of drawing their way out of the tournament. So they need a result. You were very critical with good reasons. Ali Reza had not prepared very well. In this position, he had spent, what was it? More than an hour.
Almost an hour to get to this position.
And then he played Rook D1, which I didn't think was very effective, as Duda immediately countered with captures in B5. And more or less, I thought was well on his way to solving his problems, opening problems, I mean. And we've caught up to the player, and I think Duda just fine. More than fine, I mean, no problem.
More than fine. You would think that you'd rather take black here?
It's easier to play.
Really?
I think so. By the way, be careful because, yeah, I am a pawn grabber.
You are going to take that, huh?
I'm thinking about it. Social media.
Absolutely. Join us on the conversation. We're on social media. We're on Twitter. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitch. We're on everything. All right. It's for me, actually.
Birthday boy +1.
+1. For GM Ramirez, how does Caruana's change in coach, no longer with Rustam, that's Rustam Kasimjanov,
Everybody.
affect his play so far? That's a very, very, very good question, actually. For everybody that is unfamiliar, for a very long time, Fabiano Caruana worked with Rustam Kasimjanov, brought him some of the greatest success of his career, including the qualification.
No question about it.
To his match against Magnus Carlsen.
Right.
So that was his head coach for a very long time. Now Rustam for
3 years, 2 years?
I want to say 4.
4 even.
Yeah, 4 even. And well, they parted ways not so long ago, maybe.
On reasonably good terms. It was just like they had matured together.
I also felt that the lifestyle was getting to Rustam. You know, Rustam is a great friend and a great person.
But he's a husband and a father.
And a father, and it's a tough lifestyle. I mean,
because you're on call 24 hours, it seems.
You're traveling all the time. You're going to all these tournaments, and it's hard to keep pace. And I think he needed a break.
Yep.
And well, currently, Fabiano is working with his former coach, Vladimir Chuchalov, who he has in Madrid. And I feel that his style hasn't really changed very much. I feel that Fabi is the type of player that directs his camps, not fully.
Work here, work there.
Here, work there. But you can immediately, when you work with Fabiano Caruana, you immediately get to where he wants to go. He says, look at this, let's look at this, let's look at that. We haven't looked at the Nimsu Indian in a while. Let's find 25 novelties here and see what we find. So, you know, he'll come up with something to look at for the week. It will go to a camp somewhere and he will say, well, you know, this variation of the Tarish is very popular. Let's refute it.
Right.
And they come up with a bunch of ideas against it. And it might be in the back box, you know, hidden in the closet for a while.
Right.
But at some point it will reappear, and that's kind of like how he likes to work chess. I don't feel that he has a very strong stylistic difference. I still feel that he's coming up with a lot of interesting ideas. He's coming up with a lot of interesting novelties in the positions. I particularly liked his approach yesterday against Ding Liren, this knight a5. Is this type of
active play
and very hidden ideas, things that other people are not really considering. And he keeps finding this, whether it's with Rustam or with Chuchalov, and I think that his opening preparation is still on point. Of course, I'm sure that he misses Rustam a great deal.
Of course.
But I think he's still doing well.
I would say that a change of coach doesn't necessarily mean a complete revamp. But, you know, you rewire your whole musculature. Rather, I mean, all the things that make Fabi a great player, his calculative ability, his preparation, his theoretical knowledge, that's all going to be there. But is some other muscle going to be better developed? Will he be closer to an E4 player or a D4 player?
I have a segue.
Go.
Okay. Yasser Seirawan, you have qualified to the candidates tournament.
Thank you very much. Third
this
time.
One, not the last one.
Not the last two. Yeah.
Today, you get to pick 3 seconds to go with you.
3 seconds. Oh my gosh. Well, obviously I'll start with Magnus.
Easy.
I'm going to take Maurice because I need a good buddy just to go walk with the park with, right?
That's always important.
Very important.
Yeah,
it's not just about chess.
You need to feel comfortable.
Right. And to hang out with, and if you need, and Christian, you got to take him with you just to get into the gym and get some workouts in, right?
That's it. Christian, Magnus, and Maurice.
Top three.
I'm in good company. What can I say?
Who would you reckon is not a top 100 player, but maybe a top 10 theoretician? So
I mean, I cannot think of any of the seconds that we have right now.
Is a great theoretician, and it's somebody you want in your corner, right?
And he is in top 100, but
that's a problem.
Chuchalov is not in top 100. Chuchalov is 25 something.
That's true.
And he's pretty much retired, right? He doesn't actually play competitive chess. Chris Littlejohn, not even counting in top 100. He's around 2200 level player. Nevertheless,
great
again,
researcher.
And this is a point that Hikaru was making in one of his streams. He was saying that, look, I was the first one to sense this change in style of preparation leading up to an important event. It's very important that your seconds know how to maneuver, how to manipulate the engines. And this is exactly what Chris Littlejohn is very good at. He knows how to work with the engine. He knows where to look for interesting ideas. And he's very comfortable with Hikaru. And this is extremely, extremely important for Hikaru. And just to get back to your point about Rustam, well, I have another theory, and that is the World Championship took a toll on everybody.
Right.
None of us survived after the World Championship. Let's just put it that way. Rustam survived maybe a year more than us, right? But Lanier was out, I was out, Alejandro was out. When you prepare for so many months, almost a year, with the same team, at the same place, spending times, eating dinners for like months in a row, right? Not seeing your family. And then you go on and fall short of your goal.
Yeah.
Something breaks, something breaks. It's not that easy. And then COVID came, and then I'm not going to see my coach for the next 2 years. It's just not the same relationship anymore, right? And I'm talking a professional relationship. I'm not talking about like you are my friend and I'm your friend, and that's not going to break, right? But a professional relationship, unfortunately, his professional relationship with Rustam just didn't make it.
Yeah. No, sometimes the stresses, and as you say, you scored 6-6. Come on, you fought Magnus Carlsen to a standstill. The tension in that match must have been on some unbelievably extreme levels. Going into the two penultimate games, and like the World Championship match hangs in the balance. Then you get into a tie break, which just goes all along.
I think
then something can snap. I hear you, Christian. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, especially I remember the last two games were like so stressful. The last white that we played.
Yes.
There was a lot of pressure on that game.
Oh gosh, I can only imagine.
It's your last white against Magnus.
Right.
You would really want to prove it. And then you
so
get
funny
such a bad
story.
position.
A funny story about that final white. I was in London with Kasim. And generally, we were trying not to look too much at the games. That was the plan, at least. Not look at the games during the games, try to get some rest, because we were working outside of that 24/7, right? So in general, we were trying to take naps. But of course, it's pretty much impossible. When you're playing, especially the last final game with the white pieces, you at least want to see how the opening goes. And the opening is a disaster. Magnus Carlsen takes the advantage. He's putting up the pressure. I'm already looking at the eulogy. What's going to happen? And we lost the match, right? And then the game is over. Draw. And I'm like, my goodness, what just happened? Draw. I have to run out of the hotel to get to Fabiano and pretty much console him and basically tell him what went wrong in the game and discuss the game a little bit before he goes into the press conference, right? But it was just a shocker, the fact that Magnus accepted the draw and actually proposed the draw, and it was kind of a relief almost. Unfortunately, it didn't work very well after that in the rapid. it almost felt like we lost that adrenaline rush that you get throughout the event with that final game, and we were unable to get it back, and Fabiano was unable to get it back before the Rapids.
Nice going down memory lane. Before we go on break, I just want to focus once again on the position of Hikaru because this is our marquee matchup. We left the game after H2, H3. The engines were saying 2.0, everything's wonderful. Captures, queen takes, queen e4, rook e2, yay. You just love that maneuver, rook on a1 to a2 to e2. You gotta love it. What's happening right here, right now? How do the engines like these apples before we go on break? Christian?
Definitely like White's apples right now. It's bad. I mean, nothing has changed in terms of the estimation of the advantage.
So what happens after queen b1?
Queen b1 is not even the top move. Queen b1 is...
Really? I didn't know where else to put
Queen
my
b1
queen.
is already +4.
What?
After d5.
What? +4 is a lot.
So first of all, queen b1's not the top
No,
move.
queen to d3, which is very difficult. And by the way,
d3?
yes, queen to d3. It makes no sense. But
What?
Let me just show you what happened. So 1 hour and 27, right?
Right.
After h3, now you start thinking. After the move h3, you start thinking it makes no sense. You list out your moves into a losing position. This is just a basic mistake that Jan Nepomniachtchi has made. He knows it. He's going to be beating himself for what he did with this queen to e4, queen to g4 played in just a matter of seconds. And after that, getting a losing position. This is not the leader of the tournament that we've seen in the first four rounds. This is exactly what happened. By the way, queen to d3 was indeed played after a long thing, and rook to b2 was the response.
What?
Which
rook
just
to b2?
Rook to b2, yeah.
That makes sense.
Targeting
right?
the pawn on b7. How do you play now? Do you take on a3? Actually, taking on a3, maybe rook to b5.
Yeah.
Pick up the pawn. Pick up
Bishop.
the bishop on f5. That's just a winning position. So you have to return. That's the only square I'm seeing, right?
Yeah,
you have to return.
Like
And
there's
the
not many
question
legal
is-
moves.
Right, so what's the plan? Rook takes b7, I assume knight takes
knight
d4 might
right?
be a problem, though.
Yeah, I think knight d4 is the idea.
Well, thank
knight
goodness.
takes-
Otherwise, it would just
No, but
be terrible.
this is not good, right?
Right, correct.
What's the alternative for white?
I was thinking you throw in d5, but if you trade,
No,
you
but
can
d5,
still
I
go-
take and take on a3.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking you actually play d5 before you go rook b2, because when I go d5 immediately instead of rook b2 first.
Oh, you mean, yes. Here, d5, yeah.
Right, go into the same variations, but you have knight d4.
Knight
What am I
d4
doing?
is an extra option.
So,
By the way, okay, our questions have been answered. He's just repeating once.
He's repeating once.
He repeated once. Queen to d3 is going to come, and right now he has alternatives.
So
and
what
I'm
is-
sure
yeah,
he's
what
going to
is
be
it?
thinking about.
What is it, Christian?
Rook
What
to
does it
e3 seems to be one of the alternatives. Knight to h4, which is a very strange move, not natural at all. He's going to have to spend a lot of time to play the move knight to h4. But what about rook to e3? So you
Queen
do go to
b1.
b1 finally.
Yes.
and then I can go d5.
And now you go d5 because there's no more knight d4. No more support for the knight.
Exactly. So I can chase the knight to a bad square.
And then your knight comes to d4, right?
right?
To my eyes, this seems like the most natural continuation.
Looks good for white.
Rook to e3
Oh, yeah,
followed by d5. You're kind of forcing the move queen to b1. Queen to c2 perhaps. Is that an alternative right now?
I think
Queen to
it's
c2
illegal.
actually doesn't make too much sense because knight d4 comes with tempo.
Correct.
That answers our question. So queen to b1 forced, d5 followed by knight to d4. Very practical play, very natural play, improving the position of your pieces at all times while creating threats, while maintaining your initiative. It's an easy game for Hikaru after rook to e3.
And as we go on break, once again, if Hikaru manages to defeat our tournament leader, it blows the doors to this event wide open.
Absolutely.
You're
Take a
gonna
look at
wanna
that.
you're gonna want to stay with us and join us once more on the other side of this break as we continue our coverage of round 5 of the candidates.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
A St. Louis Public Radio journalist's most precious possession isn't a notepad, camera, microphone, or recording device. Their most precious possession is credibility. A journalist's work revolves around the truth, finding it, verifying it, and reporting it. Great journalists work hard to find the facts and put those facts into context, examining all the arguments and including differing opinions, amplifying fascinating voices from our community, telling captivating stories, offering facts that may have been omitted. We work every day to earn your trust. For news, turn to St. Louis Public Radio.
back. Round 5 of the 2022 Candidates Tournament. All games to be played still in this round, but we expect a result in a matter of moments. Yasser, it seems like the Alireza Firouzja versus Jan Krzysztof Duda will finish in a draw.
Fizzled.
And it actually just finished in a draw officially. Take us through what happened in the final moves.
The last we saw here, Alireza just played the move Rook B1, and then there was this wholesale trade both on the queen side as well as in the center. And after knight takes d4, there's a little geometry that we kind of enjoyed here after queen takes a d4. I mean, there's back ranks, checkmates for both players. Firouzja played the move queen f1, and we were like very upset. We were actually hoping for the line queen b5, threatening mate. Mate, no, not quite. And we thought that the professional finish would have been to go king f8 and the geometry of the final position. Instead, what we did see was after queen takes d4, queen f1, trade, g6, g3, and the players have agreed to a draw. So our first result of round 5, not one that Alireza is going to be proud of. He came in with white.
Yep.
He played against Duda's top line defense and looked to be ill-prepared.
Well, take a look at the final time situation where Alireza finishes the game with 14 minutes to go, and Duda finishes with a whopping hour and 16. So he thought...
An easy day for Duda.
Really no problems, right?
At all.
I mean, this is ideal when you're in black situation, especially when you play the Petrov. What are you going for?
And the number 2 player in the world has white.
Easy peasy.
Or number 3 player in the world, pardon me. Mm-hmm. Again, dare I say it, Alireza is drawing his way out of contention. We're thinking that something like 8.5 points are necessary, and look at the number of points that Alireza scored, and how is he going to get there in the remaining games? He's going to have to win a lot.
Yeah, 2 out of 5 is not exactly inspiring his situation at the moment.
No.
Let's take a look at the other games. The Fabiano Caruana is a huge mess against Richard Rapport.
And it's exciting.
And it's very exciting.
What the heck is going on? Now you're talking about, he played the move that you were talking about, bishop b4.
It's funny that he did it, but only after Christian's recommendation
of putting the pawn on a4
first.
Right.
And by the way, Alejandro, you said 2.5 out of 5. No, he's on 2 out of 5.
I thought that's what I said.
He's on -1.
Yeah, -1.
Exactly.
That's not a lot of points. And with the white pieces, he hasn't been creating a lot of problems. He did with stellar opening preparation against Hikaru Nakamura, but he was unable to break through in that one. The signs are piling up that this is just simply not Alireza's story in this tournament. We still have 1 full tournament to play, 9 more rounds after this one. So there's still plenty of time, but time is running out.
No question about it. Now, one of the reasons why in the Fabi game that Richard really wanted to transfer his pawn from a6 to a4 is because he can go queen a5 and a3. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that we were looking at against your early queen b4 was queen d4, right? And we were looking at maybe bishop takes, queen takes, castles, and we were going down that rabbit hole. But one difference between having the pawn on a6 versus having the pawn on a4 is that you defend the bishop and you throw your opponent a bone. Are you ready to go queen takes b7? And who knows? I mean, what's just going on over here on the queen side as the move a3 seeks to undermine the protection of the knight? And that's a complication that's very unusual. I mean,
it is extremely unusual. I start to like it for black, though.
I understand, especially when you start to think, okay, this bishop is actually doing an enormously cool job. Mm-hmm. It's defending 2 important pawns, d7, b5. It attacks the 3rd pawn. This knight on g6 may not be that great, but for the moment, nobody's bothering it. And f5, knight e5, it can jump in the game. There's a knight h4. As soon as black goes castles, white's the one facing the fire. Where are you going? The white monarch King on e1. Is he going to castle by hand?
So let's keep going. Let's keep going, guys. Let's go f5. I mean, we said
F5,
A,
right?
Let's say B. Let's say B right now.
Let's do it. Okay,
I
f5.
think we move the knight.
Where do
And
you put it? The question is.
that is the
E5
question.
or H4?
Okay, let me be the most.
Correct.
And maybe that was a trap
honorary.
question because knight e5, queen d4, that might be a problem.
I didn't think it was such a problem.
Let's have a look. See, just to make sure.
That queen is just attacking a bit too many pieces, I think.
It's a double hit. It's not like we
Not
have
only
a
that, but
convenient-
you don't even have knight g4 because of queen takes g7. So I looked at knight g4, but queen takes g7, I think, is kind of problematic.
That is a good point. And these variations where I do something like I don't want to play d6. I don't want to play f6. I don't want.
Yeah.
I don't want. Okay,
All right.
so you
And actually, I think there is a funny line in that
Please.
variation. Knight e5, queen d4, knight g4, knight g4,
knight g4. Yeah.
queen takes g7, knight takes e3,
Ooh.
queen takes h8, bishop f8. You cannot go king e7 because f6 is a checkmate. But there's very nice geometry. After a bishop to f8, I take on e6. And now you cannot take with either pawns because both of my cannons are shooting straight at your pieces.
Yes, they are.
So you can take one of the rooks, but I have a feeling that whichever you take, once I take on f7 and open you up like that, you're going to be busted.
And
You
if
can
we-
take on g2, but then I just go up, right? King to e2. And once again, I'm asking a question, what do you do next?
I'll take on g5. I threaten checkmate.
That is a big threat. Okay, rook takes f7. Let's see. I'm defending against checkmate.
I mean, we are throwing the patties over here in St. Louis. Boy.
Queen to e3, king to f1, and that's game over, right? So you need to give a different check.
Right.
Maybe queen to g4, but then I go king f.
Can I go check with the idea of, but am I just an exchange down? Or
You're actually 2 pieces for a rook. Black is completely winning here.
Oh,
No,
good.
no, guys, black is not completely winning because I go king f3.
King f3.
Let's
and
go.
Somebody put me out of my short understanding of chess, but
Well,
why is white not completely busted?
I have 2 pieces for a rook. I'm about to castle.
Because
and
I forgot about knight e6. Get out of here. Get
an
out of here.
honest man is a good man. I have always liked that about Christian.
That's very true.
All right, wow, what a crazy
What a line, right?
variation. Wow.
I don't even know how we got there. But
Okay,
what a bunch
it's
of
from bishop
complications, right?
b4, and
So-
Christian, is the engine saying play
I don't know.
e5?
Let me see. Let me
F5,
see.
sorry?
Let me see. I didn't check it with the engine, by the
Oh,
way.
sorry.
Yeah, bishop d2 is winning, actually.
Simple.
Just simple
It's
bishop
two
d2.
things, right?
So
Yeah.
queen
Yeah.
g7, this is still some sort of an advantage. By the way, not queen takes h8 after knight to e3, but just simply take on e6, resignation time.
Yeah, that also makes
Oh,
sense.
that's a
That's
beauty.
a beauty, yeah.
Yeah. So
Much stronger.
you cannot, wait a minute. Queen to d4 came on the board.
Yeah, that's a logical move.
None of this will happen. Queen to d4 came on the board, and now your idea, Alejandro, of just simply giving up the bishop with bishop takes c3.
No, we thought
but
about queen a5 here, actually, Christian.
Queen a5 was the immediate response for Rapport.
Ooh, it's happened.
Let's
It's
see,
on the
spicy.
board.
It's on the
That
board.
is spicy.
It's on the board.
Yeah.
Queen takes g7.
Queen a5 is on the board.
Are you going to bite the bullet and take this poison, or at least what it looks like a poison pawn on g7?
But this is
A3,
the this
and
is the
king to
danger.
f2. Oh my goodness, what's happening here?
This is the dangerous calculation, right?
Take, and now you go to b1? No, to e2.
I like e2 if I could get away with
I
it.
prefer e2 as well.
Guys, I'm gonna let you take this one because I don't want to look at the engine. I want to solve this without the engine. It's such a fun position.
it really is.
And then we'll check it with the engine.
By the way, sometimes I just this is a beautiful thing that the styles match up and they bring out the best in one another. So Richie with this whole a5 a4 provocation And Fabi said, okay,
Let's go.
let's go. I accept the challenge. I'll pick up the gauntlet on this one. I'll go queen d4. Go ahead, give up the two bishops. Bishop takes c3, queen takes c3. I'll figure out what I'm going to do next. No, I don't want to give up the two bishops. Queen a5. And I feel like the two poker players are just keeping, they're raising the ante. Let's take a look. Queen takes. We said a3, stop. Are you sure you want to go down this pathway?
Well, let's go.
King f2 takes. Knight b1 would not be my instinctive move. I want to have the pieces active.
Yeah.
I'm doing a little bit closer, but I'm really angling for f5 and capturing this rook. Now, the problem is queen on g7. If I imagine a bad thing happening, I just want to put one bad thing. Can the queen get trapped on the king side?
And that would be just a draw, right, actually?
Correct. So I'm just saying the one thing, if you get in this f5, but you get this...
Yeah, sorry, I also don't see another move for black. Because I understand...
Castles? Or b2 is hanging?
b2 is hanging is the main problem. That
Right.
White would be up a pawn if I take on b2.
So something like castles, queen takes b2, and prove it. King on f2 is not bad.
Not bad. I'll castle by hand, king to g1.
Right.
And you're helping me out in many ways, right? Rook
Correct.
a1 is coming, knight d4 is
Correct.
coming.
So we have e5 as a move to consider to stop the queen from taking. And in the meantime, we maybe trap the queen with bishop f8, bishop e7. And, well, we've got a draw as black in the pocket. That's not bad.
But that might be the only thing, because after e5, f5, you have to go for bishop f8.
I have to.
Yes.
I don't dispute that
At this
all.
point, it's over. I mean, there's no way to
Christian,
move the knight.
That, well, I mean, the queen on g7 is, after all, like right in my business, in my grill. I better get rid of that queen before it does too much damage.
Now, can we play this one differently for
Please.
Richie? For example, if you take on g7, just go directly with long castle and try to play a
Without
slower
AB?
game? Yeah. I'm just asking questions.
Oh, for
right
sure.
now.
Please.
Wow.
And I'm not saying it's correct or not correct. I haven't
Join the conversation,
been
Christian.
looking at the engine too much, right? Yeah, like on social media. You can join the conversation if you
Castles, okay. I'm still kind of attracted to knight e2, funnily enough.
Funnily enough, knight e2 does jump to me.
And in
also
fact,
consider...
without a3, guys.
What?
Without a3, so don't go
What?
a3.
Really?
Like, just here, queen a5.
Queen g7 and immediately long
Queen
castle.
g7 and just go long castle.
He's taken on g7, by the way. He has
has?
taken on g7, yeah.
Whoa. Okay, so both players throwing down the gauntlet and saying...
Well, one thing about these players is that they can calculate very, very well straight lines. And a3, a takes b2, and e5 is a very straightforward line. There's not a lot of ramifications along the way.
Mm-hmm.
At least I don't see that, right? Because if you don't get the king to f2, if you don't stop this pin, you're going to be in danger, right?
Well,
you have to do that, allow e5, and then we get this dance, this perpetual against the queen, which leads to a draw. They might be shooting straight towards that variation.
Well, one of the things that when you're not playing the move a4, a3 sticks out to my mind. When you put your king over here, you do give me the chance to capture this pawn on a4 and potentially open up the king on the queen side that bit more, because you didn't play the move a3. So if I take,
yeah,
you just recapture.
Sure.
And if I
and perhaps recapturing is not the only way. Now that you took on a4, actually I'm going to start with e5.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt,
Please.
guys. a3 was played.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about. I think they just calculated this straight line.
The draw,
and
you mean?
The draw. And they just might be going for it.
With king, is the draw that you were, because I suggested...
I'll check it with the engine.
say?
Let's see what the engine is saying. Yeah, perfect. It's
Sometimes
the
we're
first line. Is the first line of the engine.
Okay.
King to a2, take. Knight has to move.
Yep.
e5, close the queen.
Is there any other
F5.
move, by the way, besides
It
E5?
leads to the same thing. King to g1 is another one. And now you probably don't want to go queen to f5. Yeah, queen to f5, just b4, and you're in trouble.
What?
Yeah, no, I mean, a game full of content, and sometimes this is how they end. They just find
don't do this
the
to me.
best path forward, and they find the forced variation to equality. This is what we're seeing right now.
Okay, crazy. Just checking in on the Timor game. Again, sorry to be boring and repetitive. Not much is happening in that game. It's 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2, just a kind of maneuvering. White has some space in the center. Nothing really to write home about. So let's jump back to our marquee game between Hikaru and Nepo. When we left it at these parts.
Yep.
Alejandro, queen d3. We were thinking rook e3, play d5, play knight d4. Big advantage. How big is it now?
It seems that he's doing something similar, but he wants to expel the queen first. He's actually gone knight d2, knight b3, queen f6, and I think he's setting up his knight on d4 with the move bishop d2.
Queen d2, but bishop d2.
Bishop d2 with the idea of bishop c3. I like this better because it keeps control of the e-file.
Makes sense. I like it.
Knight g6 looks more or less forced.
Right.
And this is the current position on the board. What is your impression of...
I love white. I just think that black pieces are not very well coordinated. I think the bishop is coming on this long diagonal, which is very nice. Excuse me, pardon me. Ooh, I was trying to get rid of an arrow and got... if I could put my bishop on c3, the knight goes to d4, pawn perhaps even goes to c5, and it just feels like white's pieces have a greater harmony. Now, having said that, he hasn't won material, and I'll be darned, I really thought around these parts there was going to be some kind of forced material win. Did you like the move knight d2?
It does seem like knight d2 was not the best option. No, knight to d4, the natural knight to d4 that we discussed, it just seems like it was the better option. Well, just because you're putting more pressure on your opponent's pieces, immediate pressure, you have to relocate at bishop on f5, right?
Exactly.
Where do you put it on g6? That's going to take away from the square of the knight. As we've seen in the game, that knight landed on g6 and is looking at h4, is controlling some important squares. It's looking good, the knight on g6. The knight on e7, not so much. So take away that square of the knight with the move knight to d4.
He did play knight d2. He did chase the queen all the way backwards. And then right here also...
you have to lose another tempi to get your bishop on the long diagonal,
right,
which is the ideal placement.
But one of the things I'm always looking to do is push him and take over. So for me to play c5, I need to protect d5. So the move queen d2...
Queen d2 with the idea of bishop b2, yeah.
It was a little bit more compelling unless I'm using the e-file. Can Hikaru somehow magically utilize the e-file here? I'm assuming it's going c5 and or bishop c3.
So what do you start with? Do you go bishop c3 first?
c5 or bishop c3. What are we doing?
Now, if you go bishop c3, I also have the extra option of going queen to a6, right? Not sure if I will go there because it just feels like the wrong direction. It feels like I'm decoupling the connection of my pieces. Yeah, no, I don't like this move. I think don't that's like this move. It just wrong, looks too greedy at this point.
Although I admire the sentiment. A very noble emotion there.
Well, that's why I have the treasurer's role in the pawn grabbers society.
The treasurer.
Did you know that?
I'm the treasurer.
Yeah. We were trying to create the Professional Grandmasters Association. We thought that Walter Brown should be the secretary because he's like so nervous. Roman Gigi-Hashvili was going to be our treasurer, and invest in Vegas casinos. And here is where we stand as round 5 has completed one game. Alejandro.
Yeah, Jan Krzysztof Duda, you see, has caught up with Fabiano Caruana at 2.5 points. Alireza Firouzja jumps to 2, but
out
remember,
of 5.
That is out of 5, and the other players are looking at this as an opportunity to really jump up in the standings. I think specifically Hikaru with his advantage against Nepo, even if he hasn't played the most accurate, we all love his position.
Yeah, but how to bring it home as this is, I'm not going to say an opportunity of a lifetime. I don't want to get really caught up in this moment, but this is simply huge. It can't be overstated. Imagine, it might be that the move C5 is actually just a huge.
By the way, guys,
whoops.
We might be seeing a result in the Fabiano versus Rapport because we're already at E5. E5 is on the board, and I don't see any other way out. You're not going to play king to G1.
No.
At this point, you're just going to force the perpetual after F5. They saw this line from afar.
Repetition, yeah.
And they just straight went into it. Blitzed out the moves into it. Richie Rapport is happy with a draw. Fabiano probably is also happy because it did feel like Richard was more aware of where to put his pieces. And I think Fabiano felt a bit outplayed in this game up to this point.
Okay.
He saw this idea with queen to d4. He saw the way forward to force a draw, and he grabbed it with two hands.
On the other hand, for Fabi, he spoiled a white. I have to say, he didn't get any advantage. For me, that's spoiling a white.
Oh, absolutely. And remember, we did say +3.
Yeah.
Where do you get them? You get 7 whites. Spoiled one of them.
Yep.
All right. It does seem to me as well that there's no way to avoid this bishop f8, bishop e7 variations.
Exactly.
And if you can't avoid them, you might as well force it.
Right. And for Richie, I mean, he has had an eventful 5 draws.
Yes.
I mean, these aren't just like easy draws that he's been having. No, I mean, he's been dead lost, seriously winning, lost draws, and well, even in this game, there were some very key moments. And 2.5, and for Fabi, the +1 after 5.
It's okay, not amazing.
Not amazing.
Right.
I mean, Fabi's saying, Hikaru, stop this man, rampage. And by the way, again, this is a look at the standings with one game in the books, and now we understand once more why a victory Hikaru today would give Hikaru 3. Jan would be frozen at 3. Those two players would be tied. Fabi with a draw would jump to 3, and we would have a 3-way tie going into tomorrow's round 6 action.
And Hikaru is actually in quite a bit of time pressure. Let's go. Well, actually, I'm surprised that he's actually done so much on time. He has 13 minutes to make 13 moves. Remember,
that's a lot of moves.
That's a lot of moves. And remember, no increment. No increment. So normally when you feel 13 minutes for 13 moves,
that's kind of a pressure, I must say.
Yeah, he's played the move. We did not consider this move.
Especially in a position in which if you don't make the most precise moves, you know that you're most likely going to relinquish your advantage. And this is exactly what he did with his last move.
Knight A5?
Knight to A5 is not a good move. Where is the knight going? Probably to C6. I get it. I get that. But what if I just immediately attack it? How are you going to continue it? I'm going to try to vacuum the pieces right now. Bishop to C3, queen stays on G5. I still have some extra squares, right?
Right.
At this point, you have to answer the immediate question. How are you going to deal with the potential of bishop takes C6? Probably knight to D4, and this is going to allow me to get my pieces into play. This is what we're starting to feel, right? From black's pieces. They're all coming into play. The king is very safe because this knight finally managed to land on G6. There is no pressure on the G file. Like the knight on G6 is nicely protecting the king. The queen on G5, sure, you can hunt it around, but I'm going to go D8, G5 back, and you're going to misplace your pieces when you do that, when you try to hunt my queen. For example, what is the knight on F3 doing, right? The knight on F3 is not very active. So this is what I'm seeing right now. Just a lack of plan for Hikaru with this knight to d2, knight to b3, knight to a5. I get it, you're trying to find something in the position, but it's not there. It's not there right now, and after b6, I have to say, Nepo might save this.
By the way, before the move knight a5, what did the engine consider, Christian?
Bishop to c3 was the right move.
And then
The very natural bishop to c3, in fact.
What are the top moves?
Queen to d8.
Just retreat.
But once the queen goes
c5,
back to d8, now you have to slowly improve your position with this move g3. It's all about the domination of black's pieces. A long, dominating game against black's pieces. G3 is definitely aimed against the knight on G6. You're going to follow that up with H4, and if you provoke the move H5, finally you have a target.
Exactly.
You're going to be able to pile up on that with the move bishop to E2. Not only that, but after G3 followed by H4, you also take away a square from the queen. So this was the right path forward. Still not a decisive advantage anymore. Knight to D4 was a much better approach for white. Knight to D4 instead of knight to D2. You just lost too many tempis. Knight to D2, knight to B3, and actually black improved its position. The queen on B1 wasn't doing a tremendous job. The queen on F6, it's much safer. I like the trend for Jan. I don't like the trend for Hikaru right now.
Exactly. Well,
and by the way, we're going straight into that variation. A6 was played, knight to C6, bishop to D7, down to his last 12 minutes Hikaru there.
Do I see behind Christian a 0.0?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think he really threw away a lot of advantage.
He lost it. He lost the advantage.
I think also the bishop actually from F5 retreating to D7, it's actually a big deal in favor of black.
Right.
Because the bishop on F5 was kind of like loosey-goosey target. Now on D7, it covers E8. It hits
C6.
It hits C6. It's gainfully employed. Yeah, the trend, as we've called it, has gone in
black's favor. And I'm a little mystified by this idea of knight A5, knight C6. It really is reminiscent of yesterday's game.
With Richard against Hikaru going knight takes b7 and zigging and zagging our way around.
And it felt like this knight didn't really accomplish very much.
It true. It didn't.
And it didn't in this variation. I also don't know what the knight is doing on c6, particularly in this position, because of the existence of the knight on g6.
Right.
I felt I already had established knight on this square that controls two important squares, e7 and e5, which is where the knight on c6 could be headed. You could also be headed to d4, but you could have gotten to d4 a very long time ago.
And compare these positions, guys.
A journey.
But compare the position. This position,
Yeah.
I have my pawn on b6, that was a target,
Yeah,
no longer
useful.
a target. I had my bishop on f5, a target, no longer a target. I had my queen all the way on this side, not doing much, a target potentially.
Right, bishop
Compare
d3.
this one with this one. What could have been the knight that you guys were touting, nicely placed on g6, is not there, right?
No.
Completely different instances, and as you guys were mentioning, one move, two moves, 3 moves, 4 moves, and probably 5 moves. And by the way, actually it was queen to d6 that was played.
Wow.
Quickly, bishop
to
b4.
b4.
Inviting
Are
queen
we
f6.
inviting
repetition.
a repetition once again? Queen to f6?
Well, with the time control as it is,
I think that's the right approach for Hikaru.
it might be.
Take the draw.
It really might be.
Take the draw at this point.
But this is one of the things that Nepo, at the end of the day, he pats himself on the shoulders and he says, hey, this is what I do. I play really, really fast, and my opponents decide to force a draw.
Speaking of forcing a draw, the draw was forced in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Richard Rapport. They did go straight down the variation we considered some time ago with f5 and everything, and
this was how it.
there's no choice.
No.
And
neither player can avoid.
Can avoid the repetition. It's a mess on the board, but black can't afford to lose the knight. The pawn on b2 is not queening anytime soon.
By the way, sometimes I'm given a diagram, like a flashcard. Here's a diagram, and I give you this diagram, and there's a black pawn on b2, and you say, dude, I mean, you you got the diagram wrong. The white, there's a white pawn on B2. No. There's a black pawn on B2. It's like, how did that happen? That sticks out, right? Like, how did that happen?
Draw agreed. I mean, it was an eventful game. It was a fun game.
Well done.
Thank you, but no full points here.
Exactly, and which leaves us with the Hikaru position. And now we are seeing a potential, an invitation, if you will,
for a threefold repetition.
Let's say Hikaru wants to continue. Whether he should or not, that's a different question. Play knight e5. Just let's go. Knight takes e5. Rook takes e5. And by the way,
could I play something like bishop d6? I'm not sure I want to do it right away.
By the way, again, we are sensing that a draw is...
This is going to be a draw.
Imminent in the sense that the players are... No, I don't believe anything here. No, I mean... Why
is white better?
Why is white better, really? I mean,
this
you have a
terrible bishop on f1.
Right? You have a pawn on d5. Big deal.
Big deal, right?
Right. No, I don't think... I do expect... And for Nepo, he dodged a bullet today. There's just no other way about it. This move, knight a5, tossed away the lion's share of Hikaru's advantage. And, yeah. Sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board with the ding game. And we have how many
still
repetitions,
one more move,
Christian?
right? This is the second with the move bishop to b4. I think that's the third. So still one more chance for Hikaru to avoid the repetition.
And what would it be, Christian? Like,
well, if you don't play the move bishop to b4.
I understand, but what does the engine recommend?
Perhaps g3.
G3.
And what is the point if I take on c6?
So if you do take on c6, bishop to b4 I started with.
I move away.
Move away, and now I take.
I cannot take on c6, of course.
Bishop you cannot take on, and that's the
point
key
of
G3, right? Not only that it controls the knight, but also that queen takes c6 is met with bishop to g2, resignation time. So, yeah, let's wait and see. He still hasn't made the final repetition with bishop to b4, so he's still pondering his move. 9 minutes and 8 moves away.
I suspect that Hikaru is kind of kicking himself. He feels like he had some very, very decent advantage against this Petrov, and he let it slip.
Especially because he already refused the repetition, right, in this game.
When? Where? What?
We had this rook e2, rook b2, right?
Oh yes.
Earlier
right
on.
Here, when the first rook and sorry.
Yeah,
it was
this.
it was queen to d3, and we could have played rook b2.
And that seals the draw because there's no other move.
Exactly. And then he could have played queen e4, and that would have been draw number 1.
Right.
But it was with this move rook e3 that Hikaru showed his ambition.
Yeah. Which he should, right? We all felt that he was better. He felt he was better.
And this is where knight d2 was just wrong. I mean, he could have played knight d4, ideas of knight takes f5 as well as rook b3, and really put the pressure on Jan, and the computers were giving quite a sizable advantage
and
to Hikaru.
G3 still is an advantage for white.
Okay, let's get
right
there.
Now, G3 is still an advantage for white. Queen to D6 is not the most precise. Queen to G5 was a bit more precise to create this spin. Queen to D6 still inviting this extra option of playing the move G3. Let's wait and see, because I'm sure Hikaru is thinking about it. Hikaru is thinking about and looking in this direction, because G3 is not such an unnatural move. You are controlling the knight, you are opening up this diagonal for the bishop. It makes a lot of sense to play the move G3. So it's definitely within his candidate moves.
Why is that better for white? Let me
so
put
what do
some
you do?
natural moves. I still like taking on c6 because
Okay, so
I
you
feel
take first, I go
knight,
here, and now
is
I
annoying.
take, right?
And I go queen.
Oh, sorry. I think we were including bishop b4.
I like
to
this,
b4,
and I go a5 in this position. I assume bishop
a5.
c3.
I'm not taking on f. I'm not taking on f8.
And I move my queen. Where do I move my queen? Let's put her on I mean, the engine I see has an arrow on f5.
I'm going towards your knight. So next moves are going to be h4 and h5 if you allow me to. Now, queen to d6 feels like the natural move, right?
Okay.
All right, you convinced me.
Well, I understand. The engine is saying queen to f5, but what is the natural move?
But I think queen d6
more, yeah.
It feels more natural.
Right.
Right.
And it's already much worse for black after h4. Much worse. Much worse.
I don't understand why it's much worse.
Decisive advantage right now.
If you don't mind, just continue that position. Oh, by the way, we do
have the move bishop b4 on the board. If that you can claim it now.
You claim it. Yeah. You have to stop the clock and claim it.
Nepo can stop the clock right now, claim the 3 full repetition, and that will be our third draw of the day. Certainly a positive result for Nepo and for
wonderful
everything that we were touting about Hikaru. This was a chance,
yes,
and he didn't take it.
Clear. And for Nepo, again, he comes into today's round, and in their head-to-head, Hikaru did have this small edge, 3 wins against 2, a number of draws, and Hikaru had white. So this was before today's game. So Nepo understood that this was actually really a challenging game that he had to get past this man not to lose.
Yeah.
And if a draw has been agreed, this has been a dream start. Just a dream first half so far.
Queen f6, and even the move bishop c3 was played. That's kind of funny. That's a 4th time?
Is that a 4-time repetition?
That's playing with fire for Nepo. Come on, you want to make a draw, just make the draw. You have the option. You've been on the back foot, right? The whole game. Make the draw. Claim the draw.
He could play something else, right?
You know that there's like a 3-time repetition, and then there could be like a 5-time. There was a wrestler, King Kong Bundy. Do you remember King Kong Bundy?
Not much of a
This
wrestler.
is a monster wrestler, and he insisted on a 5 count. Like they count to 3 seconds, right? He would nail his opponent, and he'd make the referee count to 5. We don't like no stinking 3-move repetitions. We want a 5-move repetition.
Well, the game is over, guys.
Draw.
This is a draw, and Jan continues on his tear in the candidates. Drawing with black against Hikaru from a worse position can only be described as a positive result today.
No question about it. He maintains his lead.
And the only thing we're really trying to figure out is which one of the other 2 players keeps some chances alive. Because at -1, they're trying to get back to 50%. Those Timur Radjabov and Ding Liren. Because look at how many more points everybody else has. Fabi on 3 points, Jan on 3.5. It's kind of do or die soon for these players on 1.5.
Agreed, wholeheartedly so. And I must say that in this position that I am looking at, it seems to my eyes, I would much rather play black's position. It seems to me like Timur is actually the one under duress. The pawn on e4 is not injuring anybody. It's not a pawn that's killing black.
Right.
It's a weakness, actually.
And a testament to the attitude of the players is that Ding Liren just refused the repetition.
Did he really?
Yeah, so here he had the option of going right there, after bishop b6, h3. Rook d8 was played, queen c2 was played.
Get out of the pin.
Yep, rook c8, queen d3 was played. Rook d8, queen c2, and Ding Liren said, you know what? I could play rook c8 and draw, but no, I'm going to play h5.
Wonderful. And h5, wow, that's an awkward move to play. It's a kind of indication that, he's afraid of h4 and knight g6. So
h4 was a threat. Yeah.
He played the move h4, and the knight sank into that g4 square, which is, kind of spooky. There is a white king. There is a knight e3 check sighting. Right. That there are ideas, even knight f5 suddenly start creeping in.
Queen to c3
was played by Radjabov.
How do you respond?
And it's a very nice move, actually, this queen on c3. You were mentioning the problems with knight e3.
Yep.
Gets out of that.
That's a number 1.
That's a number 1. Knight takes c6 is a little bit of a problem. He's actually played the move knight f6. Knight g4, back to f6. We might be seeing
and we know the move that Radjabov will play right now.
Yeah.
He didn't even think about it. He played Queen C2 immediately.
Queen to C2.
Queen to C2, a la tempo. Knight takes E6, by the way, is a very visual threat.
Yeah,
you know, I mean,
a bit of a
mate
threat,
in one on the diagonal, and you hit the rook as well. So Knight F6.
Queen C2 played, trying still to get that draw.
Knight, Queen to C2, defending the pawn. And before we really show our prejudice, bias for one side or the other, Christian, what's the engine eval? Is it double, triple O's, or is it better black?
Oh, it's definitely not triple O's. No. Black is in the driver's seat right now.
Good. Yes.
It is. Yeah.
Oh,
that's
I was
the
like,
situation. Rook to C8 seems to be the right path forward. Now taking away the C3 square from the queen and continuing with knight to G4.
Makes a lot of sense, actually.
Nice. I like
a
that.
nice little nuance, right?
like
that.
Because
continuation.
Yeah.
And by the way, he played it. Rook to C8 is on the board right now. He understands the direction in which he needs to take this game, and that is plant a knight on G4. Do not allow white to create this battery on the long diagonal after the move Rook to C8 and put pressure on your opponent, on your opponent's clock as well. And you know, psychologically right now, Radjabov just wants to get out of there.
Right.
He's under tremendous pressure. He came into this game with the white pieces thinking that it's going to be a walk in the park. I'm going to be able to make a draw. He didn't want to win. Let's be honest here. He did not want to win this game. He exchanged everything in the center. He didn't play A3 to try to imbalance the position. None of it. No imbalances whatsoever seeked by Timur Radjabov. He wanted to make a quick draw, and this is exactly what Ding is not giving him right now. You want a quick draw? No, you have to work for it. Rook to C8, very precise. Queen to D3 immediately played. We expect a return of this wandering knight on a G4, and the pressure is piling up. What's your next move? At some point, you will have to create some weaknesses in the position. B4 is the move recommended by the engine. That allows my rook to creep in on C4. I don't know how natural this move B4 recommended by the engine is. Let's wait and see how Timur is going to approach this one.
Thank you, Christian. And we've got some players who are basically running out of road here. Richard's drawn 5. We've got Ding Liren at a -1. We've got a Firouzja at -1. Let's take a look at Fabi's road ahead.
Yeah, he started off blazing start for him, winning against Hikaru, one of the main rivals in the tournament, with the white pieces is a great way.
Now we're thinking 8.5.
Yeah, that's what
How's he going to get to 8.5? So he's got 1, 2, 3. So he's going to need 5.5 points out of his remaining 9 games.
9 games.
Yeah. So he's got to go +2.
That's all. It's very doable,
but it's an ask.
It's an ask.
But
And
for Richard,
that's kind of the issue, right? Where are you going to pick up points? By the way,
he'll have to go 6 out of 9.
If I had to think of a player
who could go 6 out of 9.
No, that started with 5 draws.
Sorry, yeah, it would not be me, Richard.
No, at all.
I might have said Ding,
Radjabov, maybe.
Yeah, that's unexpected for Richie.
And we have 2 players, right, with 5 draws?
Yes,
Duda and Richard, which...
Again, both of those players would not have been my first pick. Of the 8 candidates.
Of the 8 candidates, I wouldn't have imagined those are the players that are on 50% with 5 draws.
Exactly. Jump in, Christian. When you think about the winning score here, are you seeing 8.5 or are you seeing 9?
It's so competitive. I don't see any of the players not losing a game. At some point, I'm expecting even Nepo, right now he's off to a fiery start, to lose a game. I'm seeing him also potentially winning a couple more games. So I will stick with my initial prediction, which is +3 is going to go into a tie-breaks.
Okay. Oh, tie-breaks for him.
Tie-breaks. I don't think he's going to win outright. Okay. No, I think we're going to see a tie-breaks on +3. +4, if that happens, wins outright.
Okay, but if you say we're going to see a tiebreak at +3, that means 2 players are going to have 6-0, which means the other people in the field are going to be considerably further down, removed from the winning the winners, if you will?
Right now, I'm seeing a couple of struggling players.
Right.
Timur is really struggling in this one.
Oh, for sure.
Ali Reza,
Yeah.
really struggling in this one.
And as
I
we
guess not Ding. No. Ding is
Yeah, when Ding is definitely struggling.
Ding is struggling. Nevertheless, if he wins this one, he's back in the mix.
That's a big if.
yeah,
It's a big if, but he has a great chance.
and he'll need it. Well, we're going to invite you all to join our conversation. I mean, there's lots of ways for you to reach out and ask us questions, as we have but one single remaining game for this round 5, and here comes B3, B4.
Absolutely.
And
And here is how to reach us on social media. We are on YouTube. We are on Twitch. We're waiting for your questions. Tweet at us at St. Louis Chess Club or ask your questions on the live chat. We have somebody that is actually feeding us some of these questions, including this one by Tony C.
Tony C.
For all three gentlemen, what do you do when you are not commentating for the St. Louis Chess Club?
I'm bringing balance to the cosmos.
Important.
Important. How about you? These guys are world-class coaches. Come on. I mean, the St. Louis University, Missouri Tigers teams, you're the world champs in?
I want to say rapid.
Right.
Christian, am I rapid or blitz?
Crickets.
I know we got first and second. We got first and second. St. Louis University and Mizzou. We played the World Championships in both rapid and blitz.
You guys got the rapid.
I was pretty sure about that. Yeah, we got the rapid and they won the blitz. But we got second in the blitz and they got second in the rapid.
So you guys were
I hope that's true, by the way.
The top 2
I really
places
hope that's true.
of the whole world.
Of the whole world, we took the top 2 places in both tournaments.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done. Well, that's what those guys do. And on top of doing all the training, you've also mentioned you doing courses, video courses. You mentioned you did a recent one on the Neo Vienna.
Yeah, I just coined that term. Neo Vienna. It's on limitlesschess.com. We have a bunch of videos. It's a Netflix for chess. You pay a monthly subscription and you get access to tons of videos actually on all kinds of subjects by pretty famous grandmasters. We got Varakobi and Josh Friedel. Eric Rosen has also thrown in quite a few videos there. So a lot of content. I end up spending most of my time, I would just describe it as I just do chess.
I do chess.
It's
and all kinds of chess.
All kinds. I play, I do commentary, obviously I coach.
Right.
I'll be coaching the women's Olympic team in India.
You'll be going to India soon then, yeah.
Very soon. I'm very excited about that one, of course, as we have a great chance, I believe, this year.
I saw a beautiful photo. It was really an outstanding photo, one of the best I've ever seen. It was Modi, the Prime Minister of India, literally surrounded by the Indian team, Torch and Durkati, the FIDE president with Viswanathan Anand, Vishy standing next to Modi. And I'm saying, wow, if America ever hosted an Olympics, to have that kind of political support from the White House would be unbelievable. And the Indians really looked like they were deliriously happy.
Oh yeah, and they're doing the whole Olympic torch running.
Yeah.
A relay that's going to go all the way from the north of India to Chennai, which is very much on the south. So
southeast, yeah.
It's going everywhere, and I think that chess has really exploded. And you mentioned this man, Vishy Anand, transforming the world of chess, especially in India. If you told me 30 years ago that this would happen in India,
Vishy would have been passed out. I mean, no way.
I mean, 30 years ago, I think Vishy was like the only grandmaster.
Right. Yeah. There was Vishy and there was nobody else in sight.
Right. And now they're building a bunch of strong teams.
Right. The scary part is. And Christian, we got to ask you the same question. I mean, are you perpetually chess?
80% of the times chess. And since we're advertising, limitless chess and dropping names there, go follow me on Twitch at Count Live. I sometimes stream there
I've joined you on occasion or two.
You did join me, and I hope that you will join me in the future as well. And outside of that, I also do jiu-jitsu. I'm a blue belt in jiu-jitsu right now.
And what does
it means I can suffocate you to death with my bare hands. Yes.
Well, that was nice.
We don't need any proof. We're not asking for proof. We were just, how close is that to a black belt? Because I think everybody knows what a black belt is.
I'm a 1600 in jiu-jitsu, maybe.
It's not bad.
And you can still choke me to death?
Oh, yeah. Well, you're a 400.
Okay.
You're minus rating. So a 1600 will be able to kill you.
I understood.
Very quickly, yeah.
I understood. Well, okay, so 20% working out and
yeah, I really love jiu-jitsu
martial
nowadays. Unfortunately, with all the commentary, I cannot be at my gym that much, so I'm taking a lot of breaks, especially during the summer where we are busy doing this. But I try to keep it up as much as possible.
Great. As for myself, I would say more or less I'm like you. I do chess. I've done chessable courses, which I've really enjoyed. I'm not doing as much writing as I've done in the past. I've certainly written my fair share of books. I did a book called Chess Duels, which featured just my games against the world champions, which is like a 400-page book. But I was thinking about doing a compendium volume, duels with the champions and challengers. So over the years, I've played the champions of the Soviet Union who didn't become world champions or didn't become challengers. I've played against challengers, just throwing out a name, Viktor Korchnoi and Jan Timman. They didn't become champions of the world, but they were certainly champions as well. And some really, really fun games. But then I realized that's a lot of work. And doing commentary is, first of all, just so much fun. I feel like, seriously, I'm sitting on the front row of the world champions boxing fights, and I get to share the insight with yourselves. I feel it's one of the best jobs I've ever had in my life. I don't even think of it as a job, actually.
I mean, imagine for you, it's the same thing for me, but I get to commentate with Yasser Seirawan.
It's great.
It's even better.
Sometimes Gary, by the way, if Gary Kasparov is out there, we want you to come on and share some of your thoughts, Gary, with us. So we are definitely looking for some Skype calls from top players, including Gary. So just keep that in mind. And anyway, that's what we do. We are chess players, chess lovers as well. Before, Timur's made a couple of concessions over the last few moves, including the move h4, including the move b4. The move h4 allowed this knight to settle rather uncomfortably, I want to say, Alejandro, on the g4 square. The move b4 might allow, or definitely I would find the move rook c4 compelling, allowing the rook to settle on the c4 square. In other words, slowly, I feel like Timur's position is deteriorating.
It was until I saw the last couple of moves, and there was a very
there's already. Oops, sorry.
No, rook queen d7 was played.
Just a second. Let me refresh my board. I hadn't realized that. Okay.
Rook d2 was played, and quite quickly, Ding actually played the move rook c4, which puts tons of pressure on the position.
Looks good.
The question I have is, what is the reply to knight f5?
Knight f5.
That has to be calculated. Queen takes d3, probably almost forced, right?
I don't see another move.
No.
Do you?
Queen a7.
You allow me to take on g7?
Oh, but g7 is hanging. No. So we're going to take. Now you have to check.
Check. King f8, forced move.
Now we have to take on d3?
Yes.
Okay, now pause because...
Now I pause because I have rook c2.
And that's a very attractive move.
But that allows me to exchange the rooks by force after rook to d2. We are trading the rooks.
One way or another. You could throw in knight e3, but it doesn't really matter.
Okay, so in that case, I will...
So what if you try not to trade the rooks, right?
Yeah.
Do I go bishop to d4 now, or do I munch on that pawn? I'm a little bit skeptical about munching on that pawn.
Because of f6, right?
But hold on.
But f6, e5, right?
If you don't munch on the pawn. Just a second.
Bishop to d4 was
This
my
rook
other
is
alternative.
huge. This knight is better than its colleague, and the kings. This king looks more vulnerable than black's king.
You convinced me. Take the pawn.
So if you
convincing guy, yeah.
That's very convincing.
Maybe a career in
if you're going to
politics.
suffer with something in the pocket, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so takes. So
e5.
it's
I have to go e5. I
You
think.
have to go e5.
I don't think white can be worse here.
I don't see why white's worse. No, I mean, so wait a minute. You're saying that rook c4 was mistimed.
I don't know if it was
and
mistimed.
knight f5 might just
I haven't figured it
be
out.
the cure.
So
I'll ask Christian because he has an engine. Christian, what is the refutation of knight f5?
knight f5 equalizes. So knight f5 is a good move. Take, king f8, take. Rook to c2, in fact. If you do take here, not bishop takes g7. Check it out. It seems like bishop takes g7 actually is a mistake because of knight to f2.
Wow, that's a hidden.
Yeah, I wouldn't have come up with that.
And you want to take with the knight on e4.
Right.
Not only that, but it blocks the king from coming to the queen side because it puts a lot of
sense, yeah.
pressure on g3.
Easy to
Beautiful
miss,
move, knight to
easy to
f2.
understand.
Easy to miss, by the way.
Right,
Easy to
right.
miss. So bishop to d4. I thought about this move, but then I saw rook to c2, and you convinced me. Just take the pawn, right? So what about rook to c2 here? I'm seeing the evaluation of the computer and saying it's very close to equality, but from a practical perspective, seeing my king cut on the first rank, it just doesn't feel right. At the same time, this rook on d3 defends all my
Everything,
weaknesses.
Right.
So king to f1.
I don't know if I would be that
If you
scared.
take, maybe it's not that scary. Yeah, if I manage to play e5, I don't have any hanging pawns.
You go to a2 and I go knight c6, I start wondering.
Hey, that check could be scary. Yeah.
Yeah, you're the one checkmating me, right?
Right.
Yeah, maybe this is the way to go right now. Timur could be forcing this endgame with the move knight to f5. Now let's take a look at queen to a7. Does this work? No. Knight takes g7. The problem is not that you're losing this pawn, but you're
H5.
also losing h5.
And
Right.
you don't have a real threat.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah, you can give a check on e3, but I'm going to go to h3 and my king is very safe.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You don't have a penetration square, and this is a problem. Knight to f5, big move right now, big moment, and this is why Timur is calculating, spending a lot of his time. 8 minutes, think, after rook to c4.
And
with
what
how many
is his
moves?
time?
5 moves to go.
5 moves
Black's
to go?
time, 18 minutes. So
18
none
minutes.
of them are really in time trouble territory right now.
Not really.
Because we're so close to the second time control. So knight to f5, he needs to calculate this. If he does, I guess the only question remains, do you have any advantage here?
No way, right?
I understand, you still have knight e3, knight to c4. I still have some weaknesses that you can get to on this side.
That is a good point. All of white's pawns are on dark squares.
Somehow this cannot be enough, right? It just doesn't feel like... So I'm going to put the knight on
b3.
b3, you're going to put the knight on c4, that's fine. And I'm maybe even putting the bishop on
the point is that
C1.
if you...
Well, g7's hanging, man.
Even if you put your bishop on c1 and that
Okay, so
final
I go
position-
g6 first.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of white pawns on dark squares. Like
I
I want to
understand that.
I want to keep the bishop. If I'm black, I'd love to keep the bishops on the board. Can you find a variation where black can maintain? Because this
This is a draw.
is a draw. This
yeah.
feels like
So you take, I take, you go knight c4 and I defend.
yeah.
Maybe you counterattack, right? Knight c6, knight b8 is also
I think
possible.
defending and taking the
good.
passive approach is enough.
Okay.
It also might be enough.
Big
But yeah,
moment, guys.
Big moment.
This is it. If he finds knight to f5, I think he's going to get closer and closer to...
Which is an obvious bailout
Equality.
move, by the way.
It is.
I mean,
Well, because there might not be any immediate threat. I actually don't see any immediate threat, but
you've been defending e4, and this
Yeah.
is a moment to get off the queens and capture on e7. So, yeah, I think
Yeah.
knight f5 is the
most compelling move.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Whew.
13 minutes to play. for Timur Radjabov going into this position has been under pressure since pretty much the beginning.
I wonder how their head-to-head has been. I guess they haven't been playing each other that much to begin with. Ding Liren has been in a pandemic shutdown.
But I do remember, if I remember correctly, Timur Radjabov beat Ding Liren in a an important mini match in the finals of the World Cup in Khanty-Mansiysk, right?
Which was the one that qualified him
to this.
3 years later.
3 years later, right?
We talked about that. That was a kind of a funny qualification.
But I think they drew
their classical games.
I actually don't remember. I'm going to look it up.
Yeah,
they went to tiebreak.
It was a tiebreak win. Timur, by the way, is also, because of his victories in the World Cup where he won them in rapid and blitz,
right.
He got a reputation of being a real rapid and blitz specialist, and that maybe classical was not his forte. And it was almost like he was making 2 quick draws.
And going into the rapid.
And 2 quick draws, and then going into the rapids and so on as he made his way through the field.
And it was an interesting approach because you do save a lot of energy.
Yes.
Not having to play the classical games. On the other hand, the faster time controls are considered to be a bit more of a gamble than the classical games.
A question to yourselves, because of this new old time control, what's time trouble for you personally? What would you describe when you start getting nervous? What's nervousness on the clock?
The moment I start to think that, okay, I need to speed up, I have 15 minutes left. Or less.
For how many moves?
I would say 10.
That doesn't feel
I don't have a lot of problems with time control. It's not my personal issue.
Good for you. And for you, Christian?
If I knew how to deal with my time problem, probably I would be much higher rated. I do have some time problems, I have to say, time management problems. Nevertheless, one thing that I always tell myself, and whenever I'm in shape I can actually control, is staying close to my opponent. In terms of my time management. Never more than 5 minutes less than my opponent, especially as we approach the time control. And that's going to give me at least a practical chance. If I have like 1 minute and my opponent has like 30 minutes, and he can just like make me stay there. Maybe I have to go to the restroom in the last 10 moves. Maybe it's a completely wild position in which he can calculate and create problems on every single move. Then I'm busted. Yeah, there's no way I will be able to survive that. But if we're close in terms of time, if I have 1 minute and my opponent's clock is ticking down from 3 minutes, then it's going to be a close fight.
Yeah, for me, time trouble had always been 5 minutes or under. Okay. But I needed to have to play 8 moves. If I had 5 minutes to play 3 moves, easy. The problem was that before increment, you could get into a situation that on move 15 or move 18, you went into an hour-long thing. And then you were just kind of like discombobulated, and then you just woke up. It was move 31, and you had 5 minutes. And then it started to get... You could feel your heart beginning to go ding, 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 like, got to speed it up. But Timur.
Yeah, no moves yet. We're still waiting to see if he decides to go knight f5 or something else.
Anything from the social media?
Apparently we do. Let's take a look from Twitch user. I'm not going to try. What chess player in this tournament would you like to have a dinner with?
Well, and frankly, all of them. And seriously, I mean, I know it sounds like I'm sitting on a fence. I think all of these players are interesting, and you get into conversations with them, and they go into all kinds of directions. So you can imagine you go to dinner with Hikaru, just picking a name. And the next thing you know, you're completely immersed in a world of streaming and what is going on and some of the crazy things that goes on and how do you get sponsors in the stream, and you have, well, Hikaru, how many simulcast viewers have you had at one time? And he goes, I don't care, I'm just throwing this out, right? 300,000 people. So you're sitting there and you're talking to 300,000 listeners. And he goes, yeah. And you know, the chat is going like this. you go everywhere. These conversations are actually really intriguing. And recently, Fabi and I had gone to see the movie. What was that movie?
Oh, the Norseman. Yeah.
We're going to call it a tender romance. But prior to going to the Norseman, Christian, I think you were with us.
Yes.
We went and had sushi all together.
Right, yeah.
You know, and Eric Rosen and Katya Nemtsova, others all coming out and having a dinner together. And the dinner conversation is everywhere. And it's really fun.
Yeah.
What's going on in their lives. I mean, so I think they're all incredibly interesting persons. But you, who in particular of the 8?
I'll try to answer the question. There's a few that I'm just going to throw out of the loop because I've had dinner with them. Not
and they're
once,
boring.
not
Get out of here.
Not once, not twice, not thrice. You know, I've had dinner with them
Get
so
out of
many
here.
times. I'm not choosing Fabi because I can have dinner with him whenever I want.
Right.
So not Fabi, not Hikaru because I've known him my entire life.
Exactly.
Even though Hikaru, excellent dinner conversations, and not just streaming. He is knowledgeable about so many aspects of life, like whether it's finances, real estate, politics. You mentioned it.
He's all over.
He's all over. So definitely an interesting one, but again, plenty of experience with that. I've had dinner with Richie. He's a great guy. I would personally choose Nepo. And for me, it's just it's a reason you might not think of, but we actually share a hobby.
Video games?
Specifically, a couple of video games that we play together. Well, not together, but we play the same one. He plays it at a slightly higher rating band than I do. That's Dota 2. But I would actually like to sit down and pick his brain about this one.
Discuss it with him, how that goes. By the way, I would want to throw in Ding Liren as well, because I'd really like to know more about China than I currently do. Christian, back over to you. Who would be your picks?
Well, Ding for sure, and for the exact same reason that you just mentioned, but there would probably be a language barrier between us. So I would love having dinner with Ding if I knew Chinese. That would be great. Now, on the other hand, I recently had dinner with Richie Rapport, and he was a great conversation. And I think I would like to repeat that.
Yeah, he's great. I mean, Rich is a really fun person to be around, really nice as well.
By the way, after the move Rook C4, this opportunity for Knight F5 passed. Timur did not jump at that opportunity of trading queens and reducing the pressure in the position. He actually just dropped back with his queen, queen E2. And Ding said, well, very fine. Let me put my queen back on this very nice square B7, tying you to the E4 pawn. And the more I'm looking at this position, help me out here, Christian, I don't like White's position because I'm looking, this knight on D4 looks good, can't move.
Can't move.
Knight on F3, well, it's kind of tethered as well. The pawn structure is rather rigid from White's perspective.
The only question is how to make advancement right now with the black pieces, how to improve your position, right?
I had a suggestion.
Please,
Sure.
jump.
This is how I see this position. I have a beautiful bishop on b6. I have a beautiful queen on b7. I have a beautiful rook on c4. And I have a beautiful knight on g4.
Yes,
very
you
nice,
do.
very nice. But there's one piece I'm not very happy about. This knight on e7.
Correct.
So I'm figuring, where do I move it? I thought, oh, that's a nice one. But I actually thought d6.
D6.
So I thought, go knight c8.
So you want to go knight to c8?
Yeah, I thought knight c8.
But isn't knight to d6 going to invite some sort of knight takes e6 idea?
If you can get it in, because knight d6, knight takes e4, I feel it's much more devastating.
I like it.
Than anything that you can do.
And if I go e5, that's just going to weaken my position.
Then I say thank you for the diagonal, right? Thank you for the diagonal. I might even go back to e7.
Knight to, exactly.
Right.
Knight to e7, knight to d5, yes. I don't want to do that.
Exactly. So what you just did, by the way, Alejandro, not just that you and Christian are world-class coaches, is exactly the way you think strategically. You look at your rook, you look at your queen, you look at each and every piece on the board, and then you ask everybody, you happy, you happy, are you working, you're good, you're good. And the one guy who stands out to my mind in Black's camp is this knight on e7. And you go, dude, man, get a job. You do something for me, right? And you went knight to d6. I get it. I went knight to f6 because I'm thinking e5, I'm jumping So, and by the way, knight on f6 versus knight on f6 is a little cozier to the king.
I agree with you. I just
now
didn't know
the question
how to get it
is
there.
how to get it there. Like, so we, oftentimes you have to make a move like king g8. How are you going to get this knight to an ideal square? Your path to d6 is much easier. So that's the way I think as well. And I think that if Ding can do something marvelous with a knight on e7, Timur is going to suffer. Now, from White's point of view, I'm looking to bail.
How are you bailing? Yes.
Exactly. How do I get myself? And that's why I wanted to bring you
and just
Christian.
to give you an example, right? So you would like to bail, and by bailing, whenever you say that, you generally look to exchange pieces.
Precisely.
Right?
Precisely.
That's
so
exactly.
after knight to g6, the one piece that can be exchanged, or at least it looks like it, is the rook, with the move rook to c2. Boom! Resignation time. Knight to e3.
That's so pretty.
So you cannot do this. You don't
drag.
have rook to c2 because I take, and now you cannot recapture.
Right into the bishop on b6.
Exactly. So where is that simplification in the position for white?
Where are you bailing?
Well, no.
Where's the bailout?
Well, exactly. That's what I was going to say, man. And that's why we have Christian.
There's no bailout. That's
to
the
come
problem.
and help me bail myself out of this. Timur's in trouble.
There's no bailout.
There's no bailout.
No bailout. You're going to have to suffer, and you're going to have to make ugly moves. That is the problem. You have to play ugly moves. You have to play queen e2, queen d3. Just sit and wait for your opponent to improve their position to the maximum, and then hope there's no killing blow.
That was a line that Michael Schuba had. One side was doing, the other side is watching. I can't play that kind of chess where I'm just watching my opponent improve. It's so hard to play moves like queen e2 and d3. You want to do something, this would be terrible for Timur. And he's just played the move queen d3. And once again, I have to ask the question, how big advantage is it for, it feels like Ding is improving his position
It's a significant advantage.
Yeah.
From an objective point of view as well as from a practical point of view. Right now, if you look at the numbers specifically, the engine is saying minus 1.4. That is quite a lot.
Yeah.
A pawn and a half. That's a very decent advantage. The problem is that I'm also not seeing the easy path forward to simplify the position for white. And this comes back to the discussion we had. Where's the bailout, right? Now, also, Timur is down to his last 5 minutes. I get it. 3 more moves. But every time you have to make this type of queen to e2, queen to d, you're always watching your back because you know that something might be coming, right? Some sort of, after knight to g6 especially, some sort of queen c7 followed by knight takes f4. You have to start looking at those type of sacrifices. Knight to g6 also has ideas of e5 potentially changing the structure. So there's always things that you need to double check before you make your moves. And as you get down, and by the way, a move has been played. F6.
That's
I like this move.
Remarkable move.
I like this move.
You do?
Wow.
Yes, yes. And first of all,
changing the structure.
And first of all, because it's a confusing move.
I'm confused.
For Timur as well. Timur is confused as well. What is he going to do next?
For my opponent's time trouble, yeah.
And there's a clear idea behind it.
Okay.
E5, at some point, I will go e5. You're going to have to move the knight, and I'm going to jump with the knight to e3.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a check. And you start seeing ghosts. Whenever you see checks on the board arriving, you're starting to see ghosts.
Might be more than a ghost.
I like it. I like this move from a practical angle.
Well, tell me about the bailout variation now.
There's
knight
no
takes
bailout.
e6? Knight takes e6?
No, knight takes e6 loses instantaneously after rook takes e4.
Rook takes e4, just a
Rook takes
second.
e4.
Instantaneously. Knight c5?
I could even
That's
take
fine.
and
I'll
rook
take,
e3,
take, rook e3, game over.
Hold on, I was hoping for queen d8 check and rook d7. Queen f3.
I'm hiding. I'm hiding. There's queen
that's
f3
nasty.
problems you have on the board.
That's
You get
nasty.
checkmated.
Got you.
No, it's beautiful. And if you try to defend passively like this,
No.
sure.
No.
Knight
No,
here,
no,
knight
no,
comes,
no.
I take on h4, I take on, I have,
no.
first of all, I
This will
take
fall
on
apart, yeah.
f3 next.
This is
right?
brutal.
So
Yeah.
if you go like this, I take on f3, knight e3, and
No.
bye-bye, resignation. I love the move f6. It's a great
F6.
move. It's a 2800 level move, f6. Not only that it gives white the illusion of options, but also it closes this bishop. This bishop is never going to play an active role into the attack as we move forward.
Let's let Timur think. He is down to 3 minutes. I don't want to cut to break right away because he is down to 3 minutes.
Okay.
Let's at least make
See what
he
his
plays
reaction
here,
could be.
because this is a crucial moment.
No question. And if you, as you were describing the move f6 as maybe the prelude to the continuation e6, e5, okay, let's play the move rook e2.
Rook e2 is the best move in the position.
Just to defend the e3 square and kind of anticipate e5. Is there an immediate follow-up to f6?
No.
Okay.
No immediate follow-up right now. So queen to d7 seems to be the best move after that, and then you're going to have to respond with a return to d2. Rook to d2. And now once again I have options to try to maneuver and improve my position. Maybe
And I
queen
do
to
have to
c8.
say, I do feel like Timur is now officially, by my book,
He is.
time trouble, time pressure.
Down to his last 2 minutes. guys.
Exactly.
With 3 moves to make, right.
You begin to
3 moves to
really
make.
feel it. Your heart is just starting to skip a beat or two.
Yeah, let's wait. By the way, if he doesn't make the right decisions in the
Right.
next 3 moves, he might be completely busted as we enter the time control.
Yeah.
Right.
We make the time control, but it might be unsavable. at
Under
that
2
point.
minutes now for Timur Radjabov. He has 3
And
moves to
it's
make.
getting scary.
It's getting very scary, guys. Well, rook e2, queen d7, rook d2 is almost asking for it, right?
So what if you make rook to d? Yeah, rook d1 is
Rook
lost.
e2,
No, rook d1 cannot be played.
queen
Rook d1 is
d7,
lost.
rook back to d2.
That's a hard move to play.
Is there a knockout though? I still have that knight.
And by the way, most likely you have other moves than queen to d7, right? So maybe you can even continue improving the position. I don't know, king to h8, knight goes back to g6 once
well,
again.
is the pawn on
What if I go
e6
here?
ever hanging?
Well,
By the way, king
Guys,
to
like
h3
h3 he
is
played.
on the board.
King h3.
King h3 is the move
Wow.
that
What a
Timur
choice.
chose at this point.
There's no knight
Oh
f2.
my goodness. King h3. Whoa. You know he's reaching into his deep bag of candidates to come out with king h3 because that's not high on your first list. E5, Christian, can we look at the...
Not
most
as compelling. Not
Really?
as,
All right,
not
let's
as
go.
compelling. No, not
Why?
as compelling. I just simply take.
I take back with the pawn.
Take with the
Take.
pawn, and I would assume knight to e6.
Knight to e6.
So knight to f5 fails because you just take, and e4. Is that it? Yes, that is.
What
it.
happens?
That's simple.
And on
There is
queen
no more checks.
C8,
Absolutely
you
no
have
checks.
queen d7? Question?
Well, I mean, it's
You
like
mean
every move.
Queen c8 here?
Yeah.
Queen c8 looks
Yeah, queen
scary.
c8, and then I go e6 or knight to f5.
What?
Sorry?
Knight to
No,
f5.
no. You take knight e6 and then queen c8.
Oh, I get it. Yes,
Right.
this is the best move, and then knight to g5.
Which knight goes to g5?
Ah, this knight,
The other
is
knight.
alive. I forgot about that.
The other knight is still alive.
I totally
yes.
forgot about this knight coming into the game.
Yes. And actually, white is back in play
business,
right now.
yeah.
That's just kind of funny because, I mean, at the time I was thinking that...
Now, a very interesting maneuver right now is
Please.
to actually triangulate at this
What?
point.
what?
Is to go queen to c8,
Immediately.
king to d7, and maybe queen to d7 right now. Is that it? And now I ask the question, what's your next move? There's no more king to h3 because I have a feeling e5 is just going to kill you.
Right. I mean, you're walking into the diagonal.
Well, why
That
don't I
does-
start with the move queen d7? Is there something wrong? Maybe then move knight f.
Yes,
Five.
that's also another way to triangulate. Queen
What?
to d7 first, king to g2, and now queen to c8.
Wow.
Did I say that right?
No. But he's got your back. He's covering for you.
I would assume
He's
this
got
is
your
what you
element.
wanted, right?
No, this is you're doing the right thing. It's just that it's so hard for us to understand these really nasty little nuances of Queen C8 first, and then Queen D7,
or the other way around, right?
Right
Queen
now
D7 and then Queen C8.
You have to find another waiting move. So you found the waiting move King to H3, right?
Okay.
I'm taking that away from you. Wow. No more King to H3, right? So find another waiting move right now. If you go Rook to E2, probably that's the best move. That's the other waiting move that you have to find, right?
Remarkable.
Let's wait and see.
And how much time?
Ding's still 10 minutes right now.
Just under 10 minutes.
Under 10 minutes. I'm trying to. It seems to me like Ding Liren has always played. His time management has always been pretty darn good.
He's not a time pressure player, right? It's very rare to see him fall down to the last minutes on his clock. That's when he's really under pressure over the board, that he's losing and he's really trying to figure things out.
Right.
When he's actually playing them with Queen C8. He doesn't like leaving himself seconds for the last moves. He's not that type of player.
Right. And Queen C8 has been played after this.
You know Timur is going to play King G2 instantaneously. He has to. He needs to play King.
He played E5.
Are you kidding me? He played E5?
And he threw it out there rather quickly, too. He didn't hesitate too much on that one.
Is it that bad of a move?
It's not that bad of a move, but it's pretty bad. I mean, King G2...
All right, but how bad? Give me a number.
King G2 would have been much better. Now, from a visual point of view, you're just changing the structure and you're giving me what I wanted.
Square.
No, I understand.
You're opening up the long diagonal, you're giving me the D5 square, you're giving me the F5 square, you're giving me a lot of things.
Right.
I'm not convinced that with only 2 moves to go until the time control, you should have taken this type of drastic decisions. Just go King to G2. You've played King to H3, you found it. You found the waiting move. Continue waiting.
Right. For me, the move E5 is a clarion call. When I see this move E5, I'm just like super ecstatically happy. I'm a French defense player. This bishop on B2 is now, you've self-immobilized your pieces. I will be playing F5. I will be loving it when you play knight to G5. I'll give up the bishop, and I'll put my other knight on D5.
Yasser, why take away the F5 square from your knight?
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh, you want to play even for more of an advantage by keeping the knight opportunity to. So you're suggesting that maybe I should go down a pathway like this?
You could.
And put the knight on F5.
Why not?
It's very compelling, right?
These knights they have
dominant.
such a.
They're beautiful.
Really dominant.
They
beautiful
have such
knights.
a beautiful perspective. Wow. No, E5 for me, I didn't like it, but I didn't like White's position either. And sometimes
after E5,
you just have to make a move.
Well, he's down to his last minute. 59 seconds right now for Timur Radjabov.
For 2 moves?
One move to make.
One more move. Just one more move. That's it.
And in the world of chess, I think one of the most common things we can say about the world of the last move blunder of time control, right? I mean, you rush to make your 40th move, and in this rush, it's almost 90%. The last move of time control is the blunder. After this move, E5, Ding Liren is looking around and saying, okay, how do I trick my opponent? How does he trick his opponent?
Honestly, I liked your F5. The only thing I have against the move F5 is that Christian's line was probably even more compelling.
Right.
But they were
By the way,
both
F5
so
is a
good.
great move. F5 is a great move also.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. F6, E5, F5, both of them are giving black a tremendous advantage.
That makes sense to me.
Probably objectively winning at this point.
Wow. And, we've been saying it for a number of days. When will Ding Liren bounce back? And, I'm not going to say that it's do or die today because, you're black and everything like that. But he is playing against Timur, who's also sharing the bottom, so to speak. So Boom. And he's got an opportunity to get back to 50%. That doesn't mean that he's in danger of catching the winners, but at least he's getting back into contention. A win today is become vital.
I think it's vital, absolutely. You want to get back into the mix. You want to be one of those players that when they play Nepo, when they play Favi, you're thinking...
It's a huge game.
It's a huge game. It's not just, well, whatever.
Yeah, no.
No, he wants to be in contention, and he knew going into the second half of the candidates all the way a year later. We're talking about the last candidates.
Yes.
Yeah, Dingley already was completely out of the tournament.
He'd started with 2 losses, and it was just terrible.
Yeah, I think he was on -2.
Yeah.
He did take on e5 instantly. Timur Radjabov took on e5 with his own
the
pawn,
time control.
making the time control. And I think perhaps this is a good time to take
For the break?
for a little bit of a lunch break, because Dingley will play something, and then Timur will tank, trying to figure out how to defend his position.
Did I make a terrible error of judgment in playing e5? Is my position salvageable? We're going to find out as we take a break, and hope you're enjoying our coverage from St. Louis of the candidates 2022.
Welcome back, everybody. It is round 5 of the candidates in what we think might be the final stretch. We already have 3 results in today's round. Nepomniachtchi drew against Hikaru Nakamura from a rather inferior position. Could even call it save the game in this case. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana split the point with Richard Rapport, and Alireza Firouzja played a pretty much nothing game against Duda, and they split the point as well.
Yeah, the Fabi game in particular was a crazy, chaotic affair that ended in a repetition, a forced repetition. But then we thought, well, 1 victory per round seems to be our pace. Yeah, Ding was ready to win the game, but guess what? The 40th move blunder. Ding found a move that none of us on panel even were looking at. He played the move G7, G6. We thought something along these lines. Bishop takes D4, knight takes D4, creating this slight imbalance where the bishop, the dark squared bishop, is countered by a knight. And for example, after a move like Queen A8, menacing things like Queen H1 check, Black is clearly for choice. I mean the
very
D5,
much so, right?
Yeah, the queen can come to D5. The knight on E7 has some great squares. G7, G6 really confused us, and then it got even more confusing when we consulted the engines and they said 0 zeros. Explain this position to us.
Well, Timur played a very good move in this
Alejandro.
position. He quickly played the move Knight G5, which has sent Ding into the thinking tank. And it feels that for the first time in a while, White has threats.
Queen F3, Queen F1, knight takes E6.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Just to give you kind of
Please,
a
Christian.
background about this position and the 40th move, the all-important 40th move, because I'm looking at the position and I understand why Ding played the move G6. I'm not defending it. It's a terrible move. But it does feel like bishop takes D4 might have been the only other clear alternative.
Okay.
You can play queen to D7, which will allow, for example, knight to G5. This is the threat in the position for White. Knight to G5 followed by queen to H7.
Okay.
So you have to be at this 40th move, defending preemptively against that, knight to G5. Now, the alternative bishop takes D4. You look and compare the pieces. These knights are kind of stepping on each other's hoof, superfluous knights, right? This knight could potentially jump to G5 later on, but for the moment, they're stepping on each other's hooves. You look at the bishop supporting these checks coming into your position if you move the knight from D4, and you say, okay, my bishop on B6 is a tremendous piece, right? It's going to help my attack later on. It's not easy to give it up. It's not easy to play bishop takes a D4. This is the only explanation that I can think of for why he played this move at G6 and allowed the move knight to G5, which indeed, and by the way, it's an easy move to miss because knight to G5 you can immediately take up a pawn, right? So you look at this, you see that you're taking on E5, you're saying that this pawn is coming to E5 next, opening up the diagonal with devastating consequences, but it's actually not that bad. For White, I can just simply go queen to E3 and you have your own problems as well. This one, the pawn on E5, could have been considered a liability for me.
Exactly.
Just closing
I wanted to pick up that pawn and toss it. I didn't want to keep that pawn.
Exactly. A liability because of the bishop, and now the bishop finally breathes a sigh of relief. It's very happy.
Right.
And it does feel like White is getting his own chances. And finally, after a long thing, after knight to G5, spent 25 minutes and took on D4. Should have done it one move earlier, would have been devastating for White if he would have done it then. And let's try to understand, by the way, why, right? So bishop
without
takes
G6.
Without G6. Bishop takes D4, bishop takes D4. Now, there's no more knight G5. You can defend against knight G5 with G6.
With knight F5.
Knight F5.
You can go knight F5 also, of course.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, no, I
knight
liked
F5.
your queen C6. And
Queen C6 is even more compelling because you don't have queen to e4. You cannot centralize your queen.
No,
You don't have knight g5.
You don't have knight g5 because you get checkmated on h1. And
Right.
next move is knight f5.
And that's domination.
That's domination.
Complete
Yeah,
domination.
it's very clear. So you take on d4 to distract the knight from f3.
And you have to take with the knight,
From
right?
going to g5.
Now
Right.
I'm going to go queen to a8, setting up the big threat.
Right.
You cannot, the queen
That's a
h1
body
is over,
blow.
right?
Yeah.
That's a body blow, exactly. Now, what about queen to f3? This is the only thing that makes some sense to my eyes. And now knight to d5 would have been extremely, extremely devastating. Even this endgame.
I like the endgame.
I mean, the endgame white is better.
That's crazy. That's insane.
White is better because of rook d7, rook d8, and knight to g5. Okay, we understand.
Okay,
that.
never mind. I
I'm
get
confused.
We understand that.
Yeah.
But knight to d5 makes a lot of sense, right? You're improving the piece. You cannot take on e6 because of knight to f4. I think this is the idea, the main idea of the position.
Right.
And you just get, once again, a dominating position. This is what you're looking for, a dominating position. He did not do that. Now, finally, we have this exchange a move later.
Right.
And it's not the same situation anymore.
Well, not at all, right?
Wow.
The knight is not stuck on f3.
No.
So queen to c6, you can just simply defend and attack at the same
Yeah,
time
Yeah.
with queen to f1. If you go knight f5 now,
c5, right?
I continue my attack, right? Rook to d8 is coming. I'm getting my own chances. This is what's happening right now in the position.
I'm starting to get nervous.
Whoa. That last moment, go ahead. Bishop to c5.
Yes.
Because the knight was on f5 and I saw rook c3.
I have rook d8, bishop f8 coming.
Boom.
That's mate.
Wow.
actually
That's
mate.
just mate.
Yeah.
Bishop
Hakemate.
f8.
Hakemate, Yasser.
Yes. Yes, sir.
King,
yes,
bishop
sir.
goes to h6. Let's just show that to the public.
That's lovely. Nope.
Nope.
I wanted to give you mate, but you ate my breakfast. I wanted you for lunch.
This knight g5 changes the whole dynamic of the position.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
What to
But this is
say?
such a big miss, guys. This is such a big miss for Ding Liren. Going into the event, what was the biggest question mark about Ding Liren? His rustiness. The fact that he hasn't played a classical time control against elite level competition
Right.
For so
in
time.
1.5 years, since the last candidates, right?
That's
Right.
right.
That was
yeah.
a big question. First round, the rustiness is there. After that, third round against Richie Rapport with the white pieces, the rustiness is there. He was unable to convert. A winning advantage, that is.
Right.
Now we're seeing it again. And of course, you might ask, for how long does this rustiness last, right? Because at some point, you kind of get back into it, right?
Right.
Splash some water onto your face, played a few games, understand how resilient, because this is what it all comes down to, how resilient these 28, 27, 50, 100 players are, right? They're really, really good at defending, and you have to break them systematically. Now, how many games will this rustiness last? Only Ding Liren will be able to answer that question. But even in this game, fantastical play up to this point, and then spoil it in the last moment.
Yeah, this 40th
The rustiness
move,
is still there.
Yeah, the 40th move blunder mistake, g7, g6, cost him the lion's share and maybe all of his advantage. How big numerically did the engine give him?
-3 after bishop d4.
-3.
Decisive advantage.
That's a lot.
Oh my gosh, that's huge.
lot.
And you're not arguing.
3
are
pawns
you?
to the good. 3 pawns to the good if you make the best moves with white.
Wow, on the 40th move. What a huge miss. And
Now-
again, we invite you all to join the conversation. Any questions you might have? Sorry, Alejandro.
No, absolutely. Join the conversation. We are on Twitch. We're on YouTube. We are on Twitter at St. Louis Chess Club. And we actually do have a couple of questions, which is a perfect time to do so. From Sophia
From Sophia.
W. Why do we think that Jan is performing so well here for the second time in a row? Psychological reason, question mark. Well,
Good
Yasser.
question. Thank you, Sophia.
Yeah.
Insightful. I would love to give you the answer, and if it came in a package, I'd be a millionaire. You know, I'd be selling it right down here on the street corner, St. Louis Chess Club. Everybody would be buying. right now, he's just where the players are bringing out the best in Jan. I don't know exactly why.
They seem to be forcing him into positions he likes.
Right.
Even in the game that he played against Fabi, where he was in a bit of trouble, it did also feel like it was the chaos in which Nepo thrived. To me, I think it's because his psychological outlook to the tournament just improved. He's already won it. I feel he feels less pressure than he did in his World Championship match, and it allows him to exhibit better chess. This guy, he's an incredible player, but it is obvious from the World Championship match, it is obvious that his psyche plays such a huge role in his games.
He has these swings of sentiment, let's say.
Yes, absolutely, and in some cases it just looks atrocious, and in some cases it looks like he is playing better than anybody else. He did get a little bit lucky today, so it's not that he's been playing perfect, but his results are spectacular. +2, even after 5 rounds, is still really, really good.
Right.
And I think that he feels comfortable in his skin. And when Nepo feels comfortable, he's very dangerous.
Yeah.
He's just very, very dangerous.
I remember an Olympiad where he goes 6-0 at the very start, and he just looks like boss man. Jump in there with that question,
The answer
Christian.
is simple, guys. Jan is really, really good at chess.
And
Very
then there's
simple.
the...
And if you want me to elaborate, I will just leave it at the point that he also has a lot of residual preparation. I always come back to that, but it's so important because every single player that goes through a World Championship cycle, he gets better. Despite the fact that you're going to lose that title, that you're going to win that title, you're going to get better as a chess player. You've been under fire for 2 weeks in a match situation against Magnus Carlsen. And you've won this event before, as you guys accurately pointed out. It makes a lot of sense that right now, from a psychological point of view, when he comes back to face these guys for another chance at the title, there's less pressure. There's more knowledge in his bag, and he's showing it right now. But once again, let's be a bit reluctant because in the second half of the event, he always slows down. So let's wait and see what's happening.
Just from what you've said, though, Christian, it makes me think and wonder how incredibly powerful is Magnus Carlsen. He's been world champion since 2013. He's had 5 World Championship matches in which to hone his craft, which compounds, if you understand what Christian was saying, that he's carrying all of this baggage from all this training, from all of these novelties. He's a formidable world champion, is this 5-time world champion.
Oh, absolutely.
He's not getting weaker.
He gets better.
Right?
Right. I think he had a quip a few years ago that who was his favorite player from the past, and it was himself from 2013.
Yeah, he really liked when he was attacking and killing him in a swashbuckling style.
I felt that he's gotten better. He's gotten just overall, he's more familiar and more comfortable, that is Magnus Carlsen, in dynamic positions than he was at the earlier part of his career as a world champion. And he's really fixed up a lot of his weaknesses, and he, let's be honest, looks close to untouchable.
I know, he really is scary. Like, there was a time when I asked myself, and not just myself, everybody in the chess world, who the heck will ever beat Garry Kasparov? The guy was just untouchable. Right. I mean, he was finishing tournaments, with a +6 score. And doing it with style, like winning Linares and all kinds of other things. Then along came a Vladimir Kramnik, and that was just another incredible, extraordinary technical player. Queen A8.
By the way, just to touch on that,
please.
Untouchable is too much because
of course
he was touched against Karyakin. He was touched, almost touched against Fabiano, taken to the extreme, the rapid tiebreak. Against Nepo, it's a match made in heaven stylistically for Magnus Carlsen, in my opinion. This is just the way I look at it. Nepo came with E5 as a response to Magnus's E4. That's just simply not his style. Nepo came and battled a stone wall with white pieces E4, E5 couldn't get an advantage out of that, right? It's extremely difficult in a match setting to get that. But I think if we get other players, Nepo, and this is why I say it's stylistically a nightmare for Nepo and a match made in heaven for Magnus. If we see other players, like Fabiano Caruana, I want to see a rematch of that one. I want to see Ding, of course. That would be quite an interesting matchup. I don't feel him as untouchable as he was maybe 5 years ago.
So would you not echo the sentiment that Magnus has gotten better in the last 5 years?
No, I don't think so. No.
What has he been doing? He keeps winning the titles.
He's good. No,
he's
don't get me
one.
wrong. Don't get me wrong. He's the best chess player on the planet right now.
But isn't he sitting
far.
on his highest rating ever, Christian?
Close to it.
Close to it, right?
Not his highest. I think his highest was like 28, 80 something, 82
81.
if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Or 81. Right now he's around 2770, 2870.
Damn,
Humongous.
harsh critics.
Humongous,
tough, right?
guys. No, harsh critics, of course. Again, I don't see him as untouchable. It's extremely difficult to take him out. That's for
Right.
sure. But also, he's been saying and touting the fact that these matches are starting to become extremely difficult for him. So from a psychological perspective, maybe if you are a challenger, you're going to try to take advantage of that as well.
Do you think that's an energy thing? Because you
Mental
guys,
energy. Mental energy.
we have experienced ourselves what the energy draining campaigns those World Championship matches are, and you think that maybe he just feels like he would rather not or doesn't have the energy to go for further World Championships?
Or priority. Because
right?
he's 31 years of age, right?
Yeah,
At
you
some
start
point, he
thinking
started
about
thinking about the
family.
family. Exactly.
Yeah.
You start thinking about finding a partner, raising up a child. You cannot do that when you're gone 6 months at a time in
Precisely.
preparation for World Championship matches.
Some people have done it.
These were the challenges that Vichy, for example, faced as well.
Yeah.
So his highest
89 apparently was his highest.
That's live. That was never published.
that was never published. But he currently he's at
2864.
That's really darn
It's
good.
a big number, right?
I mean,
It's crazy.
But
I mean, you take 100 points from him, and he's right in the midst of the candidates.
100 points.
But this is what he said. My next goal is actually not even the World Championship.
He wants
At
to be
least not right now.
2,900?
He wants to be 2,900.
I know that would be that would be fantastic
Okay, Yasser.
breakthrough.
Do you think he's going to make it?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Wow.
I think that he's going to continue to surprise us all. I think he's just, I mean, he's somehow in his own world.
So
at
you
this
don't
moment,
think
but
he reached his peak? You think
that's
he's in
right.
his prime
I
right
think that a player's peak, if you'll allow me, 20 to 37. I think that somewhere that is your, from 20 years old to 37 is your best chess playing years. You're in your best chess playing years. You don't know this.
Plug me out. I'm going to play chess right now. I have 3 years. I have 3 years
All
left.
you,
Yasser has
all you need is a trainer.
3 years minus 1 day.
You need a big chief trainer to get you to work and stop being so lazy.
Yes.
And no more video games for you.
Or never.
And what's your perspective on age?
I've heard sweeter lies in my life, Yasser.
What's your perspective on the peak ages for chess players?
I think around early 30s.
Early 30s.
Early 30s max. I think once you hit 32, 33, you're out.
How old is Magnus?
And by out, I mean on the downswing.
Okay. How old is Magnus?
31.
31, right?
So he's
No,
still
actually,
got
he
another
might be 32 right now.
another 12 months of peaking?
No, Carlsen is 31. I think he turns in
31.
November.
November 32. Yeah, because his birthday is always during the World
During the
Championship.
championship, yeah.
Yeah. 32.
Peak ages for chess players.
It's hard to say, right? Because I feel that it keeps changing.
Okay.
this number. We had for a very long time this concept that you had to be in your early 20s. I feel that we had this idea that you have to be in your early 20s to be the best physically prepared. But I feel that modern chess, you need so much experience and you need so much understanding that I can agree with early 30s.
Yeah, well, I think that Bobby
actually-
Fischer became world champion at 29. By the way, it's extraordinary to imagine that it was 50 years ago.
Yeah, 50 years.
50 years ago that Bobby and Boris Spassky played the match of the century. Like what?
But
month
yes,
was
sir,
it?
the way you frame it, it seems like you think...
Yeah, we're close on 550 exactly, right?
Yeah. Sorry?
It seems like you think the peak is somewhere around 35. Is
Yeah,
that
no,
true?
I said
the way you
20 to
frame it, at least the
37.
way you tell us, right?
Yeah, 20 to 37. If you look at like, you just take the world
But 20
champions as the-
and 37 is a huge number. I mean,
Yeah,
where do you peak?
I'm saying you've got
Where do you
14
think you're going to peak? Where's your
Yeah,
peak?
somewhere in that period, because I have seen people, sorry to say it like that, but I have seen people, Anatoly Karpov, he won the 1994 Linares with like one of the greatest scores of all time when he had clearly gone beyond his peak. How old was he in 1994? Anatoly Karpov. Because this was like one of the greatest phenomenal results ever.
43.
He was born in 1943.
No, he was 43, right?
Yeah,
He was 43 years
43,
old when he
yeah.
had his greatest result ever.
In 94. But what was the competition, Yasser? Because you can win.
Gary
Wait a second. Did you just ask who was in Linares 1994?
Yeah, no, this was great. Let me just answer that with one point.
All right.
The world champion, Gary Kasparov, was second and gained rating points and finished, I think,
That's
2
good.
points
That's good.
behind
Karpov. He
Karpov.
didn't finish 2 points behind.
How many?
2.5.
2.5 points. So Gary Kasparov plays in the competition and wins rating.
I'll read the list to see if our friend Cristian Chirila is sufficiently impressed.
Right.
Karpov finished first, then Gary, Shirov, Bareyev, Lautier, Kramnik, Topalov, Anand, Kamsky, Ivanchuk, Gelfand, Miguel Yescas, Judith Polgar, and Alexander Belyavsky. He went +9.
+9 undefeated.
Decent.
Not bad. Not bad. But what I liked about that event in particular was Gary Kasparov was the highest rated player in the field by far. He played in the tournament. He won rating points. He achieved a better tournament performance rating than his high rating. And he was 2.5 points in second.
How many rounds? How many rounds was that?
+13.
13.
Yeah, it was a
13
14-player round robin. Yeah.
Wow. +9.
Disgusting.
I mean,
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
So that was a peak performance at the age of 43. So I was saying 20 to 37. And I think Gary might have had an outlandish performance after peaking and doing all sorts of wonderful things as well. But I think that our world champion, Magnus, could do the insane and become 2,900. And it's not because he himself it's just become 2,900. It's because these players, the Dinglerins, the Fabianos, are also getting rating and high ratings. Mm-hmm. It's really hard to gain. You go around with a 2880 rating and see how easy it is to pick up points. You have to be playing an incredible.
Yeah, it's mathematically hard in every single game.
Yeah, absolutely. And more questions from our social media. As we've just seen, by the way, a trade of queens, and can the peak of Gary beat Bobby's peak from 1972? It's so hard because, again, it's two different eras. Keep in mind, Bobby went 20-0. There was a period where Bobby just won 20 games in a row. And today, that's just impossible. You can't do it. So Bobby goes from like 2,600 to 2,755, when world champion Boris Spassky is below 2670.
Yeah.
World champion. Boris. So Bobby's peak is, 2 heads and a shoulder above his nearest rival, Boris Spassky. And there was that great line that, I think it was Timur echoed that great line. Did you hear that one before? So, Bobby, after you, who's the number 2 player in the world? No, said Bobby, man. No, I'm number 1. I know, but after you, who's number 2? No, I'm number 2. Well, who's number 3? I'm number 3. I'm number 1, number 2, and number 3 player in the world. And then we can talk about the 4th player in the world. I mean, Bobby was real. And Gary has, like Magnus, a gap between himself and the nearest rival. But I think Bobby's peak against his nearest rival was much greater than Gary's. If you follow. Yeah.
I think that's a better way of looking at things. I feel that the direct comparison of a player to a player, it's kind of silly. You're talking about completely different eras.
Yeah.
I mean,
different tools,
different
computers, everything,
engines,
understanding, competition.
Competition was. I mean, you're forced to be a better player because you have better competition.
Right.
I mean, if Fischer's greatest competition was world champion Boris Spassky at under 2670.
Yeah.
I mean, Kasparov was playing against 2800 Kramnik.
Right.
Right? I mean, that forces you to be a better player. So it's a very unfair comparison. Of course we get better because we learn from them.
Yeah.
I mean, so many endgames that we learned from Fischer, Gary doesn't have to think about them. He just knows.
He just knows.
But that's the thing, and I think that what it boils down to. Is he actually better if you face them mano a mano?
Of course.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's easy to make the case that he is by far better. I don't think, for example, LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan right now.
I don't know if that is such a fair comparison because in our game, we do so much work that plays directly in, right? How many of Gary's wins straight from the opening?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, you have this entire broad repertoire. Just to
even
take an example.
Hikaru mentioned that too in some criticisms he had about Gary.
Imagine that you get Fischer's King's Indian. Fischer's King's Indian is like mostly refuted.
Would not stand up to data scrutiny at all.
Right. He has to redo all that work, all of it.
Right.
And Gary already knows so much more than that.
Yeah.
It's just an unfair comparison that translates directly into the chessboard.
But I think you raised a very good point there too, Cristian, when you said, is LeBron James greater than Michael Jordan or so forth and so on? Yes. That's what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that, physically we are stronger
and that
than
is
our
yes.
predecessors, that we have greater training tools, that we know more about our physical strengths and our staminas. And I think that each successive generation of chess players, so when you ask me who's the greatest chess player in the world today, I go Magnus Carlsen. Does that make him historically, therefore, the greatest?
Yes, that's how it works, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're building on all of the experiences of the previous generations, and the generations of tomorrow are going to be better players than we are today.
Well, yeah, that's the expectation, right?
Our sport, by nature, has a subjective consideration when it comes to these type of things. If you look at running, you know who's the fastest guy, right? Historically, you know who's the fastest guy. You know that this guy is faster than the guy 20 years ago, even if they were both the greatest of all time at that particular moment in time, right?
That's true.
We cannot really say that about things such as basketball, things such as chess, boxing, and so on. There's always a subjective consideration to that.
I wish we had an objective measure of player strength. We should make a rating system.
We have.
Oh, we have. Who's the highest rated player of all time?
Inflation. No. But there's inflation. There's huge inflation.
We have more strong players today.
There's huge inflation
than we ever had.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
I would say that I've played in candidates tournaments, and I would give the nod to these players as being stronger than the players who played in my candidates. That's just the way I think it goes. By the way, I live in Holland, in Amsterdam, and Holland hosted an Olympics, the International Olympics, and they have this stadium that held the Olympics, and they have some black and white footage of these Olympic gold medalists. And in Holland, they love speed skating.
Yes.
So they have these old black and white speed skating competitions of the gold medals. And I tell you, it looks like amateur hour. Like the guys, I mean, their outfits are ridiculous. Just the outfits. Now today, they have these, technical, aerodynamic. Everything is beautiful, right? I mean, so they can go whizzing through the air. And it's sort of like everything about speed skating is improved by unbelievable factors. And I think that's what happens in the world and includes chess. And when you look at chess today and you see the incredible tools that we have to improve our game, I am jealous. Like, why didn't I have the databases? Why didn't I have chess engines? Why didn't I have the internet and the ability to ask you questions and say, Coach, how can I improve? Wow, it's fantastic.
It's also a matter of practice. And you mentioned the internet.
Yeah.
For example, when Fischer needed to train, he just trained. He did what he could.
Right.
But he didn't have a sparring partner where he felt like 4 a.m. let me log on, whatever website. I'm sure some 2700s logged on at this moment.
Right.
Let me play him 100 games,
Yes,
which he does.
Yes.
Right.
He also didn't have Twitter to spend 8 hours a day arguing with strangers.
Or video games.
Or video games, or YouTube, or any of the distractions that we have nowadays.
Good
so
point.
there's always a trade-off. This is what I'm saying.
That's a good point. Let's jump back into our game. Wonderful. Thank you for the question. I mean, took us way.
Thought-provoking, yes.
But definitely the challenges of the generations. We saw this queen trade.
Yes. Knight c6.
Then saw knight c6, and I've been critical of this dark square bishop, but it's found a perfect perch on c5, and the rook is ready to pounce. But on the other hand, there clips a pawn. Knight takes e5, and we are where we are. Somebody give me a valuation. What's going on? Should I be playing knight g5? What's happening here?
We're whizzing towards a draw right now. Knight takes e5, knight takes e5, rook e2. I'm going to pick up on e6, so you have to go like this. Take. Okay, maybe
you didn't even take
maybe you go king f7 first. That's fine. That's fine.
We didn't even take a pawn on g6 with check.
That's fine. That's okay.
It's just a draw,
That's the commentator's hope.
You're just waiting for me to pounce. Excuse me.
This looks absolutely dead.
And this is probably what you're not going to do.
No.
Because
But hold on. What if I get ambitious?
What if Timur gets ambitious? Well, in the
Wait,
unlikely
what?
event.
Timur gets ambitious?
Yeah, go knight
And go
g5.
knight
Let's see.
g5.
Timur gets. Come on. Come on, guys.
Don't be hating on
I'm not
poor
hating.
Timur.
I'm not hating. I'm just basing my assessment on data and what's been happening in the last years.
That's true.
in the world
Fair.
of chess.
So knight f7, knight takes e6, and isn't white a little bit smidge?
There's nothing.
Is nothing?
Nothing.
Nada?
Nada.
Do you believe him?
I'd rather be white.
You say you'd rather be white here. I think that's...
I'm not saying that. No,
I said that. I said that.
Alejandro, yeah.
I'm looking at like rook d8 ideas with knight g5. I understand there's a knight on f7.
Exactly.
But I feel I'm closer to mating you than you are to mating me.
Right.
You made me?
Doesn't
Well,
it?
when you put it that way, right?
I mean, I'm close to mating you too. That's the thing.
Well, you got to watch out for rook h2.
No, I get it, right, yeah.
You don't want to leave your business.
You have to use some resources to defend against that.
Gotcha.
Then it's not enough, right? I mean, I can always give a perpetual rook 8, rook e7.
And that's the
but
thing.
that's
Yeah,
it.
you're going to give up a perpetual, and that's
Nothing
it.
more, yeah.
Call it a day.
Right.
But this is the best you can do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough. And again, a big shout out to our audience and for Nepo and what's he been doing?
Speaking of our audience, somebody on YouTube, actually, it's a pretty funny comment. Bobby would not last a week on Twitter.
That is true.
That is very good. That's very good. Yeah. Would not last. Boy, hostile crowd. Boy, they'd be taking him out. That is quite the case.
I think they're going for it. Knight takes e5 was played.
Yeah,
I'm expecting rook to e2 to come shortly. There's no reason why you would go for anything else. And then knight d3, and we exchange everything.
Knight takes e5. Knight takes e5. We're expecting rook e2.
Why not rook e2?
It's just a practical choice at this
Well,
point.
is that really the way you want to do it?
I don't know.
Rook e2 was played.
Rook e2 seems more forcing, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And I'm actually a little surprised there's not the move knight g4. But I guess it's just nothing, right? Rook takes c6. Even if I get my rook to c2.
I have this bishop
G1
g1
always, right?
Just to
Not only, right? You also have to worry about maybe taking on g6 and taking on g4. That's another consideration that you have to.
That's true, though. That
give
would
this
be
position.
a full three result game.
It's a
right?
three-result game, yeah.
Yeah, because I'll end up
you'll
losing
end up picking up
a3,
a3, right?
But I will get fun stuff.
Yeah,
there.
we're not going for any of that. Rook e2. I'm pretty sure knight g4 is okay for black.
I would be
for sure it's okay.
thinking.
Yeah.
Let's
But you
eliminate
think just
the-
finish the game, right?
Yeah,
Just,
eliminate the bishop, play king f7 as suggested by Christian, and just go for the rook ending. For Timur, I don't know what to think about Timur. He with this draw, it will be his fourth draw out of 5. It seems like he's just come in this event and saying, I'm ready to split the points with my opponents. Not really ambitious play.
well, that's
Christian.
that's what has him at the bottom of the table at the moment, right?
Right.
Him and Dingley and Alireza are all on -1.
But in the cases of Ding and Alireza, it's not because they're of their ambitious play.
They really have
lack
tried.
Of ambitious play.
They have tried. I mean,
very
Alireza
hard.
has come out guns blazing. It has backfired, as it happens sometimes.
Yesterday.
Definitely yesterday.
Right.
Dingley also, I mean, his first round backfired for sure.
Right.
But it was an ambitious approach, and he has been an ambitious player. He's refused to draw more than one time in this game particularly, but just not getting the results.
Yeah, sometimes that's the way it works. Wow. I'm just befuddled to think that in this 40th move, the move g7, g6, you try to explain it to our audience, did you, Christian, but it was just that had he taken advantage of the moment to play the move bishop takes d4, knight takes d4, and only now the move queen a8, the engine evaluation is an incredible +3 for Ding Liren. I think it's safe to say he would have been well on his way to victory in this case. What a missed opportunity is all I can really say.
We have the move knight d3 on the board, so I think we are rushing into the endgame that we have been analyzing. There's really no room here for anybody. Yeah, rook takes e6 looks very forced. Now that you misplaced your knight on d3, I assume you have to capture the bishop.
Which is actually looking really good.
Yeah.
And then again, we've got to recapture this. And now because this pawn is actually hanging with a check, we have to take the move king g6 to defend it. And boom, before you know it, everything is just vacuumed off the board.
And that's, we already have the position of
We have
the king
that on
f7.
the board right now. King f7
So that's
is on the
actually
board.
Rook
on the
a6
board.
already played, rook c5 already played.
And the players are zooming their way to
Yeah.
what we expect
Rook
will be
a5,
a handshake.
rook c3, yeah.
Yeah, and they're actually allowed to handshake already. They're on move.
They've passed the 40th move and they can make an offer of a draw.
Yeah.
Wow, what a
Sometimes I
round,
forget.
guys.
Yeah.
What a round.
4 draws, Alejandro.
4 draws that benefit some players and make some people happier than others. And I think there are some clear people that can be quite unhappy with the draw that they played today. At the end of the day, it's going to be Hikaru.
Yes.
Hikaru is going to go back to his drawing board
And
to
look
do
at
his
engine.
recap, look at the engine and be like,
oh man,
that was an opportunity.
Holy
that really
smokes.
was an opportunity.
Yeah.
He got what he wanted. He surprised Nepo with a move that he had already employed, this rook a2.
Right.
Got exactly what he wanted from the opening, but it wasn't enough. Draw agreed, by the way, between Timur Radjabov and Ding Liren, so the round is officially over. And another player that will be unhappy with today's result is the Chinese superstar. I mean, Ding Liren.
It's just
not finding the full points.
Yeah, missing the golden opportunities,
Yes.
if you will.
And this is our current standings. After 5 rounds of play in Madrid, Jan Nepomniachtchi still sits at the top of the leaderboard, 3.5 out of 5 for him. Fabiano Caruana with 3 out of 5 is the only person half a point away. With 50%, we have Jan Krzysztof Duda, Richard Rapport, and Hikaru Nakamura. And with -1, a full 1.5 behind the leader currently, are Timur Radjabov, Alireza Firouzja, and surprisingly, but we keep talking about it, ever since the beginning, Ding Liren is in the cellar.
Number 1 and number 2 seeds sharing the bottom. And what do we have for tomorrow?
Oh, fascinating struggles.
Check that second round.
Richard Rapport, but check it out. Alireza Firouzja with white against Fabi. Hikaru Nakamura with white against Ding Liren.
Ooh.
And in another important match, Nepomniachtchi playing with the white pieces against Duda.
I was about to say, those 3 bottom games, in terms of the closeness of the pack and what they mean to, a victory would mean to one of the players. Great games, great matchups coming up as we prepare for tomorrow. Final thoughts, Christian.
Well, another day, another round filled with excitement. Despite the 4 draws result, every single game had a lot of content in it. That battle, fierce battle in the Sicilian between Fabiano Caruana and Richie Rapport. Anything could have happened in that one. Of course, Hikaru Nakamura getting a decisive advantage almost against Jan Nepomniachtchi. That was a big story of today's round, and unfortunately for Ding, it must be heartbreaking, just missing a chance after chance. But tomorrow we have another round filled with exciting chess. I'm definitely looking forward to that Firouzja versus Fabiano matchup. That one is going to be wild. And we're going to be here to call all the action.
I love everything you said. I would just add one other story to that, and that's Alireza's lack of prep today. That was really bad. That was
really
egregious.
bad, actually. Yeah, you go back to the drawing board on that one. You look at your team of seconds and you were like, why?
I embarrassed myself today, guys.
That was an embarrassing preparation. There's no other way to put it.
Agreed.
And who's
come on,
doing the best?
Hikaru, man.
Guys, what are we doing in the predictions department?
Hikaru, my guy should be in first. That's my story. I'm sticking with
9 rounds to go. Plenty of tournament for Ding Liren to come back. We will be back with you guys tomorrow for round 6. Join us. It's been a fun-filled day every single day. So we will see you tomorrow. It's been exciting. See you then.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.